Sleepy town settled for the night, where every lawn is tailored just right. And it's about time that the back porch light comes on. At that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street. So I think you jinxed New Jersey because remember when you were like, hey, is it snowing there? And I was like, no, not yet. Well, it's snowing today. It's not sticking. It's like mist snow, but like there's like a light dusting on the trees and stuff, but it's not sticking on the ground.
I knew it.
But I'm like, God damn it, Christina.
That's lovely. Cheers. What are you drinking?
I made coffee yesterday and then I put it in the fridge, so it's kind of like cold coffee.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Ray Dunn font, but their mugs are massive.
They're very hearty.
Yeah, you could drink soup out of that thing.
Yeah, I don't think I ever have. I usually save my soup for my big kitty cat head. I have a big cat head mug that I like to eat mac and cheese and drink soup out of.
Missed you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Do you think our listeners missed us, or do you think we're like, fuck those girls? We don't need to hear from them anymore.
I think we have a really supportive group, a coven of witches that are like you guys take care of yourselves.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
I hope they missed us though.
Yeah, I mean, I miss recording, but obviously the past month has been pretty heavy.
Yeah.
It's been a little heavy. And we did try recording this one other time, not this. It was supposed to be like a bullshit soda or whatever.
Right. A couple weeks ago. It was a little too heavy still. We weren't ready.
Definitely not in the right brain space to be recording anything a day, but
so hey witch hey.
Yeah, hey witch hey. I'm Justina.
I'm Christina.
And let me scroll back up because I'm completely I'm out of the loop here. All right, so welcome to Magnolia Street, your one and only musically inspired practical magic fandom podcast. Every week we deep dive on different aspects of the movie and the books, as well as treat your ears to our very own practical magic inspired original music. So this week we're gonna do things a little different. This isn't going to be too practical magic focused.
Not related to like movie pop culture or anything, but definitely rooted in the divine feminine for sure.
Right. I was going to say we can make a lot of connections, especially like talking about dismantling the patriarchy and all that other stuff. And like we all see what Maria Owens goes through in the beginning of that movie. So I mean, like even our ancestors had to deal with this bullshit.
Sure.
And it's crazy to me that in 2024, we're still dealing with this bullshit. And, you know, women have gone through so much over history, but we've overcome so much. And today is going to be kind of honoring that divine feminine rising, right?
Yes. What's the name of our episode today?
I think I did rename it. I think it initially was going to be Sisters or Circlehood of Sisters or something. And I renamed it to the Divine Feminine Rising and Reclaiming Our Power because I want this episode to be more uplifting and kind of a call to our femininity, including men. Like dismantling the patriarchy. It's not just about women.
Right.
It's about men too. And the structures that they have created for us ages ago. But I think it takes men too realizing that to help us dismantle that.
Absolutely. I'm excited to hear what you put together through some things here and there. But like we said, we tried to do this a couple weeks ago. We didn't want to come at this in a non-progressive way. We wanted to make sure this reached the ears it was supposed to reach in what's the word I'm looking for, Jess? Productive way.
Yes.
Yes. Productive way.
Yes. I think a few weeks ago I was anyway, very angry.
Yeah.
You said you worded it in a specific way. I can't remember what it was. You said it's like trying to do something with lemons and what did you say?
I felt like trying to maybe put out an episode that week was like picking at a scab and then putting lemon juice on it.
Yeah.
It was a little too raw.
Exactly. So I was like, yeah, you're right. But I'm glad we talked anyway because, you know, you need to vent.
Yeah. As far as how I was taking things, I knew that if we tackled it that week, my glass was already full and I was already trying not to go over the edge, you know, being back in therapy. And I'm like, okay, we have to be there for each other. Let's talk about this. How can we be there for you guys as well? So we hope we've made it clear that Magnolia Street has always been a safe space and just reminding me like our values have there's no secret about where Jess and I stand, you know, when it comes to women women, reproductive health, and rights. So if you're here, you know where we stand. And if this is a surprise to you, sorry. Sorry. We hope you stick around for this episode, though, because it might change your mind, open your mind about a few different things.
Yeah, I mean, men and women included. I know we have some male listeners, and we never want to make them feel excluded or threatened in any way, and we're not trying to point fingers or anything like that, but
Mhm.
this is something that I think needs to be discussed because often it's brushed under the rug, and that's why we are where we still are today,
Yeah.
because it's never addressed.
Yeah.
But yes, this week we are coming back from our mental health hiatus, which followed the November 6th presidential election. And I think when we go through dark times as a collective, not just individually, I think it's important to honor our mental health as well as our own inner healing. And this break was only supposed to be like a 1 to 2 week short little thing, but I think it's been about a month now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, I think I personally really needed to step away for a bit because I
No,
was
same.
not in the right mental space to be talking about any of this. But I think for me, that was gathering my thoughts and practicing some major self-care, which we're going to talk a little bit about later on, tell you guys how you can, practice your own self-care through these hard times. And I don't want to speak for everyone, but from what I have gathered through absorbing my social media feeds this past month, I think a lot of us in the witchy community are hurting very deeply right now. Most of us are empathic and we feel the collective energy on a much grander scale. And there was a lot at stake in this election, not only for women, but the LGBTQ plus communities, the Black community, the Indigenous communities, the Latino community, any other marginalized communities that do not fall in line with the racist, homophobic, and misogynistic ideals of the Christian white nationalist agenda that this country is trying to push on the American people. And now we know America today in this day and age was founded by the indigenous people, stolen by the immigrants. We know the history, right? But this country, what I'm trying to say is this country is made up of immigrants, right?
Absolutely.
It's a melting pot.
Yeah.
How can you try to, I don't even know what I'm trying to say, like try to push this one belief system on an entire country of people that came here from all different walks of life, all different, religious belief systems. Like, it's just morally wrong. It's wrong. So speaking to all spiritualists and light workers, I think we have all experienced a blow to the gut. And it's going to take some time to wade through all of the muck so that we can rise up, continue to be a beacon of light for those who need it most right now. And if I'm being honest, there's nothing that I would like to do more than to go into my little hole and hide away, which is what I did for pretty much this entire month. But ask Christina, me and you barely talked this month, really, only to touch base on what we were going to be doing about the podcast. But I think mostly we kind of just went off to our own separate little corners, did our own kind of healing, self-care, whatever, spending some time, with our families, for the holidays even.
Obligatory things.
Obligatory things, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know those are hard, and that is totally okay to choose your own health. If feeling safe in your little hobbit hole is what is good for your heart, then absolutely. But if there is somebody that you need to vent to, just call us. We're here.
Slide into our
999-5555. No, seriously. I know sometimes it feels like you have to hold on to all of this. Your spouse might not understand, or they're just tired of hearing of it or about it. But know that there are other people that feel the same way you do and will love to hold space for you and listen. And Jess, I hope that I gave that to you. You gave that to me, but you're right. We didn't talk. We didn't Marco Polo a lot. And this was the first week we just bullshitted, caught up back and forth. You were walking outside with the dog and just showing me what, you were getting into. And I really missed you. I'm glad that you took care of yourself and that we could talk about doing this episode this way. This is going to be so fascinating.
Yeah. I missed you too. And that was probably the longest stretch of time we haven't really talked much, like to catch up or anything. But, sometimes I feel like, and I don't know, maybe that's just me being a Sagittarius, me, like, I've seen you go off the grid, like you had to walk to the forest when we got good news. I can't even imagine what this past month was so heavy. So we had to take care of ourselves first and foremost, and that's fine.
Yeah. I basically became a robot. I was just very numb. And like I told you, I was trying not to put my head in the sand, but also I just felt like just going through the motions. I couldn't process.
That's what you have to do to survive. That's what you have to do. And, if we all have to disassociate a little bit to get through the next 4 years, then maybe Not saying that we're going to ignore the issues, because I mean, that's why we're doing this episode, because we want to talk about it and see what we can do about it. But it's going to take a little bit of dissociating, I think, to get through it. If it's going to be as bad as I don't want to fearmonger, but we saw the last four years that he was in power, and
yeah, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, in times of crisis and uncertainty, when the world seems to teeter on the brink of chaos, there exists an extraordinary force that has repeatedly held communities together, provided solace to the oppressed, and kindled hope in the darkest of nights, especially winter. But this isn't a winter episode, but the bond between women is what I want to talk about. And not just women, men as well, our allies, the allies of humanity, the kind humans that get us through. And throughout history, sisterhood, womanhood, fellowship have been lifelines offering strength, resilience, and quiet rebellions in moments when entire systems sought to suppress and control. And the power of these connections lies not only in the shared experiences of these people, but also in the unique ways they have created spaces of refuge and resilience. These whispers of defiance are exchanged through secret signs, symbols, traditions. Justina actually inspired this little thread. We have a little bit more about this later, but all of the secret ways that women and marginalized communities have come together and for the better and for each other.
Sidebar, did I add that part in? I don't know if I added that article in, or did you add it in?
I have something about secret women's societies.
Okay.
And I think a little tiny bit about the
quilting.
The quilting.
Okay.
Yes, but you had mentioned you saw a thing about the Underground Railroad and symbols and quilts and things like that in TikTok. So if we want to link that, we can do that also.
Yeah, I'll have to re-find that video. I don't know where it was. I was trying to, because I think I saved it in my, you can save the videos, certain videos. It was so long ago. I've saved so many videos since then. I don't even know where that one went, but yeah, that's basically what I saw, which
I love it. I loved it. Yeah. Today, in an era marked by political turmoil, social division, and the erosion of hard-fought rights, this power feels as urgent and as vital as ever. And as the world changes at an accelerating pace, many women and marginalized communities find themselves facing threats to their autonomy, safety, and freedom. Yet, it is precisely in these moments of upheaval that the quiet, steady power of sisterhood becomes most visible. From the hushed meetings of underground abolitionists to the silent language of quilts sewn in secret by enslaved hands, women have always found a way to communicate strength, courage, and solidarity when words could not be spoken aloud. This is not a call to romanticize suffering or to place the burden of resilience solely on women's shoulders, but rather an acknowledgement of the enduring spirit that had defined the survival of marginalized communities. Whether in the form of underground networks, coded messages, or simply the unspoken understanding between two women who know that they are not alone. These subtle acts of connection and defiance have shaped history in profound ways. As we face another era of uncertainty, there is much we can learn from the past about the power of gathering, the language of resistance, and the art of survival through solidarity.
Yeah, it's like crazy to me. Like, like you said, here we are again. Like, how do we get here again? Like, you thought we would have learned our lesson from last time, but I guess as humans, we're just a glutton for punishment. I don't know. But real quick, did you want to say something?
I did. I wanted to give a patron shout out. Her name is Allie McW. This was supposed to come out, ages ago. And Allie, thank you so much for joining our Patreon. Welcome to Magnolia Street, but we also wanted to thank all of our patrons who have been so supportive through this season and our hiatus. A big shout out to our gals over at the Wisteria Vine, our witches over there, for checking in on us and offering such a safe, supportive group that we can lean on. Thank you again, everybody. Please check out the Wisteria Vine if you would like to hang out with us a little closer. We have been active over there. So thank you again to Allie McW for joining.
Thanks, Allie. Welcome to the fun. Okay. So before we begin today's episode, I just wanted to throw a disclaimer that this is probably the most maybe outright political episode we've ever published. And we probably, I don't know, maybe we will do this again at some point if something else arises that we feel like we need to talk about. But getting political is the last thing we want to do on this podcast. But let me just say this. Civil rights is not a political issue. I feel like this is a moral issue. And if you have been tuning in for quite some time, I think it is very clear where our morals lie. Christina said this all before. We have done a string of episodes in the past in pushback of the patriarchy and the confines of Abrahamic religions, most notably Catholicism and Christianity, which me and Christina both have backgrounds and some major PTSD from, right?
You're not going to dance. You're going to make a confirmation.
Exactly. Exactly. So you guys can check out our 3-part slut praise series and our fiber spinning and spinster trope episodes. I think we even touch a bit on these themes in our placenta episode and coming out of the broom closet episodes. And more so now than ever, we will continue to use our platform to stand in solidarity with every human being affected by hate every single day.
Mhm.
And I think calling yourself a witch, whether you are conscious of it or not, is inherently political, right? Our mere existence is political. And let's think back to the burning times in Europe when a woman would be burned at the stake for being a healer or knowing too much or owning her own land, right? Like the Salem witch trials of 1692, when mostly women were hanged because they were smarter or they held power or they owned land or they were widows, they were left land by their husbands. The patriarchy still wanted that land, so they would come up with this excuse or some reason that this woman was a witch and they had to be, hanged to get that land and seize that control from that woman. So the patriarchy runs its roots deep, and it has threatened the very life of any woman who has ever been able to think for herself. And what is a witch, right? What is our famous anagram? A witch, WITCH, a woman in total control of herself. Right?
Absolutely.
And that scares the shit out of men. Why do you think they're trying to control us? Right? Because
Maybe
they're
we know
scared.
some shit.
They're scared of they know how powerful we are. That's what it really comes down to. As witches, all of our individual stories as to how we came to walk the witchy path, they all may be different. We are all different people. We have different stories of how we arrived there, right? But I think we all might share the common thread that at some point in our lives as children or young adolescents, we had felt ostracized because we were different or we did not fall in line with societal norms. This may have even followed us into adulthood if we decided to not get married or have children, either by a certain age or never if we don't want them, right? That's our choice. We have been made to feel guilty or shamed by society if we do not adhere to what is expected of us. And I think anyone who calls themselves a witch in today's day and age has found their path because it has led them to freedom. And when I say freedom, I am not talking about legal freedoms because, as we know, this country is fighting tooth and nail to strip women back of our freedoms every single day as we speak. But the freedom I am talking about is our own inner freedom because no one can take that away from us. The power is ours and ours alone. And to quote Nancy Downs from The Craft, now is the time, now is the hour, ours is the magic, ours is the power, lightning strike. Right?
I got goosebumps right now.
Right, yeah. The patriarchy continues to feel threatened by that very notion, not only throughout history, but even in our modern age. And we're going through it still today. As, everybody casted their ballots. They prove that misogyny is alive and well in this country. And as a result, women will continue to be made feel shame or for owning our sexuality and will continue to be restricted when it comes to our bodily autonomy. Many women, including myself, are triggered, I think, by the outcome of this election, as we should be. But this is a good thing. This is a sign that the divine feminine is rising. More and more women are awakening to the existence of their witch wound. And before we go on, I don't know if you've been on the TikToks. I've been deep down the rabbit hole of the TikToks. There's something called the 4 a.m. Club on TikTok. Do you know what that is?
No.
On election night, all women, healers, light workers, even some men, okay? They woke up at 4 a.m. on election night with that deep pit in their stomach, knowing that somehow, like, things have been flipped. Like, Kamala was on the course to win that election, right? There were people predicting, like, political predictors who have never been wrong, who predicted her win, and, like, they ended up being wrong. And, like, you never know with predictions. They could be right, they could be wrong, but people who had a good track record of always being right, it ended up flipping. And a lot of light workers and healers, like, we were on this course, the divine feminine is rising, the women are, taking back their power. And then at 4 a.m. that night, like, something happened where everybody, like, they woke up at 3 or 4 a.m., depending on their time zone, with that feeling, that pit in the stomach that something wasn't right. And now all of these witch talk, basically, astrologers, light workers, people who have prophetic dreams and messages coming to them, they're all saying the same things. Like, they're like, no, something happened that wasn't supposed to happen.
I don't doubt it.
I don't doubt it either. I'm not gonna go further into this, but I just want to say, like, as a collective, we're all on the same wave.
Yeah.
We're all feeling, like something ain't sitting right.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
I agree.
same.
In a world of Chris Hookers, you don't even exist to me.
You are nothing. Right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point that out that the divine feminine is rising. Make no mistake. Like, even though Kamala lost, right? And we all consider her Mamala. Like,
Yeah.
I think we were all looking forward to having a matriarch of this country and just
Agreed.
because the matriarch symbolizes healing. And I think we all need a lot of healing right now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
whether or not, like, where you stand politically, like, it's none of my business. But, like, I think no matter who you stand for, I think we all need healing.
Yeah, when there's so much anger and frustration in the air, it's important to remember, we kind of said this at the top of the hour, that not all men are the enemy. And again, like I try to watch what I say so much, and I've noticed that, like, oh, whose fucking feathers am I not trying to ruffle? I don't give a shit. I'm not voting for the party, I'm voting for the person. What is that TikTok? For the rest of your life, you will have to know that you voted the
Yes.
same way as the KKK.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. And I will continue with my very gentle and kind voice. Not all men are the enemy.
Right.
If it were truly all men, none of us would have found love, or partnership, or supportive friendships that many of us cherish. We need to recognize that there are these men who stand as allies, who listen, support, and fight alongside us. So let's be careful not to let the pain of what we feel turn into discriminate rage against these supportive representatives for the sacred masculine. And as women, we carry these traits within ourselves as well. In the greater discourse on sisterhood and solidarity between and among women, divine masculine energy is the balance to nurturing and collaborative energies, typically considered feminine. When the system of oppression, either through sexism, racism, or classism, is confronted, a quality of decisiveness, courage, and leadership, which this energy typifies, must be imbued. These qualities help the feminists get into purposeful action, meeting challenges head on, and provide structure that can support transformative changes. In women, embracing aspects of the divine masculine energy help to break down the false narratives that assertiveness and decisiveness is inherently at odds with femininity. It encourages us to step forward into roles of leadership and advocacy with confidence and stability, taking charge of moments and initiatives without losing sight of compassion and thoughtfulness. I think this is kind of what we wanted to center, or at least come back to this episode with. We wanted it to have motion and initiative, but also compassion and thoughtfulness. And this balance ensures that action is both impactful and empathetic. For men, divine masculine energy is the crucial framework for engaging in feminist activism and solidarity without perpetuating domination or hierarchy. It fosters accountability and responsibility, encouraging men to become allies who act with purpose and support. They support dismantling this oppressive system. By embodying compassion alongside strength, men can create spaces for collaboration and healing, contributing meaningfully to the feminist movement. Ultimately, divine masculine energy is about tapping into qualities that are really necessary to create lasting changes. These traits within the context of the feminist movement, which is all about collective action and solidarity, can help bridge these divides, inspire courage, sustain momentum to overcome systematic barriers, whether through strength to confront oppressive structures or thoughtfulness to build inclusive communities. This energy offers that framework for meaningful progress.
Yeah. So yeah, I personally feel that saying not quote not all men is a bit problematic. I agree with everything you just said, but saying not all men without that inspired action, without the men actually showing that showing us that they're our allies, like you can't just walk around and be like not all men, like like you have to show us that like you are fighting for women's equality and women's rights as well. I have a bit more on that, but in a second before I get to that, I just want to add here that when we talk about patriarchy, we're not just talking about men, right? The patriarchy is not, quote, just men. It refers to a social system where power is primarily held by men, meaning that it encompasses not only individual men, but also the societal structures and norms that perpetuate male dominance, which can be reinforced by both men and women in that system.
Right. You hear a girl's girl, be a girl's girl.
Right. Yeah. It impacts how society functions and distributes power across genders. So, in a patriarchal system, men generally hold more power in politics, economics, and in culture. While men may benefit from certain aspects of patriarchy, it can also limit opportunities and perpetuate harmful stereotypes for both men and women. Here's an actual a take from a male perspective that I wanted to highlight because it was written so eloquently on why saying not all men is a little problematic. And this was written by Tony Porter, the CEO of A Call to Men, and this he titled this "Why Women Choose the Bear." Have we all heard that TikTok, that trend, why like women are being asked, would you rather be in the woods with a man or a bear, and women are choosing the bear, and everybody's like, why would you choose the bear? Like,
Yeah.
there's reasons why. We're going to get to those later on, but this man, Tony Porter, he wrote this on May 2nd, 2024. So Tony says, recently a colleague of mine sent me a series of trending TikTok videos that really struck a chord with me. In the videos, women were asked whether they'd rather be stuck in the woods with a bear or a man. Overwhelmingly, they chose the bear. I saw a whole lot of men in the comments and stitches of those videos saying things like, quote, women are acting like we're all serial killers, end quote. And they clearly haven't seen enough nature documentaries. But the reality is that this fleeting internet trend it has nothing to do with the bear and the woods. It's an opportunity for us men to understand the experience women have sharing this world with us, to understand why their fear of us exists and persists. Men, this whole conversation happening online is centered around an uncomfortable truth that we must face. That trust between men and women has been deeply fractured by a long history of violence that has continued through the present day. Just look at the devastating number of women and children who have been killed in Gaza. Consider the horrific use of women as a tool of war, particularly rape, as it happens all over the world. Think about the countless missing and murdered Indigenous women who experience violence at rates 10 times higher than other ethnicities. Sit with the fact that it's been 10 years since 276 Nigerian schoolgirls were abducted by Boko Haram fighters, and almost 100 of them still have not returned home. At this moment, domestic violence and sexual assault continue to happen at epidemic proportions, and 1 in 5 women will be sexually assaulted during her 4 years in college. The average age of a girl who is being sex trafficked is 13 years old. These realities are not just historical footnotes and statistics. They are traumas that continue to shape the lived experiences of women all over the world every day. And Tony says, in my own work, I've heard too many stories of women's trauma that break my heart, from colleagues, from friends, from peers, and all of those stories are a reflection of a society that fails to protect its women. We can't keep turning a blind eye. We can't keep saying, quote, not all men, when the reality is this pervasive.
And we're not saying we're not scared of the bear. Oh no, we're scared of the bear, but we're less scared of the bear, is all we're saying.
Right. And that says a lot.
Yeah.
That says a lot. So Tony is saying, what is the problem with saying not all men? So, quote, not all men is a refrain that sounds a lot like excuses Tony says that he's heard in other forms of systemic oppression. It reminds me of the countless times I've heard not all white people when confronting racism. And look, you probably aren't the one actually raising your hand against women. And he says, I believe you when you say you are doing everything you can to be a protector and advocate for the women around you. The point is, violence against women is still happening, and it's happening by men. And we as the majority of men are silent about it. This, quote, not all mentality shuts down the necessary conversations and introspection we desperately need. It detracts from the fact that we all need to be invested in this fight, and I mean all of us. Every man needs to grapple with this reality, not deflect it or jump straight to defensiveness. Hearing that women would rather face a bear than a man should be more than enough to make us men stop and reflect. When they say they feel safer with the bear, it's not an offhand comment. It's a profound critique of how they experience the world with us. What does it say about us if a wild animal is seen as a safer company, right?
Mm-hmm.
We need to sit with that discomfort instead of taking it personally. This isn't about making men feel guilty. It's about waking us up to a reality we might not live, but certainly contribute to in one way or another. Because let's be honest, sidebar from this article, if you're a woman and you're walking down the street, right, you don't know that man from Adam. Like, you don't know that guy. Yeah. Whether he's an ally or not, you don't know him, but you're still fucking scared of him.
Exactly. So in that situation, it is every man, because I don't know how young I must have been when you start learning from your mom or your older cousins or whatever, like how to be safe if you're
Mm-hmm.
out, or stranger danger. Like you don't yell help, you yell mom. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? And it's just like this was, what's her name? Saoirse Ronan, Saoirse, the actress who was just on a panel. One of the other actors she was in a movie with was joking about like, oh, I would never think to use my cell phone as a weapon, and she's like, women have to think about that all the time, and like the crowd was silent.
Yeah.
Like men just don't fucking understand. Like we're not going to get down that
Right.
rabbit hole, but I think I was like 7, 8 years old, walking to the car at night with my mom. And she's like, all right, when you open the door, like jump in, don't walk in, because somebody could be under the car trying to slice your Achilles heel and then they're going
Yeah.
to nab you.
Right.
Like from such a young age. I mean,
Yeah.
it's insanity.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple accounts from my childhood as well that really like, not that my mom was trying to give me PTSD, but like those things stick with you,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a woman in my town that was murdered.
Never hear about it being a woman murdering.
Right. Yeah. It was a woman and her child.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just shopping at the same supermarket we go to every weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Murdered
Mm-hmm.
by a man, and the child was dropped off a couple blocks away.
Wow. Yeah, it's very sad. And I'm not
Yeah.
saying women don't murder. Of course they do, but statistically speaking,
Right.
it's not all men, but it is all men.
So, yeah, getting back to this article. So, Tony continues. He says, let's use this moment not to defend ourselves or point fingers, but to start making real changes. Let's talk to the women in our lives. We might be very surprised when we talk to our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, our wives, our partners, when hearing their stories about their day-to-day experiences with men. Let's really hear stories and learn from their experiences without trying to deflect blame. Let's be the allies they need, not the adversaries they fear. Let's think about our influence, our platforms, and commit to using them to have critical, intentional, thought-provoking conversations without going down rabbit holes that at the end of the day just create more separation. Let's genuinely reflect on the collective male behavior and the societal norms that continue to endanger women. Let's ask ourselves, how are we contributing to an environment where women feel unsafe, and how can we teach the next generation to move differently? This conversation isn't comfortable, but change rarely is. Men, it is time for us to be part of a solution that ensures safety and equality rather than perpetuating fear and harm. Let's be the men who don't just stand by, but stand up, speak out, and act right. Women deserve better from us. They deserve a world where a man is safer company than a bear in the woods.
Yeah.
Let's work toward that world together. And Tony, that was written so eloquently, and you hit the nail on the head. And that's all we're asking for, right?
Yeah.
We
And
just want to be understood.
sadly, it might not even happen in our generation. Like these changes could start.
Mhm.
I'm just imagining what it would take for me to be walking down a street at night and like a man come walking toward me or be behind me. And for me to not like, is he gonna have to be like, I'm not a rape, I'm not gonna hurt you, I'm not gonna be that. I would be even more scared if he's like, I'm not gonna hurt you. Like,
Well,
yes,
do
you
you,
are.
do you know what I've seen on TikTok?
What?
Men who are actual allies,
It was like, oh
they
girl, like look at you
straight men actually start acting gay to let ladies know that they're safe.
Yeah, I love that. That's so funny.
But that says something. Like there's something so wrong with society that like that has to happen.
Yeah,
You
I agree.
know?
I agree. And it's gonna take a lot of time. It's gonna
I
take a long
know.
time.
I know.
So do better.
Yes, yes, men, do what you can to I guess stand up and start making those changes and making women
Hold your
feel
friends accountable.
safer. Exactly.
Yeah.
If you see something off, call it out.
Hmm.
If you
Hmm.
see your piece of shit Chad friend acting a certain way toward a woman, call it shit out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't make them feel comfortable acting that way. Make them be the ones to feel uncomfortable
Right.
because they should be. So yeah, women chose the bear because if they got attacked by a bear, people would believe them and no one would ask them what they were wearing when the bear attacked them. The assertion that women would prefer to encounter a bear is based on evidence about the rate of male violence against women and on a lifetime of learning to fear and anticipate this violence. So I think this was on a Reddit. I don't remember where I got this bit from. Oh, this is from the susanquilty.com.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I guess it's a personal blog maybe.
Okay.
But this was posted May 6th, 2024. So this is titled Women Choose the Bear, Men Lose Their Minds. This really unnerved a lot of men for some reason. Like a lot of them were triggered over this.
What?
So yeah, women choose the bear, and some men react with derision or even rage. A hashtag not all men, sigh. If you've seen the memes and fallout on social media but don't know what's happening, it began with a thought experiment. If you're alone in the woods, would you rather encounter a bear or a man? There are variations such as asking a man if he'd rather his own daughter encounter a bear or a man, or whatever the version. It's not about fighting a bear or being attacked by a bear. Most women choose the bear, and some men are reacting poorly. And by poorly, I mean with angry rants, threats, name calling, either in comments or through DMs, since they are making their rage-fueled arguments without any trace of irony. Let's look at some of the possible reasons for their emotional meltdowns. So the first one is women are, quote, unreasonable. This author says, all my life, I've heard women described as unreasonable. Men are logical, women are emotional. Women flitter around making silly choices until men step in and show them a better way. Who knows mansplaining, right? Women choose the bear and men step in to explain that bears kill people. Are you gagging yet? Despite these
Who wrote
so-called,
this? This is
I
great.
don't know, but this is sassy as fuck and I'm here for it. Despite these so-called gender characteristics that pervade our society, women are just as logical and reasonable as men, maybe even more so. And men, as we see by some of their latest screaming fits over this thought experiment, are just as emotional as women, and maybe even more so. What if it's less about being, quote, reasonable and more about accepting that other people have different life experiences? Have you ever expressed a feeling and been told there's no reason to feel that way? And if so, why does that person think that they can tell you what you should or shouldn't be feeling? Believe it or not, all emotions have a reason. The reason or trigger for that emotion may be highly personal. Someone who has been in a car accident may react more strongly to being cut off in traffic, even if another passenger isn't bothered. In my experience, this author says, many humans, both men and women, lack emotional literacy. This weakness may be more prevalent among men because our society files emotions under women's stuff. In fact, empathy and caring about other people's feelings also have historically been seen as girly, feminine, wimpy, etc. In our bear scenario, women already know that bears are dangerous. Their life experiences have also taught them that men are dangerous. It isn't a question of whether a bear or a man is more physically capable of violence, but rather one of likelihood. How likely is the risk of a bear attack versus the risk of men attacking women? If we want to be, quote, reasonable about the risks of encountering a bear or a man, we can look at some of the statistics. First up, bears are certainly dangerous, and you should absolutely learn about bear safety if you're planning to hike or camp in a bear territory. That being said, your chance of being attacked by a bear is quite low on the day-to-day. According to National Geographic, chance of injury by a bear is about 1 in 2.1 million. It's also been noted that more people die from bee stings than bear attacks each year. Yeah.
National Geographic came with receipts. They came with the stats, my guy.
Facts and receipts and charts and graphs. Yeah, that's what we want. We want facts, right?
Yeah. You want
So,
logical, rational? Here, bitch, here's some numbers.
right. Now, consider just a few facts from a UN woman about the prevalence of violence against women and girls. Globally, an estimated 736 million women, almost 1 in 3, have been subjected to physical and or sexual intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, or both at least one in their life. 30% of women aged 15 and older. This figure does not include sexual harassment.
Y'all, okay. 1 in 3 between a man and a woman, or 1 in 2.1 million between woman and bear.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even see how you can like miss that connection or like, yeah.
I can't do numbers, but I love storing them away for shit like this. When you have to be like, no, listen, sit down.
Just to put things into perspective, So most violence against women is perpetrated by a current or former husband or intimate partners. More than 640 million or 26% of women aged 15 and older have been subjected to intimate partner violence. Of those who have been in a relationship, almost 1 in 4 adolescent girls ages 15 through 19, about 24%, has experienced physical and or sexual violence from an intimate partner or husband. 16% of young women aged 15 to 2024 experienced this violence in the past 12 months. Regardless of statistics, women choose the bear because their life experiences have led them to not feeling safe around men. Some men do not want to believe them.
Huh,
Yeah,
shocking.
yeah, right. Yeah. So let's talk about men being our quote natural protectors. This author of this article says, I've seen angry men saying that women who choose the bear are unreasonable, ignorant, childish, disrespectful, or full of themselves. Some of those adjectives speak to the argument that women are too silly to understand the reality of a bear attack. Others clearly seem to come from fear of rejection, as if women choose the bear as a way to say they think they are too good for men. Or
Get
men
over yourself.
right? Or men are beneath them. Aside from being portrayed as the logical, reasonable, and more intelligent of the genders, men in our society have often been held up as the providers and protectors. Some men are threatened by knowing that we now have a society where women can legally be independent. We can work a full-time job, own property, have credit cards and bank accounts. How can they be the big, strong men women rely on if women choose the bear? Yet, their defensiveness makes them miss the entire point of the thought experiment. So, what if instead of being a competition of man versus bear, the question is a way to show that women do not feel safe in our society? Women do not feel safe in our society because women are not safe in our society, right? Women are objectified, harassed, attacked every day. If men are our quote natural protectors, why are women in danger? The idea that men quote protect women is just a way of maintaining dominance. When men are afraid of rejection, they try to position themselves as a quote need in a woman's life. It's not enough to be a woman's equal partner because then she might not stay. There are way too many men who are entirely comfortable with the idea of getting what they want from women through dominance, coercion, or even violence. Sometimes it's easy to pick
Jimmy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's easy to pick them out of a crowd. But then
Ask yourself
though,
that. Jimmy Angelove in a car or a
right.
bear?
I mean, you guys all listened to our true crime episode, right?
Right, right, right. That's so funny.
So often they seem to be the quote nice guy until they maneuvered a woman defenses and all. This is another reason women choose the bear. Bears are known as danger, while men may hide their true intentions. And they're
Mm.
really good at it, right?
Hmm.
How fine was Jimmy looking from across the pool, but then,
Boy.
you ask for, jelly
Jelly
donut with
donut with
cream
cream.
and then you get a friggin' punch to the eye. So like you don't know. You never know what is gonna
Yeah.
set them off. You
Hmm.
don't know.
Hmm.
So all joking aside, so this author says, while I joked earlier about the hashtag not all men, let's be clear that no gender discussion is about all men or all women. This post is specifically about the men who are reacting badly when women choose the bear. If you haven't noticed, there are other men who also choose the bear. And some women, like this author says, like me, are also a little unsure of choosing a woman over a bear because women can be dangerous too,
That's
right?
true.
And what
Hmm.
did you say before? We are becoming the bear. We're going to have to become the bear if we want to protect ourselves from if this escalates any more than,
Yeah, yeah.
it has already. So the problem comes when people are unable to listen to the answers of a thought experiment or survey and learn from them. And just quickly on a sidebar, I saw another TikTok where men being asked about women or like choosing the men or the bear and like, getting their panties in a bunch about why would women choose the bear? Like what. But then the person asking the question reframed it and be like, okay, you're a man. So would you choose the bear or Diddy? And they all chose the bear. So
Yeah, absolutely.
point taken, right?
Wow.
There you go.
Perspective.
Perspective, exactly. So this is saying, what do women want? So when it comes to the bear scenario, women want their answers to be heard. When women choose the bear, they want men to recognize the danger that women navigate in their daily lives. Men are wary of bears when they go hiking, while women are wary of men everywhere they go. To better understand why women feel unsafe, it may help to learn more about gender inequality in general. Women have spent generations fighting for our right to stand on equal footing, and we are still fighting for our rights. Consider these results from a survey by Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security, which asks Americans about gender inequality. So, two-thirds, 66%, believe there is not full equality for women in work, life, and politics. Almost half, about 46% of women report feeling unsafe sometimes or often in their daily life because of their gender. This rate increases to 53% for Black women and 59% for Latino women. A solid majority, 59%, believe men have more opportunities than women when it comes to getting good paying jobs, and more than half, about 55%, believe that women in the US are only sometimes or rarely never treated with dignity and respect. Furthermore, the only groups where the majority believe that we have reached equality are those without a college degree, about 55%. Surprise, surprise. And Republican men, surprise, surprise, about 87%. So there is a larger interactive chart with additional information. We will link that in our show notes. So question, we're still talking about the bear, right?
Yeah.
So in this bear scenario, this author says, and women choosing the bear, it has gotten a lot of attention. And maybe you think it's too much attention and you're ready for it to be over. So she says, why are you reading this post then? Or maybe you're happy to see the conversations it has sparked. She says, I've written about some of my own experiences with intimate partner violence in the past. She adds some examples of her other writing, so we will link those in our show notes. She says, my first novel, The Insistence of Memory, touches on similar violence, and her second novel, To the Left of Death, includes a look at the aftermath of trauma, including childhood sexual assault. And as we saw during the height of the hashtag #MeToo movement, these are important topics that need to be discussed. So,
Very well written. Very nice.
yeah. Speaking of becoming the bear, the days following the results of the election, there were disgusting men going around saying, your body, my choice. And talking about leading by example, like the next generation is looking up to, like, we're the adults here, right? And little boys were saying this to little girls in schools.
Ugh.
And like they're learning this from, I don't know where the internet, online, maybe even
They're
their
just
parents.
parrots right now. They're clay, just
Right.
absorb and sponges absorbing all this.
Like, we really have to be careful, like, what you're saying around your children, what you're letting them have access to on social media. Like, I was just talking to Bella, the little girl I babysit today. She's like going on and on about, like, all my friends have cell phones. I don't have a cell phone yet. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how old are you? What grade are you in? She's like, fourth grade. I was like, you don't need a cell phone.
Ah,
I said, Bella, the internet is no place for a child.
you are
Okay?
not missing anything right now.
You do not need to be on the
You want to
internet.
learn some shit? I'll get you an encyclopedia series for $1.
The whole Britannica from the thrift store because they don't exist anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, like little boys were going around saying to girls, your body, my choice on the playground. Like,
That is fucked up. All right, guys, do better with your
do
kids.
better.
In that respect, I wanted to lay out some healthy and positive traits when we're talking about what this accountability, the sacred masculine looks like and how we embody this in ourselves as well. And in the form of like framing this empowerment through the individual women and men that can be strengthened to show this strength and wisdom and purpose beyond the bonds of stereotypical gender roles. And these traits not only empower women, but also form a crucial part in dismantling systems of oppression and creating change. Here's how these apply to the empowerment and use by women in greater feminist contexts. Leadership is number one, guiding others with wisdom and integrity. So, to women, leadership imbued with the sacred masculine means coming into positions of influence. We are trying with confidence and direction, which I think Kamala just top to bottom exuded. And it's guiding movements, communities, and organizations not through force or coercion, but through the embodiment of wisdom and integrity. And women leaders, as we see through this energy, inspire others by making decisions, serving the greater good, breaking free from stereotypes that say that leadership should be inherently masculine and I'm going to take it, I'm going to dominate that hill and dominate you and win. No, embracing leadership is a shared responsibility. And I think women feel that. And we create inclusive spaces in which collaboration thrives and moves initiatives forward that lift up marginalized voices and foster systematic changes. Another one is resilience, number two, staying strong and steadfast in the face of adversity. Resilience is the cornerstone of women's empowerment, particularly in the face of systematic sexism, racism, and other intersecting oppositions. And divine masculine resilience empowers women in their pursuits, be it equal pay, reproductive rights, or simply navigating their personal and profound challenges. This trait teaches women to draw strength from within, rise after setbacks, and persist even when progress seems slow. I do not have patience, so this is a good reminder for me that it's not It's in divine timing, and I have to
Mhm.
be patient with certain things. Resilience in this context is not about suppressing vulnerability, but about finding strength through it, showing the world that perseverance is a universal trait. Number 3, logical thinking and making decisions based on reason and analysis. While emotion and intuition are often celebrated in discussions about feminine energy, that moon, that dark energy, we're all so in tune with our bodies and our sisters and the moon. Logical thinking is equally crucial for this empowerment. Divine masculine logical thinking encourages women to approach problems strategically, weighing options and making decisions with clarity and reason. This balance of intuition and logic equips women to navigate complex systems, be it in the boardroom, academia, or in activism, and dismantling the harmful stereotypes that suggest women are too emotional to lead, while rationality and empathy coexist as a powerful tool for transformation. Number 4, protectiveness. The bear, again. That's why they have the term mama bear.
Right.
Protecting the ones and those in need. Women naturally often personify protectiveness through the care of their families, the building of communities, or by activism. The divine masculine energy of protectiveness expands this role, empowering women to stand firm as guardians, not only for their families, but for their values, rights, and their communities. This trait fuels activism, where women fight to protect the vulnerable from systemic harm, whether through advocacy for survivors of violence, championing environmental justice, or safeguarding cultural heritage. Protectiveness rooted in divine masculine energy is about creating safe spaces and standing as unwavering shields against oppression.
Before we move on, did you see that video of the Haka, that Maori girl in, was it New Zealand, where
Was
she
she
like
in like a chamber?
she ripped up the whatever the fuck they were talking about. She's
Right.
like, she didn't give a fuck. She's like, ah, come, like, oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
Chills. That was like blowing up my feed for like a good like 2 weeks. And like
Mhm.
every time I came across that video, I had to stop and watch it because she just commanded such strength
Yes.
and like embodying that, I guess, that divine, that sacred masculine energy, like standing up to parliament and like commanding her presence.
Agreed. Yeah.
And just like women can
Command in
be
that room.
masculine too, you know?
And
Right.
it's like we have both of those things inside us. We have to have that balance, find that balance. Sometimes we fluctuate more feminine, more masculine, but it's like, why do we have to
Right.
do everything?
I know it is so, it's like such a heavy cross to bear, but I mean,
We got to do it all sometimes. I'll just do it myself.
exactly, exactly.
Number 5, we got 3 more to do. Number 5 is emotional strength, managing emotions with maturity and understanding. And I'm not saying managing those emotions and suppressing, but sitting with those emotions and feeling that, like really fucking feeling those
Mm,
emotions. And that is 100% okay. When they're saying women are too emotional, that's a healthy response to not all of a sudden snap one day and go on a
right.
shooting spree. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Emotional strength for women is a game changing characteristic in a world that usually criticizes or suppresses their feelings. Divine masculine emotional strength enables women to express themselves emotionally without being dominated by such emotions, thus striking a balance between vulnerability and maturity. It is the energy that can enable them to handle conflict, grief, and even injustice with so much dignity that the turmoil evokes constructive action. It also helps women advocate for themselves and others without losing sight of compassion, creating emotionally intelligent leaders who are both empathetic and resolute. Number 6, purposefulness, having a clear sense of direction and intent. That's what we needed for this episode. This is exactly a purposeful episode that you, our listeners, feel safe and heard, and you're not going through this alone.
Right. And I just want to point out that this episode was fueled by so much emotion, but we took that emotion, we sat in that emotion instead of acting rashly, and
Yeah, I'm glad we
we
could do that.
we channeled that in the way that we felt was more productive.
Yeah. I like to think as my lovely fire signs in a certain way, where initially our first episode was kind of like this raging wildfire.
Yeah.
And I took my little Sagittarius friend and I said, I'm going to make you into a little Molotov cocktail. We're going to just push you in and we're going to condense you and we're going to use you specifically for this. And we're going to throw you over here. So
Yeah.
that is how I felt about this episode.
I'm glad you kind of, calm with your with your little air. You're like, just relax. Fine.
I'm glad it didn't stir up more of your fire. I just wish I wish I could be closer to you.
Yeah.
It's hard to see your loved ones in such pain sometimes. And
Yeah.
um I'm glad we could turn this into a purposeful narrative.
Right.
Yeah. And it's about aligning those actions with a vision for the future, a trait that has driven countless women's movements throughout history. For women, the divine masculine purposefulness means having a set goal and working toward these goals with determination and focus. Be it policy changes that one is fighting for, career building, or personal growth, this energy provides direction and intention. Women who embody purposefulness inspire others to do the same, fostering a ripple effect that drives collective progress and builds momentum for meaningful change. And lastly, accountability, owning my own actions and the consequences, therefore. Accountability is one of the most important traits in building trust and credibility in an individual and collective level. For women, divine masculine accountability would involve taking responsibility for her actions, standing by her decisions, and learning from mistakes. Within a context of solidarity and activism, this would help in a collaboration of how women hold themselves and others accountable for their movements of progress or lack thereof. Again, the accountability that Justina and I were mentioning before. Don't let your friends get away with bullshit. Don't let them do that. This empowers women to challenge the systems of power with integrity, making sure that their efforts are tied to ethical values and commitment to justice. These are the very qualities necessary in the feminist movement to break down the chain of oppression and build a culture of equality and empowerment. They give women the tools to balance assertiveness and compassion, logic and intuition, strength and vulnerability. By embracing divine masculine energy, women transcend the limitations imposed by traditional gender roles, asserting their right to lead, protect, and thrive in the areas of life. Moreover, these characteristics are not only about individual empowerment, but also about building bonds of solidarity among women. And this, creates inclusivity. For example, leadership and purposefulness are important in organizing the movement, while emotional strength and accountability work to address divisions within feminist spaces. It is resilience that makes sure that the movement lasts, while logical thinking will help strategize how to create long-lasting change. By integrating these qualities, women bring back their full range of power, proving that masculine divine energy is not simply a resource for men, but a part of the universal storehouse, which grounds, transforms, and brings justice. In fact, they are inspiring men toward these qualities, which strengthen rather than weaken feminist goals, a balanced partnership towards progress and change. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, I think we could all use a little progress and change.
Yes. Yes.
I think we're just all exhausted at this point.
Mm-hmm.
There's always going to be a fight, but it's just felt like an uphill battle for so long. And now I feel like we're being pushed back down the hill a little bit, so to
A
speak.
little bit. Yeah. A little
But
bit of Atlas. Yeah.
but we keep on going, and that just speaks to the strength and resilience of women.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to bring us right back to kind of where we started, like the witch wound and what is it and how do we heal? So let's talk about the witch wound a little bit. This article is by Celeste Larson from magebymoonlight.com. And Celeste is actually an author of a book titled, I think it's called How to Heal the Witch Wound, I think it might be called. I think I mention it a little later on at the end of the article. But Celeste says the witch wound is an inherited collective trauma that is rooted in the dark history of the burning times, and that manifests as a fear of being seen, speaking up, and stepping into your full magic and power. During the burning times, tens of thousands of innocent women and men were imprisoned, tortured, and executed in the most inhumane and brutal of ways: burning, beheading, drowning, hanging, and those accused who escaped execution were exiled from their communities, stripped of their status, and pushed out of their vocations. Some of these victims were healers, midwives, wise women and men, and diviners who served their communities, and others were simply people who were too outspoken or too old, too rich, too poor, too beautiful, or too ugly, right? Like, we can never just be. It's always you're too something, right?
Exactly.
We can
Yes.
never just live and be who we are, because it doesn't matter what side of the coin you are, you're
Too
wrong.
much. It's
You're
too
too
much of
much.
something.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter what we do. We're fucked either way, right?
Yeah.
So all of these were victims of the patriarchy, capitalism, imperialism, and religious tyranny. Our ancestors who survived these dark times carried the memory of these events not just in their minds, but also in their bodies. Their fear, their shame, their grief, their survival instincts have been passed down through the ages and now live on in our blood and bones. And this is the legacy of the witch wound. It exists on both a soul level and on a DNA level, yet it also exists on a societal and cultural level. Even today, the toxic binds of patriarchy, capitalism, imperialism, and religious tyranny restrict self-expression. These oppressive systems dictate which lifestyles, professions, hobbies, interests, bodies, clothes, and hairstyles are, quote, acceptable and worthy, and which are not. They favor those in power and attempt to shame those who fall into the category of, quote, the other. Witches, of course, have always been the ultimate other. Witches, those who claim their energy-given birthrights of spirituality and magic, and who use their power to create change in their inner and outer worlds, have never been the ones we should fear. It has always been the men wielding the torches. It is time for witches to stop hiding their magic and reclaim their power. And so attached to this article is the book that Celeste wrote called Heal the Witch Wound, Reclaim Your Magic, and Step into Your Power.
Awesome.
Yeah. So a bit more about this book. So healing the witch wound is not about going back in time or dwelling on the atrocities of the past. It's actually quite the opposite. The work is about taking steps now to reclaim your power, live a more magical life, and embody your most authentic self. This book will lead you through a diverse range of practices, including spellwork, rituals, meditations, journal prompts, to help you uncover and work through feelings of reticence, uncertainty, and fear. Some practices may not resonate for you, while others may be deeply impactful. Take what works, adapt and customize where you can, and leave the rest. This is your journey. This is, I guess, the synopsis of the book. So I just wanted to talk about some of the ways that your witch wound can manifest. So hiding your magical practices and interests in the broom closet. How many of us have grown up in those religions with those dogmatic principles? They discriminate if you're a little different or you don't follow certain things that are, quote, in the Bible. But let's be real, like most of the people who claim to read the Bible don't know what the fuck is in that book anyway.
The greatest work of fiction ever written.
Exactly. So coming back into your power, not wanting to hide anymore, stepping into your power and not really, I guess, succumbing to what those dogmatic principles are, with like those restrictions your religions try to put on you. So, and what did I say to you, Christina? Like when we were trying to record this episode a month ago, I was like, I feel like I have to go back into the broom closet now. Like,
yes, you did.
I was in like a state of like fight or flight, and my first instinct was, I need to protect myself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And you brought up a good point because it's just so unknown. And you said, who knows how long we're going to be able to do this podcast? Who knows how long or how quickly things can escalate into the capital other people having to live in fear and in hiding again.
Yeah.
And that really got me thinking. I was like, well, we might as well fucking do this episode now before we can't.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a legitimate fear now. I'm just going to put that out there. Like that literally went through my mind. Like, oh my God, are we all going to have to go back into the broom closet?
Right.
But then I'm like, no, fuck that. That's exactly what they want us to do. So
stay in line, bitch. Stay in your
lane. We're going to do this podcast as long as we can.
Totally. Absolutely.
And just keep, putting our light out there. And that's all we can really do right now. So another way that your witch wound can manifest is feelings of fear, shame, and guilt about your magical and spiritual beliefs. Fear of being viewed as sinful, evil, crazy, dangerous, silly, or weird. Feelings of being an imposter, a fraud, or unworthy of your spiritual gifts.
Didn't we just talk about this week?
Yeah.
I was like, I do not feel witchy at all.
Right.
Like I don't even deserve to call myself a witch right now. And that's that witch wound.
Was it what did Lori say? Like back in the summertime we were talking, she was like, right now I feel like a what did she call it?
I don't know, like not a part-time witch, like I say trash witch.
Yeah.
But she said something super poignant, like it had a really good name. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, we'll have to go back into the archives and see. I don't remember either, but I was like, that so hits the nail on the head. Like we're not all gonna feel witchy all the time. There's gonna be moments where we want to retreat back into that broom closet and not step fully into that power. There's times we're not gonna even touch our altars or like refresh our altar for the season or work with your deities or whatever you do to make you feel connected. There's gonna be times where you don't feel like you can do that emotionally, physically, spiritually. Like you're just gonna feel like right now I feel depleted. Like I don't feel like I can connect either. And maybe we're all feeling that a little bit collectively right now. Like I feel like the wind has been taken out of my sails.
Yeah, I understand that to as a way to protect yourself, but you've also said things like underlying things that you still have that connection, but it's so subliminal right now. Like you're called to maybe work with Hecate a little more. You're called to work with Baba Yaga a little more. You're called to redo your altar on your vanity a little bit, your kitchen witchery. Now I think it's so second nature for us to do these things. We're like, that's not witchy, that's just me, you know?
Yeah.
But I know sometimes in especially with, I'm going to say it, like traumatic instances or instances of grief that we're definitely going through now. Some people are delving really deep into the witchcraft and really putting their energy into maybe the more left-handed work as
Yeah.
far as the patriarchy, where some of us are just trying to take care of our mental health. And to do that, that's just kind of shutting down and doing like a soft reboot, you know,
Yep.
just a safety reset for a few months. And
Yeah.
that's what we're doing.
Yeah. I mean, if you have to be the hermit card for a while, that's
Mm.
okay.
Hmm.
That's
I want to
okay.
put that out. I want to put the hermit out. Good idea.
If you want to be the high priestess and fuck some shit up, do that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Like,
Tower card. Fuck it.
yeah, do what you feel called to do in this moment and honor your own inner goddess. If
Yeah.
that's, that's, yeah. I think we all really need to do what we can to protect ourselves right now, like mentally, first and foremost, I feel like, because I feel like that's the first thing that kind of like suffers. Like if you're not taking care of yourself, that could really do some damage if, you're not being careful with that. Scrolling through my TikTok, I've been seeing all sorts of like different takes on what's going on. Like, yeah, some people are diving deep into that Hecate, working with Lilith a little more. Like, I know there's witches on Etsy who are selling their services to fuck up the patriarchy right now, and it's working wonders.
Yeah.
Like,
That's funny.
it's stirring some shit up.
It
So
is.
let me just say, I'm sitting back with my popcorn right now.
Yeah. Let me watch. I'm gonna watch you. This is more entertaining watching you.
I'm watching that tower card. The castle is gonna crumble. It's only a matter of time because before we can start at ground zero again and work our way back up into a more empathetic, loving society, those old systems of the patriarchy, they have to crumble first.
Absolutely.
So I'm just sitting back with my popcorn and watching that shit crumble. I'm like, it's gonna
Yeah.
happen. It's bound to happen eventually. You can't keep up that facade, that illusion forever,
Yeah.
right? And I have to say, Wicked right now, the movie, the musical that just came out in the theaters, it couldn't have come out at the most poignant, perfect time.
Totally. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right.
Right? Like that wizard is just like putting the illusion all over Oz and nobody's seeing it.
Yeah.
But Elphaba walks in and she's like, I'm a witch, bitch. I'm calling you out. You're not going to get away with this. The shit is going down.
Yeah.
Right? And I went to go see that.
You did in theater.
Yeah, I went to go see that in the theater. What was it, like right before Thanksgiving?
Nice.
And
Did you
I was
cry?
just watching the whole time, just like with all that gunk back, like in the back of my mind, just thinking like, this is like mirroring reality right now. It's really weird.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You know?
Yeah. That's how I felt when I reread the 1984. I was like, this is way too close to home right now.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, I went to see it with Avi and, my family who we know are Trump supporters. I'm not gonna say his name because he's Voldemort in my eyes, right?
Okay.
Because saying his name gives him power, and fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, I went to see it with my family, and after the movie, they were like, "Oh my god, I was crying when Elphaba, like, at the end, blah blah blah, when she faced the wizard." And they were like, "Did you cry? Were you crying?" I was like, "Actually, no."
No.
They were like, "How can you not cry during that?" And in the back of my mind, I'm not gonna say shit because I don't want to stir shit up with them, like, But in the back of my mind, I was like, that made me more fired up. That made me more angry. That made me more stepping into that divine feminine, saying, "No, fuck you and your illusions and all that fucking mess."
Yeah.
And like, it made me more fired up than it made me want to cry.
You just did the hair tuck behind the ear, and it just reminded me of like, am I better than everyone else?
Am I the villain?
Am I the drama?
Am I the drama? But they were like, "How could you not cry during that?" And I'm like, because you wouldn't understand, because that made me more in tune with the divine feminine rising. And the divine feminine rising, it's not a pretty sight. Like,
It's
you know what
Kali, it's
you
blood, it's
exactly.
destruction and fire.
You know what Hecate could do. You know what Lilith could do. We're taking our power back, but the tower has to crumble first.
Yeah,
That's all I'm
agreed.
saying.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. Lastly, another way that your witch wound can manifest is the internalized belief that your version of spirituality and magic is dangerous or wrong. We've all been there. We've all had those feelings that, like, maybe I'm doing this wrong, but, like, whatever your intuition is telling you to do, it's gonna steer you in the right direction.
Yeah.
There is no wrong.
Harm none.
Harm none, exactly.
Unless they deserve it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That divine feminine is rising. So let's talk about some ways that we can heal. Because we've already examined how the witch wound can manifest, but how can we begin to heal that witch wound? So first and foremost, I think it's really important to examine history, understanding the history of the witch wound and how it's connected to capitalism and colonization. It's essential to our healing, like understanding the root of the issue, right? Not just brushing it under the rug and, like, saying, oh, we'll get over it. Like, it's really understanding the source of where it all stemmed from. And for me personally, that's like my yearly retreats to Salem and reconnecting with, like, why we are where we are and continuing to examine, like, how we arrived at this patriarchal world that we currently live in, you know?
Yeah.
So whatever that looks like for you, I know for me, it's like continuing to connect with the ancestors on those grounds where that all went down.
Yeah. I think the biggest wound, as you know, for me is not being heard. And I think with this election, I was not heard. And I'm like, Christina, you weren't the only one voting. All right. Not everybody is as smart as you. But it's like, are you not fucking listening? And I had something happen over Thanksgiving, I'll tell you about later, that I was like, how much clearer do I, representing the female collective, how much clearer do we have to be? Why are you not listening?
Yeah.
That's what I would label my wound as.
Yeah, I know. You've talked about that to me in the past, like, those childhood traumatic experiences, but
Sure.
it all goes back to, these wounds started before our mothers, came generations, centuries
Exactly.
before.
Exactly.
It's just a, collective, like an accumulation. It's like a snowball effect. And, like, if we're not going to be the ones to break those cycles in our generation, it's just going to keep going.
Exactly. Yep.
So that is also something to be aware of. So another way you can heal your witch wound is practicing rituals, meditations, journal prompting, shadow work, right? These practices can help you uncover and work through some feelings of fear, uncertainty, and reticence. And I did a little bit of that over the past month, just a little bit of journaling, maybe some tarot card pulls, and it's really examining, like, why these certain things trigger me the way that they trigger me.
Right.
And,
You mentioned this book. We have some more books later, but because you just mentioned journal prompts and meditations and stuff, I work really well with workbooks and journaling, but something that was recommended to me for something else, but it really works for this political climate. Like, we are going through a grief process. And as we know, it's not linear. These emotions will cycle through. It's like a rainbow of grief. But I wanted to just shout out this book, Navigating Grief Workbook by Anna Darbone, psychology doctor. It was $8 on Kindle. And I think it would be a really good tool for a lot of people right now. You can reuse it for other things, but personally myself, I have a hard time processing losing someone, but also right now losing the freedoms.
But another thing that I want to point out, this is kind of what I'm going through right now. Grief doesn't have to be losing a loved one physically, right?
Yes.
Like, how many of us have family who have raised us with the morals that we currently have, and we have seen them succumb to the brainwashing of the mainstream media and of the right-wing, Christian nationalist agenda. Like, we've seen them succumb to that, and losing family members to that, knowing those family members are still alive and, like, they're still trying to act like everything is fine and dandy, and, like, in the back of your mind, how do you continue having those relationships with those people, knowing that they voted the same way as hate groups?
Yep.
They voted away a lot of women voted away their best interests.
It is, if you've ever had to cut a toxic person out of your life and that person still exists, that is, you have to honor the death of that relationship. But even if that person is still in your life and you have to deal with the family because they're family, that's an alteration of the core relationship you guys had. And that is not easy.
And
That is not easy.
what if those people are your parents who otherwise are like the most loving people, but you know they now hold these ideals that go against everything that you were taught growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Like that to me is the most heart-wrenching thing that I'm currently going through, and it's heartbreaking.
I'm sorry.
And that's what mostly shatters me, you know?
Yeah.
And that's kind of, I think, like where, like a month ago when we had this discussion, we were trying to record this episode, I think that's where most of my anger came from, is like, I'm angry that I lost people that I love to this bullshit.
And Thanksgiving was right around the corner, and
Yes.
that was probably a lot at
And
once.
I was grappling like, do I even want to go? Like, I don't even know
Yeah.
if I want to go.
Right.
But that is also grief. Like you don't have to lose a person physically to be grieving them, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
So I just want to point that out there. So everybody who's in that same situation, I feel you.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you, and I see you and I love you.
Yeah, thank you for letting me interject that that book
course.
recommendation against that. Well, it's going to be in our notes, but it was Anna Durbone,
Yeah.
Navigating Grief workbook.
So where do we leave off here?
Connecting with nature.
Connect with nature. This is probably the most beautiful one. I mean, if you have kitty cats, puppy dogs, whatever animals you have in your life, hold them dear right now.
A potted plant.
A potted plant, you hold your plant. You know, do what you need to do. Nurture something. Whether
That
or
could be
not you
your
decide to have
creativity.
children or pets, exactly. Nurture your creativity. Maybe, you know, put your pain into a piece of art or do something. Like, I've been baking a lot, I've been cooking a lot, I've been decorating for Yule a lot. Like,
That's so good.
I've been doing stuff to kind of like keep me grounded and back into the present, because a lot of this internal turmoil comes with feelings of not being, or being out of control, like not being
Yeah.
able to control things. And you know, that's just life. We can't control everything,
Mhm.
and that's just going to happen, but we have to find ways to feel like we are in somewhat of control so that we can stay grounded. Like, I've been cleaning the shit out of my house.
Rage cleaning.
Rage cleaning, and you know, just
Come on.
hugging my pets, and they can tell. Your pets, they know when something's off.
Coraline's been giving you all the lovin's.
Coraline has been like, I had never seen her do this before. She's been like jumping onto my chest and like trying to get as close as she can to my face and purring very loudly.
Give you my healing, mama.
So, how many hertz was? I don't remember. In our cat episode, we were talking about like literally a cat's purr can literally heal broken bones and mend
Check
broken
out
hearts.
episode 94 about all the cats. All the cats.
You know, I have one. Look at this one right here.
Oh, Bunky.
Just surround yourself with your animals right now and just nurture something, nurture your creativity, and put all of your love into something that's gonna make you feel healed and filled, and get your mind off of the things that you can't really control right now.
Yes.
You know? Yeah, so reconnect with nature. Go outside. I know it's too close. I mean, too cold for some, like New Jersey's like 20 fucking degrees right now. I wish I can go put my feet in the grass, but I would literally get frostbite. But, you know, if you live in a warmer climate, maybe go outside, touch some grass, plant some stuff.
You know, it'd be really nice. Do you have a heating pad?
I do. I have an herbal one and a heated blanket.
Okay, here's my idea. Heated blanket, put it on the ground. Get like a little Tupperware you can fit your feet in. Put some sand in that Tupperware, warm it up, and then like scratch out your feet in some warm sand.
I like that. Yeah, see, you can hack your environment, right?
Yeah, trick your brain.
Trick your brain, and yeah, exactly. Or if you have a sunroom and you don't necessarily want to be outside in the elements, sit in the sunroom so you could feel the warmth of the sun and you see the nature through your glass.
Absolutely.
You know, there's ways that you can like alter your brain so like you can feel like you're in nature.
Absolutely.
So definitely there are tons of ways you can get connected with nature, even if you live in the colder climates right now. So yeah, decorate a Yule tree, right? Bring the nature inside.
That's right.
Do some nature crafting.
Oh, you know what? I hung up your little mushroom garland yesterday on my mantle. I forgot to send you a photo, but yeah, I did some decorating yesterday. Went out and cut some, you know, pine, brought it inside, and it just felt good.
Yes. Absolutely. He's been so funny. He's been like all up on the witch talk too lately. And I told you he just bought a 7-foot Krampus that he wants to put outside and scare all our neighbors. He still has our Blair Witch sticks hanging from the tree from Halloween. Yeah, he's so funny. So he's like, we need to go get he wants to make those orange pomander balls with the
Mhm.
clove and like slice the oranges and hang them all over. He wants to like make our whole house look like Baba Yaga's hut
I
inside. And
love
I
that.
am totally for it. I'm
I
like,
love
let's
that.
do it. So
And
yeah,
dehydrate some of the orange slices. I
yeah.
have to ask you, has Crumpus Thirst Trap TikTok found you yet?
I saw somebody reacting to it, but I have not seen the actual thirst trap. I gotta find it though.
I'm more about the Crumpus Thirst Trap than that Death Eater thing. I'm like, there's some like weird looking dude under there, but I don't know.
I haven't
I'm
seen
kind of
the
for it.
actual thirst trap yet, but I'm sure it'll come across my For You page eventually. I might have to actually just like look it up
Uh-huh,
because I'm
uh-huh.
like, what is this? But yeah. Also, there's Krampus naughty books.
Mm-hmm. I've
Did you
seen
see
those.
that?
Haven't read them.
Yeah, there's a few of those floating around, so I might have to get my
Funny.
hands on one of those.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, so bring the nature inside. Also, you can deepen your connection to the natural world, which can help you understand your personal power and discover your spiritual path. So maybe, I don't know, you can even, maybe choose to learn a little bit more about the Sabbath that we're currently approaching. Maybe learn a
Mhm.
little bit more about Yule and the traditions that go along with that.
Do a
So,
simmer pot. Like it's
yes.
so simple. Simplest thing.
Yes. And Lord knows we all like need a little maybe liquid courage right now. I know I do. You can mull some wine, I'm just saying, with some
Ooh.
spices and like get your kitchen nice and toasty.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you know what I've been doing when I come home from work? I have a cage full of wine from like people bring over wine all the time and like I don't drink a lot, not by myself anyway, but like when I come home from work and I'm cooking dinner, I'll have a glass of wine while I'm cooking. Or like, I'll have some wine with dinner.
Yeah,
Or, just something to feel warm and toasty inside and get in touch with the
exactly.
spirit of the season. And, it's not bad to just get a little tipsy too because fuck the world right now, So
I
do what
love
you
it.
need to do.
And right now, I know it's very cold where you are, but and it might be a little late, but like down here, great time to start putting your bulbs in the ground for spring. And
Mm.
also, I just was fucking around. This was a couple weeks ago. I have a ton of pine cones, but you can do this with acorns too. There's squirrels everywhere right now going crazy for the acorns. I just
Mm.
did like a spiral of pine cones in my front yard in the
Oh,
moss and
that's
an
cute.
infinity symbol around my trees. Just show your property if you have any or your balcony, your garden, balcony garden a little love, make it a little magical, put
Yeah.
some lights or even bells on it. I have some bells on my blueberry bush that doesn't have anything on it, but like I just want it to know I love you and you care for me. So I'm gonna make
Yeah.
you pretty.
Right. Or if you have a husband that's going down the dark path and wants to hang Blair Witch sticks from your tree, do that too.
Support that.
Yeah, exactly. We had a squirrel the other day. We bought these like mini pumpkins from Trader Joe's for Halloween, right? And they've been around our tree on the side of the house since Halloween. And we have a big bay window on the side of our house so we could see like right out to that side garden. And this fucking squirrel, he was strong. I don't know how he fucking carried this. It was a baby pumpkin, but still big for a squirrel. He fucking carried it up the tree
Oh
to
my
the next
God.
branch. He was sitting there munching on this whole ass pumpkin with his hands, right? His little like squirrel mittens, just like gnawing at the pumpkin, sitting on a tree branch. I was like, how did he get that up there?
And
And me
Avi's
and
just like,
Avi,
he deserves that.
yeah, we were just sitting there watching him cracking up because
That's
I was like,
so
how did that
crazy.
squirrel get that whole pumpkin up the tree? It was the
That's a
cutest thing
major
I've ever seen.
squirrel.
I've
That's
never seen that before. It was amazing. Yeah.
just enjoying little things like that
Yeah.
is and deepening your connection to nature.
Animals are so funny, man.
It's
They
so funny.
really they really are the light through this dark time, I have to say. They've been really keeping me entertained
Good.
and my mind off with all the dark shit. So another thing you could do, embrace your authenticity. Healing the witch wound is about reclaiming your power and living a more authentic life.
Love it.
And lastly, give love to the resistance, recognizing the inner resistance that wants to keep you safe in the status quo as your witch wound and choosing to heal instead.
Mhm.
So that goes back to what I was saying like before, like when we tried to record this the first time and I was like, oh my God, I feel like I have to go back into the broom closet. And like, that's not honoring the witch wound. That's going back. That's reverting to a place of fear and where the status quo wants to keep us, right?
Mhm.
So it's kind of like re-examining your beliefs and your morals morals and, what you stand firmly in, stand firmly in it. And, be the light for those who are more afraid to, and maybe that will encourage them to do that as well.
Yes. Yeah. And as somebody who is always trying to mediate and not step on toes and tread very lightly, initially I was like, I don't really want to bring politics on here. And you are so right in saying that it's not a political issue, it's a moral issue right now. And it made me sit with a thought of what is this fear? Where is this coming from that you are scared to speak about your morals on the show when you have before?
Right.
And if it's ruffling some feathers that don't agree with us, then we welcome you here if you're going to stay, but just know this is where we're going to stand. And I want people to understand that I am for them. I am behind them. It's just hard to vocalize as somebody who's always been told to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That is where I think I was needing to find what worked for both of us. And it was putting this together this way and coming out this way. So thank you for doing that with me.
Yeah. And I think that that's what this is like being able to have an open dialogue, and like no matter where you stand on whatever political side you stand on, just know that like I voted for everybody, even the people who voted for Voldemort. I voted for humankind, of what I believe in my heart would benefit more people on a human level,
Agreed.
Not wanting to fuck with people's taking more rights away than we already have over, the course of history. Just being a fucking human about it, just having empathy.
Agreed.
That's all I'm saying, But I think it is important to talk about this, and we have been very open in the past, so it's like not retreating back from that. Like, why would we shy away from talking about that now? Like now, maybe it's more than ever our voices, it's time to make our voices heard,
right?
You're
so
right. That's always where I'm gonna stand. So now that we've talked about the witch wound and how you can heal your witch wound and honor it, let's talk about some more, I guess, coming back to the real world, some self-care tips for everyone during the post-election season, because I think we really need some collective self-care right now, right?
It just is. Did they fucking do this on purpose that an election happens right before like 3 major holidays where you have to see family and friends?
Yeah, that's fucked.
It's fucked up. It's masochistic, my guys. Sadistic. So yeah, especially now, like when we're facing these disagreements with our family members and our friends and our neighbors over political beliefs. Let me give you some suggestions. And some of these you might be like, well, I've been doing the complete opposite of that and it's been helping me, which is totally fine. I'm going to flip flop 2 of these. And in that vein, I want to say like unplug from social media and news. But I know for some people, knowing that other people are feeling the same way has been helpful. In my case, I had to just skip it. And that's totally okay. So try to unplug for a little bit. And that could just be good as this winter starts to get darker for the next 3 weeks. Pick up your books instead, maybe. But staying informed, it is important. It's okay to set boundaries though. So maybe consume your content in the morning instead of right before bed where your mind is going to spiral out of control. If constant news updates and social media debates are overwhelming you, take a break from the screen. Try to disconnect for a bit, especially before bed. Give yourself some mental space.
I had to reset my For You page on the TikTok because it was, well, if you come across a video, well, I think there's a way to do it. I think you could go into like your settings and like reset somewhere through there. But for me, when a video about like nature or witchcraft would come up, I would stay there and watch it, because when you stay and watch a certain video, the algorithm keeps feeding you more of those kinds of videos.
I like that, yeah.
So I was trying to not give so much attention to the political stuff and focusing more on the nature and grounding kind of stuff.
I love it.
And that was making me feel a little better through that dark, month of November. I think it also is important to kind of stay informed and, stay in the know, like be aware of like what's going on, but maybe not obsess over it, for sure.
And check your sources. Really.
Yes. Yeah. Check your sources. Do you know legacy media, like mainstream media, has the viewership, the ratings have plummeted over the past month because people are just fucking done with the rhetoric and like the swaying back and forth, the left and the right. Like, it's exhausting. Like, just give us the facts. We don't need the fucking spin on it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I have to give it to like the people like the independent journalists on TikTok just giving the straight facts and like that's
Yes.
all like that's how
Yeah,
I've been
there are
getting.
a few on there that I will stop and listen because I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I know this is straight and narrow. Like this, there I don't have any questions afterward. It's pretty
Right.
dead on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, but that, and also yeah, definitely be very picky where you get your news from right now, I guess, you know?
Mhm. Just try to find those moments of calm, like Justine and I
Mhm.
were talking about, whether that's outside in nature or blasting your music. It could be classical music you're blasting. Maybe you're rage screaming, singing in the car, and you're gonna lose your voice later. But if that makes you feel calm afterward, do that.
Yeah.
If you can take a walk, go take a walk. If you're into yoga meditation, do that. But this could also be cooking or cleaning or being with your animals. Just a few minutes of focused breathing. I don't know what I was, a meltdown over Thanksgiving. And as soon as I started to like think, like breathe all the way in and all the way out, it took such concentration, but it is so helpful, like to just be cognizant of that in and out. Do your counting if you need to. So take action in ways that empower you. If you're feeling powerless, channel your energy, like Justina's cleaning, into something constructive. This can help. It might include, if you weren't registered to vote this year, if you sat this one out, register to vote, volunteer, soup kitchens, participating in community activism, focus on what you can control. And if it's small steps, that's fine. It will make a difference and it'll help you feel more grounded. Educate yourself thoroughly. If you want to stay engaged, focus on trustworthy news sources that align with your values. Empower yourself with the knowledge about the issues that matter to you. And this can help build the confidence when navigating conversations for sure. Because people like to, I fucking love those interviewers that go to like MAGA shit and they're interviewing, asking questions, and then they just pick those people apart. Like they're stealing your houses, like they're gonna move
Uh-huh.
into your house. Well, no, not my house. Okay, but who? Like it's just so, I love it. I can't get enough. Number 5, express yourself creatively, whether that is through journaling, art, writing down your thoughts, finding creative outlets. This can help you process your feelings and release pent up stress. This is what I did. I disassociated and I started writing a book.
I
Started
love that.
writing the shit out of
Ooh.
I was just like, I'm going to be in another world right now. I'm
You know what?
600 pages in.
Some of the best books, I have to say, have been written during politically charged times,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you know? And now we're wondering why they're trying to ban all books.
Yeah. The fuck? Connect with supportive people. Spend time with friends and loved ones who lift you up and who feel safe. And if you're
Mhm.
feeling isolated, consider reaching out to support groups online. Check out the Magnolia podcast. We are here for you. I love this one. Reach out for professional support if you're feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or hopeless. Know that it's okay to seek help. That's why friends are free and
Mhm.
professionals are, is because sometimes they can give you tools you would not necessarily think would be useful for something like this.
Right.
So talk to a counselor or therapist, and they can provide some support during this time.
I
Go ahead.
have a question though. Like, what if the therapist, we don't have to put this in the podcast either. This is just me like thinking, but like I came across a TikTok recently of this woman who was doing therapy and her therapist was politically biased. So she stopped seeing her because she
That's
didn't
okay.
like her
Yeah.
morals.
Yeah.
It is okay. But I'm saying like what if your therapist is politically biased or spirit or religiously biased? Like you had an experience with a religiously biased therapist once, right? And
I did.
and
Yeah,
you
and
gotta
that's
do that.
totally okay. They're used to people coming in and out, and sometimes maybe you have to lead with that.
Yeah,
I know there are some like websites you can go to where you can specifically use like a filter to select people, but
that's
I
helpful.
think getting that on the table first thing, if that's something that triggers you, get that on the table first thing. And once I found this person who I'm talking to, I am absolutely in love with her because
That's good. Yeah.
she has never said one way or the other whether she's anything. She just listens in an unbiased fashion, and I really appreciate that. And suggesting the grief workbook when I'm going through this. Plus, there's something else she recommended for this conversation, because I discussed with her that I didn't know how to be there for you,
Mm.
and I was like, I was so upset that I couldn't be physically there. So she
Yeah.
recommended a video that I'll mention later. It'll be linked, having to do with finding peace during this time. Reach out to your friends. Just say, I need to vent,
Mhm.
and just let them know I don't need you to fix this. I just need to get this off my chest. Or
Yeah.
if you want them to be angry with you, say, okay, here's how I'm going to need you to hold space for me, is just be angry with me right now.
Yeah.
That's
That's
okay.
I loved that how you framed that because
Yeah.
sometimes, like, you vent to somebody and you already have this preconceived notion about how they're going to respond, including including like your significant others. Like, I had to vent to Avi, and like, he completely wrong reaction what I wanted from him in that moment. And like, that's where it goes back to like the not all men thing. Like, yes, he's an ally, but they need to reframe their minds so that they can be a support of women having those emotional reactions to the discrimination coming at us right now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, I mentioned something happening to him about like the women's rights thing, and like something happened in Texas or whatever. I don't remember. He goes, you're really sounding like your Aunt Fina right now, who is a wild conspiracy theorist, by the way.
Oh.
And I was like, that's the last thing I wanted you to say to me right fucking now. Are you serious?
Yeah. No. Oh no.
So explaining to somebody before you vent to them that you need them to react a certain way just to hold space for you,
Mhm.
it kind of like eliminates them giving you their own bias. So
Mhm.
that triggers you even more.
And if you're in that space to receive, like, okay, I'm feeling so strongly this way, but maybe you need to feel a little more balanced. Tell me how you're feeling about this. And then that's the appropriate time to have like a productive discussion. But yeah, sometimes I will just tell Aaron, like, I need you to usually he just listens. But so most of the time I'm like, I need you to help me fix this, or I need you to be angry, which that is not his strong suit. But that's why I call you sometimes. I'm like, I need you to fucking be angry with me right now. And you're like, who
And
do I
I'm
have to
like,
kill?
fire sign. I'm like, tell me just who to kill, where to go, where are we burying the body?
Exactly.
So yeah, if
What
you
you
guys want
need.
somebody to be angry with you, just call your resident fire sign friend. For sure.
I love it. No questions asked. I got
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I got you, girl. So let's talk about some self-care for activists, right? So
Yes.
for people in the line of fire who are doing the dirty work too.
These might be a little redundant for what we just did, but Mushim, Patricia, Akita shared some things. I won't read the whole thing. I might just hit these highlighted pieces, but clarify and strengthen your intention and purpose. Has there been something you've been putting off? Maybe this is your true calling. Maybe you're supposed to write a book or something. Your deepest intention, the sturdiest reason why you go through the day, and resist overwhelm and collapse. Whatever it is, it has to become your body. It has to be in the marrow of your bones, and it needs to be the first thing on your mind when you wake up and the last thing in your heart when you go to sleep. We carry our precepts and vows, and perhaps more importantly, our precepts and vows carry us when we fall down. So waking up in the morning, what is that thing that is driving you right now? Is it making your house cozy for the coming fall? Is it cooking those delicious meals for yourself and your loved ones? Is it that creative project that you're very excited about and you just can't put it down? Just getting by and hoping we die without too much pain isn't nearly enough. And if you spiral down into clinical depression, reach out for help. They remind themselves daily that thousands and thousands of people have traveled the path of compassionate action with great purpose and determination through the rise and rule and collapse of many governments. Traveling this path is completely human and possible. We can do it.
Right.
Check in on your embodied feeling of being alive. Ask yourself regularly, how alive do I feel? We now know that trauma compromises the brain area that communicates the physical embodied feeling of being alive, says Dr. Bensel Venderkolk in the New York Times scientist bestseller, The Body Keeps the Score, Brain, Mind, and Body in Healing of Trauma. In the current political mess, it almost always feels counterintuitive to slow down, to drop into the body, to connect quietly to something as seemingly obvious as the sensation of our weight pressing into the chair or the breath going in and out. But we need to begin establishing a sense of basic trust that being alive means that not everything is destroyed by despair. Impermanence means that things can improve and we have agency. Limitation is real, but so is liberation.
I just have to say real quick. So like the first reaction I had to, the results of the election, despair, right? Like feeling out of control. But then the next reaction was rage. And, as women, we're taught, or like it's, indoctrinated in us at a very young age that like be in control of your emotions. Don't feed into like you can't show them rage. But I feel like when you suppress that rage for so long, it can manifest in uglier ways. But if you want to channel it in a more healthy way, I was like, I have never felt the need or want to do this before, but I now, like, I really want to go to a rage room. Have you ever seen those?
Ooh, yeah.
Where you
That's
could
fun.
just smash shit
That's
and not be liable for damages or anything, like it's legal and you can go in a room and just smash the shit out of everything
Yeah.
and let out that rage in a productive way. Because if you suppress that for so long, it can manifest physically. Like you can hold that tension in your body, and like we've
All
talked about
kinds of physical illness, long
exactly.
term.
So if you have to let out some rage right now and you want to do it in a healthy way, maybe consider a rage room or
Yeah.
somewhere where you could smash a pillow, scream into
Mhm.
a pillow. Like you can, we are giving you permission to be in touch with your feminine rage.
Oh, yeah.
Just do it in a way that's not going to hurt anybody, you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Scream in your car, shake your steering wheel and just scream in your car.
I started a feminine rage playlist.
Ooh. Did you put that in here somewhere to share?
It turned into a Kamala 2024 playlist,
All right.
and it's slowly morphing into just a feminine rage playlist. Yeah. So I mean, it's got all the female good, the feminine anthems on there, but then it's also like, screaming like, some shit. And it feels good to just blast in your car when you're by yourself and nobody's judging you, nobody's has any shit to say.
Yeah.
And sometimes you need to do that. Just take the steam off a little bit, and I think that can help.
Those rage room videos, some of them you do see people after become very teary and
Emotional.
crying and emotional. And I think part of that is like partial relief and
Yeah.
release. And like,
Yeah.
finally, I can finally get this out.
You need
And
to release.
yeah.
It's like imperative to our nature. Like if we want to go through life with some kind of sense of control or calm, or like being calm, or being what's the word I'm looking for? Being at peace within ourselves, you have to let out those darker emotions in some productive way.
Hmm.
Otherwise, it's gonna manifest in worse ways, I think.
Hmm.
So,
I agree. Good point. I love that.
yeah.
Rage room. I'm
Yeah.
sure there's one near you.
Oh, yeah, there's one right in like New Brunswick. I really want to go check that out. And maybe I'll bring some of my lady friends who are also feeling a little,
There you go.
little
Girls'
petty
night.
right, little petty right now. Right,
End it with
exactly.
some wine.
Love that.
You know what I've always wanted to do? You see in like old movies and stuff is like drinking and you're talking and you're getting all riled up and then you smash your glass of wine into the fireplace and it's like, whoa. That's so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, man, like women are more angry than right?
We
We
just
just
have
hide
a
it. We
different
hide
way.
it because we have to, because we're so used to society being like you have to act a certain way. You got to keep up appearances. Like we're very good at tightening our upper lip and keep going when like we're really deep down we want to stir up some shit
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
so,
I agree. I agree. I love the idea of the rage room. I love
yeah. There's a witch on YouTube. Her name is Mia Magic. Have you heard of Mia Magic?
it.
She's awesome. So she actually holds witch camps, right?
Mhm.
Or witch retreats, rather. And I think they've done some in like the UK and like, a couple other places maybe. But she has a rage ritual where you literally just take a stick and you smash the ground and you just scream and you just get out whatever gunk is sitting in
Mm.
there in the psyche, and like just getting all that gunk out of your bones, out of your body, out of
Yeah.
your spirit. And it's like a release. Like it just feels better after to just let that out. And like I really need to find a time and a place to make it a point to be in touch with my feminine rage and just like really let it out, because I've
Maybe
been
that's
holding back a lot.
throwing rocks at a tree. Like go throw some rocks into the water or something and like kick some shit. Well, don't hurt yourself.
Mm.
Kick some pillows around. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or utilize Reiki. That is, I can't stress enough how good Reiki is for your body. But
Yeah.
sometimes you need that active, heart pounding adrenaline rush of piss the fuck
Of
offness.
I want to kick some shit. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, balance, right? Go kick some shit, smash some shit in a rage room or something, and then go to a Reiki session and, end it with that inner peace
Yeah, yeah.
calming
I love
stuff.
that.
Yeah. You got to cover all the bases.
Yeah.
You can't just honor your inner goddess and not honor your inner divine feminine rising rage,
Yeah.
So do both.
100%.
Do both.
Do both. Why not
Yeah,
both?
exactly.
So, a little bit more on creativity. Can't stress it enough. This says that, quote, creativity is the opposite of trauma. Psychotherapist and Dharma teacher Melvin Escobar likes to say this. I love that. I love it. Creativity is the opposite of trauma. It could be the fuel from your trauma that is being put into your writing or your art or whatever. Another part of me also wants to get like blitzed out, drunk, and just like rage paint. I've never done that before and I really want to see what comes out of it. However, the drinking part is not a healthy addition, but the painting part, yes, I understand, is probably better. But when we're stuck in despair, our inner narratives are probably becoming more solid and intractable.
Yeah.
Mindfully holding space for something new to be born is an affirming act of healing and of resistance to systems of oppression. As a Buddhist teacher, this person says, I see some Dharma practitioners who get stuck in expressing the same dissatisfactions over and over. I'd love to see their self-care result in their learning a new song, cooking something new, making a drawing or reading. They suggest Adrienne Marnie Brown's Emergent Strategy, Shaping Change, Changing Worlds. There is a joy that comes from adding something good to the world. Lastly, this says, remember that it doesn't need to be perfect. They say, I've been waking up every morning with anxiety and sadness. And as a mother, they say, I can't bear to hear the cries of immigrant children who have been forcibly separated from their parents. Then I remind myself, I can't wait for the moment when the perfect teacher and leaders arrive with the perfect liberative teachings and strategies. They say, when I was doing my early Zen training in the Midwest Temple, I was standing by the dryer one afternoon folding my clothes when monks from our carpentry business suddenly appeared. They pounced on a couple of old refrigerators they'd salvaged from a previous work site. The refrigerators had once died along with the temple grown greens inside them. Using a mallet, the head monk pounded forcibly on the hinges of the refrigerator door, ripping them off, and threw the bags of rotten greens on the floor of the basement. When the crew carried the machines out, they left a mess on the floor. Seeing the expression on my face, the monk said these three words: crude yet effective. Okay. Then they all drove off in their ancient VW wagon.
Wait, what is this
I
story?
don't know. He was right. Let me see if he pulls this all together. What we do doesn't need to be perfect, neat, or serene if it's effective. Let's figure out what we need to do, what we have the capacity to do, and what we need in training, backup, and motivation to do. Let's get what we need and get to work. Doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be effective. I love that.
I like that. Yeah, that's true.
And this was the video I posted in here. It will be in our notes. Something my therapist recommended. You can also listen to it on the Lions Roar podcast. It's episode 141 over there. And it's called Working with Political Division. And in this episode of the Lions Roar podcast, Sandy Renkadua talks to Dr. Tanya Israel, professor of counseling psychology and associate dean of diversity, equity, and inclusion at the University of California, Santa Barbara, with 25 years of experience in LGBT psychology and social justice. As the author of Facing the Fracture, How to Navigate the Challenges of Living in a Divided Nation, Dr. Israel offers invaluable insights on bridging divides with compassion. In this conversation, she explores how to maintain connection amidst political differences, stay true to our convictions without demonizing others, and approach tough conversations, from navigating, quote, cancel culture to managing anger and preserving our spiritual aspirations in the face of political conflict. Again, that will be linked. It's Lions Roar Podcast, episode 141, if you want to check that out.
I love that. Yeah, I think we can all use a little guidance right now on how to navigate, because this is kind of uncharted territory for our generation anyway. Like, and so many people have, gone through civil unrest in the past, but like we weren't around for that, so we really can't relate, but we can relate to what's going on right now for us.
Agreed.
So I think it is really good to have some kind of resource to help us navigate these waters.
We had more to talk about than we thought.
We haven't talked in like a month, so I feel like it's all coming out now, but it feels really good to talk about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if we didn't, we would just be grazing over one of the most important times in our history. I feel like we're kind of at a crossroads. If you think about it, we're kind of at a crossroads right now, right? Hecate is needed more than ever right now, I think.
Yeah. Like, we're going to talk about a few goddesses that you can utilize at this point in time.
Yeah.
Later.
It's either like we can keep with the patriarchy and keep steering down this road of oppression and like civil unrest and just keep going down that dark path that's going to be the worst for humanity in the long run, or we can turn toward the divine feminine rising and be more compassionate and have more empathy and turn this world into a more loving place and be better for the planet and our animals and everything. Yeah. Like, we're really at a pivotal time right now.
It's going to blow people's minds. The moment that shift happens, it's going to be like, we're not going back. Sorry, didn't mean to Kamala out here, but we're not going back.
We're fucking not, dude. Like, we didn't go through all we went through in history to get to this point and make all of these progressive changes to just like go back to fucking when everything was like perfect for the white man, the white Christian man. Like, no, fuck that. There's more to this world than one person's God. with that said, I think the reason that this election is so triggering for a lot of women and men is that it showed us firsthand that misogyny had won. And it proved that even after hundreds of years, it feels like society still hates us. That's what it feels like a personal attack. As a woman, it felt like a personal attack. Even when we're qualified for the job, right? We have this prosecutor, right, versus the criminal. This beautiful Black woman who has all the qualifications in the world worked her way up the ranks, but she was still sexualized. She was still demonized for it. It's like, oh, she must have slept her way to the top. Like, we're still sexualized even in our qualifications, even by other women. And I feel like women in most cases are probably more sexist than men. And here's the thing. Those women who feel like they need to tear other women down to build themselves up, they have been indoctrinated since birth to fall in line with the patriarchy. And it's the system that pins these women against each other. And those types of women need to realize that falling in line with the patriarchy is only harming them and all of us more in the long run. And I think now more than ever, women need to come together in community and support one another, because this is only the beginning of the very next long 4 years, and who knows how long if we keep going down this dark path. So let's take a look at some of the things women are doing to take a stand against the patriarchy this past month. So the morning after the election, the quote, "Your body, our choice," started floating around. As a result of this, the deadly MATGA, not MAGA, MATGA movement emerges in the US. And this is a new trend that has been popping up from women, by women, in retaliation against Voldemort's victory. This is an article from economictimes.indiatimes.com.
And preface this by maybe like a little teaser. We just talked about this.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about this. This came up probably a couple times, probably back when we did our Belladonna episode, maybe. And then also again on our Baneful Herbs episode, right?
Yep, in November.
October. We did it for
October 4th.
Yeah, for spooky season, we talked about Baneful Herbs, and this story came up. So this article goes on to say, after South Korea's feminist 4B movement, which we're going to talk about too today, the feminist 4B movement, it is the, quote, MATGA movement, MATGA, that is trending in the United States. The MATGA, or this is an acronym for Make Aqua Tofana Great Again, movement is gaining traction in America after Voldemort's victory in the recently concluded presidential elections. Some women are apprehensive over his return to the Oval Office and therefore are using a centuries-old metaphor about women poisoning their husbands to channel their disappointment, causing a stir online. So the MATGA movement is a recent online trend in which some women humorously advocate for, quote, reviving aqua tofana, a 17th century poison used by women to kill and escape their abusive husbands, according to the Newsweek. The MATGA movement hits out at Trump's, Voldemort's popular Make America Great Again MAGA slogan. Aqua tofana poison contained deadly ingredients like belladonna and arsenic, but it is said to have been tasteless and was kept in cosmetic bottles to go unnoticed by husbands. On social media, women are using this fear to create videos showing them mockingly adding poison to men's drinks. Now, this has stirred up, before I go on, this has stirred up some controversy on the other side, right? Them saying, like, oh no, they're gonna poison us now, blah, blah, blah. It's not about actually doing the dirty deed. It's a way to call attention to, like, now women have to work harder to get out of abusive relationships because now they're trying, this Project 2025 anyway, is trying to revoke women's right to get out of toxic, it's no-fault divorce. They're trying to do away with no-fault divorce. So now you're stuck with your fucking abuser. That's what this is a clapback at. Let's just be real here. So what is aqua tofana? So as a part of the MATGA movement, women have referenced both Trump's campaign's motto and Giulia Tofana, a historical figure whom they have adopted as their inspiration. Giulia Tofana was an Italian woman from the 17th century who gave poison seeking to eliminate their abusive spouses, ultimately causing deaths of 600 men. Tofana's infamous concoction, aqua tofana, blended deadly ingredients like arsenic and belladonna, according to reports. The poisonous mixture, which reportedly left no trace post-mortem and had no taste, was typically concealed in everyday cosmetic containers, allowing unsuspecting husbands to remain oblivious to their approaching demise. So why is the MATGA movement emerging in the US? In the MATGA movement, women are filming unspoken unsettling videos depicting murder fantasy scenarios in which they poison men's drinks, framing them as a response to concerns over abortion rights under a potential second Trump presidency. These videos are garnering millions of views online across X, formerly Twitter, and TikTok, depicting women sinisterly smiling while adding unknown, quote, poisonous substances to beverages. The fear of Trump's re-election hurting reproductive rights has worried many women, as per reports. His running mate and U.S. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance has previously supported a national abortion ban. However, Trump has said he would veto a federal abortion ban. I don't believe anything that fucking asshole says, by the way.
Nothing's real anymore.
No,
Nothing.
right? The former U.S. president has taken credit for helping to overturn Roe v. Wade by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2022, ending the constitutional right to abortion. This movement comes after misogynistic phrases like, quote, your body, my choice, went viral online following the presidential win, with men messaging random women online threatening them that their bodies no longer belong to them. An analysis from the Institute for Strategic Dialogue found that the use of the phrase, your body, my choice, soared on social media in the days following the election, reports The Guardian. Other similar misogynist phrases like, quote, get back in the kitchen, and the use of sexist slurs directed at liberal and progressive women like Kamala Harris and Rachel Maddow. So the Matka movement seems to be in response to these rising misogynistic, hateful, things that they're spreading around.
Can I tell you something that similarly said to me within the last 4 or 5 months? Somebody came over that may or may not live in the area, that I've known since they moved here that they are true patriot. They needed to get something for my husband to work on something. Aaron's got all the tools. I was washing vegetables in the kitchen. Just came in from outside, kicked off my boots, was in the kitchen watching shit. He comes in, hey, how's it going? And he was like, I was going to say something really sexist, but I'm not going to. And I was like, let me fucking guess. Is it a woman barefoot in the kitchen? He was like, yeah. I was like, haha, you can get the fuck out. Like, I was going to offer you some of my produce, but get what you need and please go.
Yeah.
It was flabbergasted. My gasses were flabbered.
The gasp I gasped. Like what is wrong with them?
I bring back the lobotomy. No.
Oh my God.
It's just, I don't, in my own home.
Yeah, that's very rude. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, you're not welcome.
No,
so, I just wanted to share that. Don't do that. Don't even say like, oh, I was going to say something and don't, because
you're an asshole. You're just an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's all I want to say.
So one clip shows a user reacting to the misogynistic phrase, your body, my choice, that reportedly went viral after his win against Democratic Party leader Kamala Harris. The words, quote, aqua tofana isn't that hard to make, end quote, are superimposed over the footage as the woman makes the throat-slitting gesture with her thumb. Right? Many videos, these aqua tofana trending videos on TikTok, they incorporate a background soundtrack featuring Eminem's Venom.
Love
with
that
the lyric,
song.
yeah, with the lyrics, quote, this fucking world better prepare to get laced because they're gonna taste my venom, end quote. And they're using a photo of like
a classical painting of the woman.
I don't know what painting that is.
It looks like a Waterhouse painting, but I don't know who it is either. I'll look it up while you're reading.
According to New York Post, several women are displaying their decorative, quote, poison rings on social media, showcasing these ornamental pieces, quote, with a hidden compartment, supposedly made to hold a lethal dose of a toxin. Like, so they're actually having these little rings that hold the poison, I guess. So several women are expressing their electoral disappointment through various means, including the Matka movement, while extensively sharing their activities online. Their protest actions include cutting their hair short, abstaining from intimate relations with men, and pledging to avoid pregnancy or childbirth during Trump's anticipated second term in response to expected stringent abortion regulations. I've seen also women have been shaving their heads. Women are doing a lot of different things. All we can do really that's, not murdering a actual person. Everything short of murder, like women are at a loss. Like we don't know what else to do to clap back. Like, so yeah, we're gonna make Aqua Tofana great again.
The picture is actually a digital art piece done by Evelyn De Morgan.
Okay.
It's called The Love Potion, is what this says after a few quick Google searches. But I could totally, she's got a little black cat by her feet and she's dripping the thing into the cup. So I could totally see the Aqua Tofana. This is so beautiful.
As you said, a little black cat, Loki walked past you in the background.
Oh, good timing, Bubba.
That Loki back there? Loki.
Yeah, he's down there. Yeah.
You're cute. So, while many online have framed this latest movement as a modern day reminder of the long standing fight for women's rights, some critics have argued that referring to a deadly poison, even in jest, can send the wrong message. One TikToker urged women who are taking part in the Matka movement to think about the consequences of poisoning people. It, quote, "You do know these videos can be used against you, right? The internet is forever. Also, the 1600s were a lot different than 2024 advancements in detecting poison," end quote, read the caption of one video. And I have to say, well, yeah, I get this person's, stance. Like, you don't want to incriminate yourself posting stuff like that online. If anything were to ever happen and you were convicted of something, then they have that against you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, let's just be real here. This threat, the Matka, make Aqua Tofana great again, it's a slogan, it's a phrase. I don't think anybody has any intention of actually doing this. It's more of a clapback against men, pig men, saying, your body, my choice. Like, why the fuck would you say that after we're all triggered as it is with this guy getting back into the presidency? Like, we're already triggered and now you're threatening to rape us?
It's less likely for us to poison you, like less likely to make Aqua Tofana great again, less likely than grab him by the pussy.
Right.
Which just actually happens. So,
right.
Just saying.
So, yeah, just saying. And now I'm hearing that, like, men are covering their drinks in bars. Like, fucking good. You should. You should be afraid of us now. Whether or not anybody has any actual intentions of actually poisoning men, I think it definitely isn't just for us to, like, be able to verbally make a statement and take that power back. What else can we do right now? We're trying to be felt powerless.
We tried to play nice.
We did for a whole long time. So maybe now it's time for the tables to turn a little bit. Yeah. Saying. Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, fuck that bitch by the way, raised an alarm to the FBI and called for an investigation into the public death threats. She ats them, I don't know, on Twitter or wherever the fuck. She says, at FBI, these are public death threats and must be investigated. These women are telling others how to poison and murder men because they're angry over this election. If you track down January 6th rioters, pro-lifers, parents angry at school boards, then you better go after these psychopaths, Taylor Greene said.
I don't have any words for this bitch. I don't know.
Right. She's comparing women who are feeling threatened by men going around the day after election saying, your body, my choice. She's comparing
Trump literally said
She's comparing us to
the other Republican woman who was like, hey, I'm not going to support you anymore, to like line her up before 9 men with guns and point, at her. I'm sorry. I don't understand this.
But like the fact that she's comparing women to January 6th rioters is beyond my comprehension. Anyway, moving right along.
This episode really has the full spectrum of emotions.
Right, because it's like not just one thing. It's like an amalgamation of all the bullshit that, we're currently having to sift through. So this comes after some women started showing interest in the 4B movement, a protest movement in South Korea that asks women to boycott men. And let me just get this correct. I don't think it's asking women to boycott men. Like, women are voluntarily being like, no, fuck men.
Yeah.
We're not.
If it's working for you, do it.
Right. The 4B stands for Baihan, meaning no to heterosexual marriage. Baichulsan, that is no childbirth. And I hope I'm saying these words right. Bayone, meaning no dating. And Biseku, meaning no heterosexual sexual relationships. So this is just a clapback at the patriarchy. Like, it's not just happening in America. Like, this is all over the world. Like, women are being oppressed all over the world. And this is just South Korea's. The women have risen up and this is their movement that they've started to kind of clap back at that. Let's talk about the 4B movement in South Korea a little bit. What is it and could it take off in the West? And women are already jumping on the bandwagon. They're already starting it. They're shaving their heads. They're not taking the bullshit anymore. So let's read this article. So this is South Korea's 4B movement.
Have you seen the videos of the gay men like, we will take your wives?
Yes.
Go so good to them. Yes. We are in shape. We know how to take care of our bodies and we will take care of them.
I don't remember his name on TikTok, but it's this one gay guy, right? And he's talking about the lavender marriages and he was like, I will take your wife and we will have a Sex in the City marathon and we will do facials. And all the women in the comments are like, I'm married, but sign me up. And I'm just like, dude, that's what it's going to come to.
I love it.
Because gay men are the only ones who are like true allies in this whole thing. Like those are the ones that are like they have our backs. And some of the gay men are even going to the straight men being like, "Oh, really? Their body your choice? Well,
I'll read
your whole my choice."
Yeah.
So I
Good.
was like, "All right, they got us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Guys
Thank you."
and gays.
Yeah. So, a little bit more about the South Korea 4B movement. What is it and could it take it off in the West? Interest in the no sex, no dating, no marriage, no childbirth online community has skyrocketed following Donald Trump's reelection. A South Korean movement of women opting out of dating, sex, having babies, and marriage with men is gaining renewed traction in the US following his reelection. After the election results, this says last week, so this article was already written like almost a month ago. So searches for the 4B movement on Google in the US skyrocketed by 3,000%.
Woo!
3,000.
Woo!
Yeah. Young women across social media platforms are discussing the South Korean movement, saying that they are, quote, enraged and fed up. Understandably so. According to CNN, most of their male counterparts voted for Trump, a man who has been, quote, found liable for sexual abuse and whose appointment of 3 conservative Supreme Court justices led to the overturning of a national abortion rights, end quote. Women are, quote, swearing off men and they're encouraging others around the country to join them, end quote. So what is the 4B movement? So this sounds like something out of a Greek drama, wrote Helen Coffey in The Independent. When the women band together to end the, how do you say this word, Peloponnesian War by going off on a sex strike. But it is both real and it is happening. The core beliefs are no sex, no childbirth, no dating, and no marriage with men. In Korean, the 4 words begin with biseku, bicholsun, bayone, and bihon. So that's why it's called the 4Bs, right? 4B movement. It began in South Korea in the mid-2010s, springing from previous online feminist movements, including the Escape the Corset movement that called for women to liberate themselves from oppression, and South Korea's #MeToo movement. But it also has roots in South Korea's rapid economic transformation and the challenges it posed for young people in the 2000s, said gender and women's history scholar Ming Gao in an article on The Conversation. The economic insecurity is, quote, compounded by systemic gender inequality, end quote, with South Korea consistently having the worst gender pay gap in the OECD. Women earn 31% less than men, almost triple the average of 11.6% across comparable countries. The incidence of intimate partner violence was found to be 41.5% in a 2016 survey, compared with the global average of 30%. Against the backdrop, traditional life paths like marriage, childbearing, and homemaking have become less appealing. South Korea's birth rate, amongst the lowest in the world, has also played a part. In 2016, the government launched a pink birth map visualizing the number of women of reproductive age in each district.
That's fucking disturbing.
Which sparked outrage. Women proclaimed, quote, a woman is not a baby-making machine, end
That's
quote.
some Handmaid's Tale bullshit right there.
Handmaid's Tale bullshit.
I'm not trying to scare anybody. That could happen here.
That's what they want to do in Project 2025. Saying. One noteworthy aspect of the 4B movement is that many of its members engage with it anonymously, said London's The Standard. Its followers say that it's, quote, a way of life that allows them to boycott a system that encourages gender equality, end quote. So how widespread is the 4B movement? So the 4B community has, quote, provided a refuge for Korean women. It is unclear how widespread or popular it is, given its, quote, fluid online and offline nature and its evolution over the years, said The Cut. But women in South Korea are expected to defer to their fathers and adhere to rigid beauty standards. In the view of 4B followers, South Korean culture is hopelessly patriarchal, often downright misogynistic. The movement is, quote, not organized or centralized, said Modern Diplomacy. There are no leaders, no official website, and no physical headquarters. But what's clear is that despite the government's investing more than $200 billion over the past 16 years to support, quote, traditional patriarchal institutions and combat the country's low birth rate and oncoming demographic crisis, South Korean women are increasingly distancing themselves from marriage or the obligation to become mothers. Like any social movement, 4B has its own internal rifts and divisions, said Joanna Burke, a professor of history at Birkbeck University of London and the author of Disgrace: Global Reflections on Sexual Violence, in The Cut. Members are at odds over whether 4B women can be friends with men or with women who still want to date men, and there are concerns over the movement's exclusion of trans women. So how might this grow and spread? The 4B movement began as a protest, but it has morphed into a global awakening after having been sensationalized by Western media, said Isha Sharma in USA Today. According to Catherine Moon, a political science professor at Wellesley College, the difference between a potential 4B movement in the US and what already exists in South Korea is the centrality of marriage, said the New York Times. In South Korea, not being married can, quote, result in women becoming social pariahs, said the paper, or not being socially recognized as adults, which that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Right? This makes rejection of marriage a more radical statement for South Korean women than American, said Moon. In the US, the surge in interest is a, quote, temporary means to bring attention to the precarious situation of women, end quote, rather than a total commitment to life without men. In South Korea, quote, it's a way of life. But the ideas are starting to strike a chord in the US, said Ming on The Conversation. It has also inspired a similar movement, 6B4T, which incorporates the rejection of consumerism and is gaining attention in China. It is also tapping into a growing celibacy movement around the world. In the US, the boy sober trend has already seen young women eschewing dating, said The Guardian. Globally, multiple studies show that more and more young people seem to be quite happily opting out of sex. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're threatening to make rape okay and taking away our bodily autonomy to get rid of said rapist baby, then yeah, we're gonna opt out of sex. There
are plenty of other ways.
Oh yeah, and you know what?
We can feel good.
Once they realize that, they're going to take those away from us too. Just saying. So, yeah, I mean, I think we are at our wit's end, and like, what else are we going to do? I saw another TikTok from a woman, a married woman, right? And she was like, hey, married ladies, I have a question. So are we just like do we all have like unreasonable rage toward our husbands right now, even though like, you know, we're in like loving relationships, like we're all feeling a little bit of hate toward our husbands right now, even though like, it's just hard to not feel that, like, even though like we're in loving marriages, loving relationships, but it's hard to not feel that on behalf of women everywhere, you know? Sure. It's like a collective thing.
Yeah. I didn't feel that towards Aaron because he's just such a non-confrontational person. I'm like, I wish sometimes he would be like, give me a reason to be pissed off at you. I mean, he does, but not in this vein. I see him and my boss, and that's about it. I don't see too many mans around here, but I was angry at the mans. Just not my mans.
Yeah, I mean, he would leave a dish in the sink, and I'd be like, what the fuck?
Are you fucking serious? You trying to take away my rights?
Yeah, that's exactly like, yeah, I mean, like, I'm feeling the rage on, like, a collective level, and, like, my heart goes out to so many women in abusive relationships that can't get out, or women who were raped and are forced to carry their rapist child, and, like, my mind goes to all these different places, and it's really hard to not feel that on some kind of collective level, even though, like, I have not gone through that, but it is really hard to...
It's your empathy, honey.
To not be mad at him for no reason. You know?
You're so funny.
And I had to explain to him, I'm being like, you know, if I'm acting like an asshole toward you for no reason, please don't take it personally. I'm just feeling a lot of feels right now.
And that's another way of asking for what you need is just let me know. Just good. I'm glad you said something.
Yeah. But like, you know, some days I think, you know, so maybe he does take it personally. He forgets, and I have to remind him, like, you know, this is going on right now, and it's not gonna be healed overnight. This is, you know, a work in progress on a collective level. So
it's gonna take time. Heal, grieve.
Right.
All good. Reach out. This is not the end of our episode. We're gonna take a little break, but when we come back, we're gonna just talk about how to choose not to be a vessel for fear, trying to navigate those difficult conversations. We're gonna talk about some historical pinpoints for women in American history, and also those secret feminist groups that we touched on at the beginning. We're also going to talk about Pluto in Aquarius. Could this change everything? We actually have a lot more to talk about, so please stick around. We will be right back.
Hey little witches, Justina here, calling all practical magic fans and music lovers. This fall, get ready for something truly spellbinding from the Stinas. Christina and I started Magnolia Street podcast as a way to share our original music inspired by our favorite movie, Practical Magic. We've been hard at work in the recording studio since September, brewing up our 5-song debut EP, Magnolia Street Volume 1.
At the house on Magnolia Street, would you go
inside scoop on our music and the stories behind each song, join our Rose tier on Patreon for just $8 a month and dive into exclusive content from our songisodes. Plus, bonus content from our highly anticipated upcoming EP. On there, you'll find lyric sheets, original demos, behind-the-scenes videos from the studio, blog posts, production notes, and more. Don't miss out on the magic. Keep up to date with us on our Instagram at Magnolia Street Podcast for all of our music news and be a part of our musical journey. The Stinas are bringing practical magic to life, one song at a time, right here on Magnolia Street. You didn't go down to Magnolia Street. Magnolia Street. Hey, little witches! The Stina's here. If you've been listening to our podcast for a while, you would know how much we love using the Practical Magic Inner Witch Oracle deck by Grounded by the Moon.
And now we want to share the magic of Grounded by the Moon with you, our listeners. Joseph Benitez Egerton, the creator behind Grounded by the Moon, would like to offer this very special 10% off discount to all who wish to experience the magic of his Practical Magic themed tarot and oracle decks.
But that's not all. He also creates other divination tools like tarot workbooks, deck bags and altar cloths, pendulum kits, oil blends, cleansing sprays, smoke wands, teas, and ritual kits.
And let's not forget about his custom handcrafted all-natural soy candles, where every candle is hand-poured and personally infused and charged under the light of the moon. They even come with a crystal.
And did we mention all of the ingredients in the candles are ethically sourced?
All of Joseph's offerings are just so magical. So go visit groundedbythemoon.com and use the coupon code Magnolia Magic for 10% off your entire order at checkout.
That's MAGNOLIA MAGIC. So get your discount today. Hey, we're the Stinas, and you're listening to Magnolia Street Podcast.
Did any of your snow stick to the ground?
Nah. It didn't even snow for that long. It was like the lightest flurry, and then it turned
You'll
to
have a
like,
white Christmas.
I hope not.
Do you like that? Have you seen that movie White Christmas? Like an old movie with Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye.
I know the
Put
song.
it on your list. It's so wholesome.
Oh.
Oh.
No, I don't like snow. It's not my thing.
I know. You were born of it, so you want the
I
opposite.
think it was snowing the night I was born. I don't remember. I wasn't there. Ask my mother. I don't fucking know.
You went to the after party.
Yeah.
That's my mother.
Anyway. All right.
Welcome back. Are we going to do a card pull? I'm so interested to see what we pull for this episode.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so should we do the Inner Witch Oracle?
Do you have another one you want to do? Do you have like a Rage Against the Machine oracle?
I have wait, hold on. I have like a million different. I do have like a healing medicine oracle.
Oh, this don't freak out. I think we should pull one from Joseph's. You pick one from your deck, and I'll pick one from my crone deck because I think we need some. Our ancestors have been through this before, so I'm interested to see what they have to say.
All right, so Joseph's oracle or his tarot deck?
Probably oracle. Because I don't know if I've ever been able to shuffle for you.
Oh yeah, you never pull. All right.
I don't have the oracle. I just have the tarot one.
But you have other oracle decks, right?
I know, but this is a practical magic podcast.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, shuffle. Tell me when to stop.
Stop.
What's that? Sparrow?
Sparrow. Okay.
Oh, God. Trouble. Well, if that ain't the fucking truth.
We haven't pulled that card.
No. I think we've talked about it. I think, what is it? The summer solstice episode? Because we talked about Sparrow, maybe? Okay. I don't know. But yeah, that's not good.
Or are we about to stir up some trouble?
I don't know. Maybe a little bit of both. But let's see what that. Oh, look! I flipped right to it. Okay, so it says trouble, but then it also elaborates on in the book. It also says challenges. So yes,
That tracks.
It does track. I do feel like as a result, of the results of the election and stuff. Like, yeah, right away or like, oh fuck, like we're in some real trouble now.
Mhm.
But I think, not everything's gonna be straight shot, easy peasy, lemon squeezy all the time, right? Before we can really tear down all and dismantle all of the bullshit that has been systemic for centuries,
Yeah.
we need to crumble that tower down, just tear it the fuck down, and
Burn
then
it to the
burn
ground.
it to the ground, and then we're gonna rebuild. And
That's
then
what that Molotov cocktail's for. Burn it
exactly.
down.
So that's gonna come with some challenges,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Got to know your fire exits.
yeah,
Who's on
yeah.
staff?
Exactly. So the book here, this the Practical Magic Inner Witch Oracle by Grounded by the Moon, this says when the sparrow comes up, the divine is telling you to prepare and pay attention. With this card comes turbulent and unstable energy. There may be some current issues or struggles on the horizon. Prepare and learn from these issues and events. With struggle and challenge comes great knowledge and growth. You can overcome this. Known in most folklore as messengers, this tiny bird is something to pay attention to. Learn from this steadfast creature and buckle down. To better connect with this card, utilize its energy with a candle and a pen and a piece of paper. Write the affirmation on the paper. Carry it with you or leave on your altar. And when you are ready, tear your paper and burn it. And the affirmation is I embrace the chaos and learn from any struggles.
That's
So,
amazing. That very
whoa.
perfect for this.
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa.
Yeah. And I don't want to fear monger or anything, but there are some things that I've been doing to prepare for this upcoming administration. And that includes like getting your healthcare stuff in order, updating your passports, updating your anything that you need to update, because who the fuck knows what's going to happen as far as like what they're trying to dismantle, like,
It does not hurt to
it
make
does
sure
not,
like
it
that
does
thing
not,
that might expire in the like next year, two
right.
years, go ahead and just re-up it
It
now.
doesn't hurt to get your ducks in a row.
Hmm.
That's all I'm
Hmm.
saying, right? It says basically buckle down and get ready. It's going to be stable and it's going to be turbulent, but just if dot your I's, cross your T's, get your ducks in a row, make sure you do what you need to do to prepare for hope for the best, prepare for the worst, right?
Embrace that Virgo bone
Exactly.
because
Exactly.
it will pay off.
Right, right. Yeah, I just went to the eye doctor. I got new glasses.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
I just I got my oil changed.
Mhm.
I started the process to renew my passport. Like,
Yes,
it's
that's a good
do
idea.
all
I'm gonna check
do
in on my
all
passport.
do all the things and just, get ready because we don't know what's gonna happen. So
I love it. That's a good
yeah.
card. I feel
Yeah.
like I don't even need to pull now, but I'm just gonna do it just for fuck's
Yeah.
sake.
For
So
shits and gigs.
this is called The Wisdom of the Crone by you can find it at wisewomeninc.com. There's no single like
I've never heard of that deck. That's cool.
person. Melinda and Lanny, I think, is the creators. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So it's very pretty, like black and white photos of elderly, beautiful women.
Mhm.
Some of them are like overlaid, kind of like Photoshop styled. So here we go.
All right.
Shuffle up, I guess.
Level up, I guess. All right. And stop.
Acceptance.
Acceptance.
And
Oh,
then
she's cute.
she's so cute. She's got beautiful red lips. She's got killer earrings. On the back, it says, sometimes acceptance means accepting the unacceptable with grace. You are more than your body or mind. Love yourself completely and unconditionally. In finding your true self, you can just live happily ever after. But that also means loving thy neighbor when they might not deserve it, or giving them your patience when okay, here's where I'm going with this. Caitlin brought up to me, she said, I got so emotional the other day because I think it was the Boston Marathon, New York Marathon, or something like that. And the last of the runners were coming across the line, and there were still people there cheering them on. And she was like, I was just so overtaken with like how that people, those people don't know these runners' orientation, their religion, their, how they voted, anything, but they were there just supporting them. And I'm like, in a perfect world, that would be how it is.
Yeah.
That would be like if somebody in front of you in the checkout line was short 5-10 cents, you would probably give it to them, right?
Yeah.
Accepting the unacceptable with grace. And I think
Mhm.
putting this episode together is accepting the fact that we did our part, we voted, but it's not over yet.
Right.
Things are still stirring, and I don't think it's going to pan out the way people think it will.
I think maybe you're right. If I think I know what you might be talking about, but I, I don't know. That sounded really cryptic and weird.
Yeah. You never know. You
You
never know.
never know what's going to happen. Right, exactly. That brings me to what we're going to talk about in a little bit. We're going to talk about Pluto going into Aquarius, and that has its own separate kind of wild stuff going on because the last time Pluto was in Aquarius, well, I think like every time Pluto is in Aquarius, like some like revolutions happen, and
Oh shit.
like we're gonna talk about that in a little bit.
Oh, I
But yeah,
can't wait.
pretty
Okay.
fascinating. It's
Yeah.
fascinating as fuck. And like I don't know too much about like I'm into astrology, I'm into the zodiac, I'm into like, all that stuff, but like I don't know too much about all of it. So, when I was like listening to all the TikTok astrologers talk about all of that and like now kind of watching some of that stuff play out in real time, it's kind of crazy how like it's really already starting to take off.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get there.
Very interesting. But I like that card. I don't know if you wanted me to pull one more from the herbal astrology.
Sure.
Just because this deck seems like it's so healing,
Yeah,
right?
good
It's
one.
like
Yeah.
herbal and there's a lot of beautiful illustrations on this
Mm-hmm,
on these
mm-hmm.
cards. So I think we could all use a little like, collective healing right now. So I'm gonna just these cards
Wouldn't
are
that
a
be
lot
crazy
thicker.
if it was like pennyroyal or some shit?
Oh my goodness. Mugwort spice.
Aqua Tofana.
What spice? Oh, this one just flipped over on me while I was shuffling.
Dragon's
Dragon's
blood.
blood. But these cards are kind of like big and awkward for my little hands.
Oh,
So it's
we
harder to
just
shuffle
flip.
these.
It's
But
fine.
yeah, I mean if you want to tell me when to stop.
I'll let your body tell you when to stop. Go ahead. That's fine.
What is that one? That is
Podalco?
Podarco.
Podarco? What's that?
The term on the card says metamorphosis.
Like
And then oh, wow, look at that. What is that?
that be them ovaries and the fallopian tubes right
That
there.
is a uterus, if I'm not mistaken, right? So let's see what that one means. That's interesting. So that's obviously, divine feminine rising right there.
Mm-hmm. She's
And
giving Shiva energy.
and dragon's blood. Anima mundi is the keyword on that card. So let me see. All right, so Anima Mundi, so the dragon's blood was the one that flew out or like kind of overturned at me. All right, herbs. Okay, this is titled Herbs of the Asteroids.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. So upright, I don't know if you read reversals. I don't typically read reversals, but this says oneness, merging with the divine, access to the world, soul, occult knowledge, initiation, universal donor, and entry into the great void. Interesting. Astrological ruler is Black Moon Lilith and Pluto, which just went into fucking Aquarius.
Shut up.
What?
Wow.
What the hell? So this is also known as Sangre de Drago or Sangre de Grado in Amazonia in South America. This plant has a long history of indigenous use in the rainforest. The sap itself looks just like blood, or la sangre, and it was often painted on wounds to promote healing and seal them to prevent infection, as well as taken internally to prevent or stop internal bleeding. Indigenous people have used it in a myriad of ways, externally for wounds, fractures, hemorrhages, hemorrhoids, and skin disorders, internally for acid reflux, ulcers, colitis, and it's used as an antiviral. It goes into like, the practical uses. Physically, dragon's blood is the epitome of Plutonian and Scorpionic energy as both archetypally rule the symbol of blood. Shamans have used dragon's blood in spell work, rituals of protection, purification, consecration. In Christian art, the dragon was symbolic of evil and sin, yet many other traditions hold that serpent deities like dragons are benevolent, sharp-eyed dwellers that hold the mystery of the great void. As far as guidance, dragons are ancient guardians of the earth, symbolizing hidden knowledge and auspicious powers of supernatural origins. Dragons are etheric beings that inhabit the deepest pockets of the ethers and have dominion over the four elements. Dragon's blood core oozes blood, representing the collective blood, the blood of nature, and serving as a gateway to the anima mundi, or the world soul. And like we were talking about the collective, like we always talk about the collective, and more so now that like the divine feminine rising, like it's happening, right?
You said it was connected to Scorpio, November 6th. Was
So
Scorpio season.
it is, or was, yeah, Scorpio season just passed. So yeah, we're going through all of that past
During that
month.
time.
So as you enter the all-seeing portal of the Great Void, don't shy away from its vastness. Embrace it as you are undergoing this great initiation. Within this awakening, you will discover the unique pattern you contribute to the great tapestry of life. And when I think of dragons, I think of Khaleesi from Game of
Oh,
Thrones,
yeah, sure. Yeah.
and she was a baddie. So, and she kind of tore shit up at the end because she was
I
just sick of the
love
bullshit.
that.
So energy right
That's
now,
a great
right?
idea. I love
Right.
it.
Yeah. And then this card 7, the Pau d'Arco, I think that's how you say it. That was card number.
Darko sounds like Draco, which was the dragon in Dragonheart. Just saying.
Okay, let's see if we can make a connection
Or
here.
like the
So,
Draco, isn't that a constellation too? I
is
don't
it?
think that's it. I don't
I
know.
just think of Draco Malfoy, that asshole from Harry Potter.
Dracula. Like that means the dragon, right?
Does it's Draco?
Dracul.
Yeah, Dracul. So this card, the Pau d'Arco, means metamorphosis. So this means discovery through darkness, transcendence of the known, unearthing fear, nonconformity, breaking cycles. So Pau d'Arco, commonly known as Tahibo or Lapacho, is one of the most beautiful trees on earth. With over 100 varieties, this tree has been used medicinally among many tribal peoples throughout Central and South America. Most commonly, the inner lining of the bark was boiled for a long period of time, then consumed as a dark coffee-like tea. It has many medicinal qualities that fall under the moon and Pluto's dominion, such as being a blood tonic and daily tonic for strength, and also
Pluto again?
and also being employed for digestive imbalances, menstrual irregularities, malaria, anemia, colds, flus, fungal infections, respiratory problems, arthritis, cancer, and a lot more. So all the practical uses. But then we get into, I guess, like the more historical, metaphysical. I don't know if you want to. This says the Incas and other groups predating them were known to use Padarco as a, how do you say this word? Panacea? It says tribes living thousands of miles apart have employed it for the same medicinal purposes for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Many tribes used its wood to make hunting bows, utensils, and all sorts of tools, believing that it provided great blessings of strength and resilience. Guarani, Tupi, and other indigenous tribes called it El Arbo de Uvaga, which translates to the tree of heaven in Guarani. The Milky Way was known as the road to Ivaga. I don't know if that means the Milky Way galaxy.
That sounds like it does.
All right, so is this like an intergalactic the tree?
Planetary,
Yeah.
planetary, intergalactic. Cool.
So, Lapacho is one of the great protectors of the sacred, and she is welcoming you in. Archetypally, Paudarco embodies one of the faces of the dark goddess in her mighty splendor. The dark goddess is multifaceted, challenging belief systems, frailties, weaknesses, and testing our strength. Like Pluto, Lapacho demands you rebel against the ignorance of the old self and learn paradigms that inhibit the splendor of your self-expression. Her mighty darkness provides the tools to rebuild ourselves anew, triggering instant metamorphosis. Don't fear the unknown nature of mystery. The cosmic womb, in its darkness, births all hidden potentials into existence. Trust and step in. You are being guided.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is like
I
that's
love
beautiful.
that. We have another dark goddess on the table. That's cool.
Yeah, I think that we are going to be tested for sure over the course of the next however many years. But I also think that we're going to be guided with that presence of the divine feminine
And
and
that
finding
might
that.
come in the form of a rageful, vengeful, dark goddess.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I
So,
love that.
yeah,
I love it.
that's just that
Thank you.
just blew me. Oh, that just blows me
You should
away.
put her on your altar.
The Pau de Arco.
She's
Yeah,
so cool.
she is
She's
cool.
so cool. Green
She
body,
does give me like
floral hair.
what did you say, Kali?
Yeah, I said Shiva, but that's the male
Shiva?
equivalent. Kali. Yes, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Like you could see the old, like she's shedding the body, her
Hmm.
corpse is like on the ground, but like she's shedding a new, and all of this new growth is just flourishing from
I
her.
love it. It's very beautiful card.
Yeah, and she's like literally shedding, like,
Yeah, her blood.
birthing that new
Them old eggs.
feminine, divine feminine spirit. And I
Cool.
love the little moon and the feminine symbol up top.
I've never heard of that before. I love that.
Yeah. And the number is 7, and that's synonymous with, what did I say? The tree of heaven?
Okay. I like a good rhyme.
Yeah.
Yeah, embracing that rage, but teaming that with what I want to talk about next is fear, not being a vessel for fear. This
Mhm.
original article was also from that Lion's Roar podcast by Kiara
Kira.
Jewel Lingo.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It was titled "Choosing Not to Be a Vessel for Fear: Finding Peace in Uncertain Times." So I rewrote this for the Chat GPT rewrote this for the episode.
Okay.
So this says, as the election season stirs emotions and uncertainty, many may find themselves grappling with anxiety, worry, and even dread for what lies ahead. Justina and everybody. It's natural to feel these things when faced with unknown outcomes, especially when they carry the potential to impact not just individual lives, but also the vulnerable in our communities, the natural world, and the future of our collective well being. But even amid the chaos and fear, there exists a deeper space within, one that remains steady, calm, and unshaken by the turbulence above. There is a power in pausing, noticing what is rising up inside, and making space for it without trying to force it away. Simply allowing feelings to surface, which we discussed, whether they are of fear, grief, or frustration, can bring a surprising sense of relief. In that space, it is possible to find a moment of true peace, even if the external world feels like it's unraveling. And like we talked about earlier, even if first that is going through that rage, going to the rage room, and then allowing those deeper emotions to come forward, that may be what it takes. In these polarizing times, it is vital to be mindful of the role everyone plays in either healing or exacerbating divisions. Studies have shown that both sides of the political spectrum have overestimated how much the other side dehumanizes them. This misconception may create a vicious cycle of judgment and distrust. When people realize that their assumptions about others are not entirely accurate, they can start to dehumanize less, opening up space for more compassionate dialogue. The task then is to refuse to become a vessel for fear, whether it's about politics, loved one's health, or the state of the world. Fear can be paralyzing, keeping communities fragmented and preventing meaningful action. By practicing meaningfulness and consciously choosing not to amplify fear, there is an opportunity to focus for healing. In choosing to listen more deeply, to question assumptions, and to see others as human beings rather than mere symbols of opposing beliefs, the potential for true connection and understanding increases. Just as the comfrey plant, I don't think we've had a specific episode about, but quite
Yeah, I don't think so
popular.
either.
The comfrey plant was once known as knit bone for its healing properties. Each person can choose to become a bone knitter in this fractured society. There is a call to focus not on what divides, but on what can be done to mend. This might mean listening to those who hold different views, finding common ground, or simply resisting the urge to react with anger and fear. Each moment of mindfulness, each act of compassion is a step towards preventing further harm and building a more understanding world. Let there be a commitment to protect the most vulnerable, to gather in small, trusted circles, and to take meaningful action for the well being of both individuals and communities. Let the focus be on becoming vessels of hope, resilience, and healing rather than conduits for fear and division. In these challenging times, may there be a collective effort to choose kindness, to nurture connections, and to be a source of light in the darkness. And another portion of this article was about navigating difficult conversations. There's a TikToker who probably was a teacher at one point, and she always does those like skits of like how to talk to your problematic family, like, oh no, Aunt Lily, we are not going to discuss that right now. Like she talks to them like children. And
Uh-huh.
sometimes you have to, we are all just big kids, and sometimes big kids need their hands held also and things explained to them. Just, sharing a story on the side that some people are just not informed and they need things kind of dumbed down and explained
Mm.
sometimes. Impatient.
If that's possible, I don't know.
If it's possible. But you might find yourself in a tough conversation with family, friends, or colleagues about politics, and it can be frustrating and exhausting, especially when emotions are high. But before engaging, it's helpful to consider like, A, what's your goal in having this conversation? Is it about just being right? Ask yourself that. Or is it about giving this person accurate information? B, like, are you emotionally prepared for how it might unfold? Most of the time, I am not. I am a crier. I am a Cancer Mars. So most of the time, not my thing. And C, like, what's the safest environment for this discussion? It might not be around your whole entire family. This might be a private discussion that can happen later on. It's perfectly okay to decide not to engage if it feels too stressful. Your mental health and well being should come first. And remember that your feelings are valid and you are not alone. And it's easy to feel like everything is out of your control right now, but there are small steps that you can take to protect your mental health, check in with yourself, set boundaries, and don't be afraid to step back when you need to.
No, I completely agree with that. Like, if you, in most cases, most family things get heated, you know?
Because you
And
are the hardest and meanest to the people that you have been around the longest. Maybe not the people that you love most, but typically, like when people think of family, they're like, family comes first. I love them the most. But it's not always a healthy love. There is toxic love,
mhm.
and sometimes those people we are the most unbelievably mean to,
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I had to curb that conversation real quick the other
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
I told you I just kind of
Those
like
battles.
let it roll off my back and then be like, all right, I think I'm ready to go home now. You
Yeah.
know, we're going to talk a little bit about history of women's rights in America because I don't think like the newer generation realize just how new the rights that we do have left anyway,
Mhm.
how new it is.
There are so many little bullet points just after the year I was born, the years after you were born, all
Right.
these firsts just in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the complete timeline history of women's rights. Okay.
Ready?
So in 1769, the early American colonies based their laws on the English common law, which said by marriage, the husband and wife are one person in the law. The very being and legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage, or at least is incorporated into that of her husband, under whose wing and protection she performs everything. 1777, all states passed laws taking away the women's right to vote. So I guess women did have the right to vote initially, and then it was taken away.
Wow, I did not know that.
That's
The
interesting.
sevens,
That's interesting.
777.
Yeah.
Was that on your card? The
The
sevens.
seven, the seven, yeah. 1833, Oberlin College is founded as the first co-educational institution that accepts women and African Americans. 1848, New York passes the Married Woman's Property Act. For the first time, a woman isn't automatically liable for her husband's debts. She could enter contracts on her own, she can collect rents or receive an inheritance in her own right, and she could file a lawsuit on her own behalf. She became, for economic purposes, an individual.
1848.
1848, yeah. In 1870, the 15th Amendment is ratified, saying, "The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. African Americans may vote now, but women may not." 1872, Victoria Woodhull becomes the first woman to run for U.S. president, and she actually receives a few votes in 1872.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you go, baddie.
You go, Victoria.
Victoria. 1890, Wyoming becomes the first state to grant women the right to vote in state elections. In
Interesting.
1900, by now, every state has passed legislation modeled after New York's Married Women's Property Act of 1848, granting married women some control over their property and earnings. And isn't that crazy that, like, what was it, the 1690s, like when the Salem witch trials were going on, like, women were being hanged or called a witch to take their property away, and still in 1900 they just at that point started granting married women control over their own property earnings.
What is that? 300
300
years?
300 years, yeah.
300
So
years. 300.
just to put in perspective, like how slow things moved and even
Mm.
still are moving
Still.
because we're
Yeah, yeah.
still climbing this uphill battle, right? By 1918, Margaret Sanger wins her suit in New York to allow doctors to advise their married patients about birth control for health purposes. In 1920, the 19th Amendment is ratified and grants women the right to vote. It declares the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. So that was what, 1920 minus what was the year?
1900.
Or 1870?
Oh, oh, oh.
How many years is that? My math isn't mathin'.
50,
Hold on.
50 years.
Let me use the calculator. 50 years. 50
I did the
years.
math on the fingers.
Yeah, 50 years. 1922, suffragette and activist Rebecca Felton is appointed the first woman U.S. Senator. At 87 years old, she serves for only 2 days.
Oh,
I don't know if does she die like right after? Like what happened? I don't know. 1923, the National Woman's Party proposes a constitutional amendment that says men and women shall have equal rights throughout the United States and in every place subject to its jurisdiction. jurisdiction. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation, but it does not pass. Yeah. So even I think that's to this day, like there's nothing in the Constitution that is protecting women's equality. 1932, Hattie Wyatt Caraway of Arkansas becomes the first woman elected to the U.S. Senate.
Wow.
1933, Labor Secretary Frances Perkins is the first woman to serve on a presidential cabinet under Franklin D. Roosevelt. 1934, Letty Pate Whitehead became 1936, judicial approval of medicinal use of birth control is established. 1937, the U.S. Supreme Court upholds Washington state's minimum wage laws for women. 1963, the Equal Pay Act is passed, promising equitable wages for the same work, regardless of the race, color, religion, national origin, or sex of the worker.
I don't know if that one stuck. Also, that was a 30-some year difference. 1937 was the Washington upholds the state minimum wage for women, and then 1963 was the next.
That's a big jump, right? Like 30 something years. It's crazy to not. Well, maybe there was some stuff that happened in between there, but maybe nothing so poignant.
Not that made this list.
Nothing that made this list for sure. 1964, the Civil Rights Act passes, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, or sex. 1965, in Griswold versus Connecticut, the Supreme Court overturns one of the last state laws prohibiting the prescription or use of contraceptives by married couples. 1969, in Bowe versus Colgate Palmolive Company, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals rules that women meeting the physical requirements can work jobs that had been for men only. 1969, Shirley Chisholm of New York becomes the first African-American woman in Congress. Her motto is unbought and unbossed. That is boss bitch right there.
Savage.
Right?
Wow.
She serves in the U.S. House of Representatives for 14 years. 1970.
Shirley.
What?
Shirley.
Yeah, Shirley. 1971, in Phillips versus Martin Marietta Corporation, the U.S. Supreme Court outlaws the practice of private employers refusing to hire women with preschool children. So women were being discriminated against on the very basis that they were women or they were mothers.
Yeah.
Right?
We want you to be the mother because we don't want you to work. But if you're going to work, you can't work because you're a mom.
Yeah, like there's no winning. Title IX of the Education Amendments prohibits sex discrimination in all aspects of education programs that receive federal support. 1972, in Einstadt versus Baird, the Supreme Court rules that the right to privacy encompasses an unmarried person's right to use contraceptives. That seems like so late in the game, but
that blows my mind.
Yeah.
We don't have to get into dates and age and whatever. Girl, that's like if you had like an older cousin that was born 1972 was not that long ago, guys.
Right. Yeah, my mother was born in 1960.
It's unreal.
That is unreal. 1972, Katharine Graham becomes the first woman to become CEO of a Fortune 500 company, which was the Washington Post. 1973, with its Roe v. Wade decision, the U.S. Supreme Court declares that the Constitution protects women's rights to terminate an early pregnancy, thus making abortion legal in the United States. That one didn't last forever.
Extremely long.
Right. So 1974, housing discrimination on the basis of sex and credit discrimination against women are outlawed by Congress. Also, there's a bunch that happened in 1974. Mm-hmm. Cleveland Board of Education versus LaFleur determines it is illegal to force pregnant women to take maternity leave on the assumption that they are incapable of working in their physical condition. Also, the next two are 1974. The Women's Educational Equity Act funds the development of non-sexist teaching materials and model programs that encourage full educational opportunities for girls and women. And lastly, in 1974, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act passes. It does away with the practice of banks requiring single, widowed, or divorced women to bring a man along to co-sign any credit application. In Texas, they just passed something called the Coventry, some new law that they passed. What is that? What do you have? Is that?
I got some nuggies.
Chicken nuggets? Oh my God.
He's a beautiful man.
I'm so hungry. Avi got me Chipotle. It's waiting for me out there. I'm like,
oh man,
my Chipotle.
We should have a dinner and a show.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
So they just passed a law in Texas saying that it's a certain type of marriage. I don't remember if it's called the Coventry Act or something. It's a certain type of marriage that if you join in this marriage, there's an incentive. They like you have to pay a fee, but a covenant marriage. Yes. Okay, so it is a legally distinct type of marriage that requires couples to agree to a lifelong commitment and accept more limited grounds for divorce. Couples in
Oh,
a covenant marriage must also receive premarital counseling and agree to make efforts to preserve their marriage if they experience difficulties.
why would you do that?
And then also there is like a some kind of stipulation where they're not the women in these covenant marriages are not allowed to have bank accounts without their husband co-signing for them.
Texas, what the hell?
Yeah. And I think there's an incentive for couples to enter into this kind of marriage. So that's how they get them into that kind
A
of marriage. But
financial
then yeah,
benefit.
yeah, but then once you get into that marriage and like if you're being abused, how the fuck do you get out? Because, right?
Yeah,
Like
don't.
you can't. So, yeah, it said limited grounds for divorce. It's only permitted in certain situations. It says such as adultery, abuse, felony, substance abuse, or living apart for a specified period of time. But that's up to the courts, again, like, up to the courts to decide. Like, you can't just like want to leave your husband for no reason. You
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
have proof that like he's fucking you over on the side.
And even then, like,
And even then, and you have to have proof that he's abusing you. Exactly. So, yeah, so that was 74 that women were able to get a bank account without having a man to co-sign. 1975 in Taylor versus Louisiana, the court denies states the right to exclude women from juries. 1978, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act bans discrimination against women on the basis of pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical issues. Now we're getting into the 80s. This is when we were born, right? It's crazy that a lot of this stuff happened around the time that we came into existence. And it's so crazy because, like, you know, you're on this planet for so long and it feels like those things have been around forever, but really, like, we're just getting to these milestones then.
and but then thinking about it now, the things that you just told us, like they're like, oh, the 1800s, 1900s seems like a long time ago.
Yeah,
It's not.
it's
It's not
really
that
not.
long ago, y'all.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1984 in Roberts versus U.S. JC's sex discrimination in organizational membership policies is forbidden, opening many previously all male organizations to women. 1987, after being petitioned by the National Women's History Project, Congress designates March as Women's History Month. 1994, Congress adopts the Gender Equity in Education Act to train teachers in gender equity, promote math and science learning by girls, counsel pregnant teens, and prevent sexual harassment. Also 1994, the Violence Against Women Act funds services for victims of rape and domestic violence, allows women to seek civil rights remedies for gender-related crimes, provides training to increase police and court officials' sensitivity, and a national 24-hour hotline for battered women. And that was just in 1994.
Yeah.
1996, Supreme Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg writes the landmark decision in United States v. Virginia, which held that the state-supported Virginia Military Institute could not refuse to admit women. 1997, Madeleine Albright is sworn in as U.S. Secretary of State. She's the first woman in this position. Now we're getting into the 2000s. 2005, Condoleezza Rice becomes the first black female Secretary of State. 2007, Nancy Pelosi becomes the first female Speaker of the House. 2009, Sonia Sotomayor becomes the first Hispanic American and the third woman to serve as U.S. Supreme Court Justice. 2013, the ban against women in military combat positions is removed. This overturned a 1994 Pentagon decision restricting women from combat roles. Also 2013, a reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act. The new bill extends coverage to women of Native American tribal lands who are attacked by non-tribal residents, as well as lesbians and immigrants. 2016, Hillary Rodham Clinton makes history when she secures the presidential nomination for the Democrat Party, becoming the first U.S. woman to lead the ticket of a major party. And although she loses the election, like, she still made history. She was the first woman on a presidential ticket. Like,
History. Yeah.
crazy, right? And that was just in 2016. Like, why did it take that long?
Yeah.
2017, a worldwide protest called the Women's March happens the day following Donald Trump's presidential inauguration. It was the largest single-day protest in U.S. history, with an estimated 4 million participating in local marches across the nation. The organizers' goal for the march was to send a bold message to our new administration on their first day in office and to the world that women's rights are human rights. And 2020, Kamala Harris is sworn in as the first woman and first woman of color vice president of the United States. Whoop whoop!
Whoop, whoop.
She said, "While I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last."
Fuck yes.
Mm-hmm. In 2022, the Supreme Court rules that the Constitution does not confer any right to abortion, thus overruling both Roe v. Wade from 1973 and Planned Parenthood v. Casey from 1992, and setting off waves of protests across the United States.
Not
So,
so good.
not so good, right? So, we have a long road ahead to try to get that back. And women are still at a higher risk for poverty. So some examples of this are unequal 20-cent wage gap between men and women, bear the burden of low wage jobs and unpaid caregiving work, and then 1/3 of single mothers live in poverty. So some women are still victimized by sexual violence, and some statistics in reference to this is 33% of women are likely to be abused, 4.7 million American women experience physical violence by an intimate partner, and women in the US military are more likely to be raped by fellow soldiers than killed in combat. Isn't that is
No.
not okay?
No, that's
Like,
crazy. And what did you say before? 1 in 4 women will be sexually abused
right.
by the time they're through college or in
Yeah.
college.
So women are still underrepresented in leadership. 19% of all members of Congress are women. Of 50 state governors, 4 are women, and that's only 8%. And of the Fortune 500 companies, 25 are led by women CEOs, which is still only 5%. So we still got a lot of work to do, ladies.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
And the ladies who are doing it, keep fucking doing it. You're doing a
Mhm.
great job. You're doing a great
Yeah.
job, and you're giving us the rest of us hope.
Right, yeah. And I mean, we've come a long way, but there's still a long way to go. But yeah, they are such badasses out there.
Badasses. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
just giving the rest of us ladies hope. So
Condoleezza,
we thank you for that.
RBG.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh,
Yeah.
get it, girls.
So,
RIP though,
oh,
right?
yeah, Ruth.
Yeah.
She had quite a few quotes. Fight for things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. Yeah.
Throughout history, women have always found ways to connect and organize, even in the most oppressive circumstances. From the communal quilting and sewing circles that served as subtle meeting places to the coded symbols used in the Underground Railroad, these acts of quiet rebellion reveal the power of collaboration and shared purpose. These groups were not just spaces for camaraderie, they were hubs for planning, resistance, and action. And in today's climate where women's rights are again under scrutiny and control, this article serves as both a historical reminder and a call to action, and it underscores the enduring need for unity, creativity, and courage in the face of systemic challenges. Just as women in the past banded together to create change, we too must harness collective strength to address the obstacles of our time, from the reproductive rights to gender equality in all facets of life. This following story reminds us that the spirit of sisterhood and resilience is timeless, and that it is as crucial today as ever. So this is from the Smithsonian.com, and it's titled "The All-Women Secret Societies That Paved the Way for Modern Feminism." This says, in the early 20th century, New York City's Greenwich Village earned a reputation as America's Bohemia, a neighborhood where everyone from artists and poets to activists and organizers came to pursue their dreams. And this is a quote: "In the village, it was easy to bump into great minds, to go from one restaurant to another, to a meeting house, to work for a meeting, or to a gallery," says Joanna Skutz, author of Hotbed Bohemian, Greenwich Village, and the Secret Club that sparked modern feminism. Here was a community where rents were still affordable, creative individuals thrived, urban diversity and radical experiment were the norm, and the Bohemian dissenters could come and go as they pleased. Such a neighborhood was the ideal breeding ground for heterodoxy, a secret society that paved the way for modern feminism. The female debating club's name referred to many unorthodox women among its members. These individuals, quote, questioned forms of orthodoxy in cultures, in politics, in philosophy, and in sexuality. Born as a part of the initial wave of modern feminism that emerged during the 19th and 20th centuries, with suffrage at its center, the radical ideologies debated at heterodoxy gatherings extended well beyond the scope of a woman's right to vote. In fact, heterodoxy had only one requirement for its membership: that a woman, quote, not be orthodox in her opinion. The Heterodoxy Club and the work that they did was very much interconnected with what was going on in the neighborhood, says Andrew Bourbon, executive director of Village Preservation, a nonprofit dedicated to documenting and preserving the district heritage of Greenwich Village. With the suffrage movement already beginning to crest, women had started considering how they could free themselves from the generations and generations of structure structures that had been placed upon them. Unitary minister Marie Jenny Howe founded heterodoxy in 1912, 2 years after she and her husband, progressive reformer Frederick C. Howe, moved to the village. Howe was already in her 40s, says Scutts, quote, and just got to know people through her husband's professional connections and during meetings and networks where progressive groups were very active at the time. Howe's mindset on feminism was clear. We intend simply to be ourselves, she once said, not just to our little female selves, but to our whole big human selves. Many of the women in heterodoxy moved in corresponding circles and maintained similar beliefs. They were veterans of social reform efforts. They belonged to leagues, associations, societies, and organizations of all stripes. A large number of public figures, influential lawyers, journalists, playwrights, and physicians, some of whom were the only women in their fields, and often had their names in the papers for their work they were performing. Many members were also involved in a wide variety of women's rights issues, from promoting the use of birth control to advocating for immigrant mothers. Heterodoxy met every other Sunday to discuss such issues and see how members might collaborate on collective networks to reform. Gatherings were considered a safe place for women to talk, exchange ideas, and take action. Jessica Campbell, a visual artist whose exhibition on heterodoxy is currently on display at Philadelphia's Fabric Workshop and Museum, says their meetings were taking place without any kind of recording or public record. It was this privacy that allowed women to speak freely. Scutts adds, the freedom to disagree was very important to them. With 25 charter members, heterodoxy includes individuals of diverse backgrounds, including lesbian and bisexual women, labor radicals and socialites, and artists and nurses. Meetings are often held in the basement of Polly's, a McDougal Street hangout established by anarchist Polly Halliday. Here, at what Berman calls sort of nexus of progress, artistic, intellectual, and political thought, the women would gather at wooden tables to discuss issues like fair employment and fair wages, reproductive rights, and the anti-war movement. The meetings often went on for hours, with each typically revolving around a specific subject determined in advance. Reflecting on these get-togethers later in life, the moralist Mabel Dodge Lewin described them as gatherings of, quote, fine, darling, rather joyous and independent women who did things and did them openly. Occasionally, heterodoxy hosted guest speakers like modern birth control pioneer Margaret Sanger, who later became the president of the International Planned Parenthood Federation, and anarchist Emma Goldman, known for championing everything from free love to right of labor to organize.
So while the topics discussed at each meeting remained confidential, many of heterodoxy's members were quite open about their involvement with the club. This is a quote, "Before I'd even heard of heterodoxy," says Scutts, "I had been working in the New York Historical Society, researching for an exhibition on how radical politics had influenced a branch of the suffrage movement. That's when I began noticing many of the same women's names in overlapping causes. I then realized that they were all associated with this particular club. These women included labor lawyer, suffragist, socialist, and journalist Crystal Eastman, who in 1920 co-founded the American Civil Liberties Union to defend the rights of all people nationwide, and playwright Susan Glaspell, a key player in the development of modern American theater. Other notable alumni were feminist icon Charlotte Perkins Gilman, whose 1892 short story, The Yellow Wallpaper, illustrates the mental and physical struggles associated with postpartum depression, and feminist psychoanalyst Beatrice M. Hinkle, the first woman physician in the United States to hold a public health position. Lou Rogers, the suffrage cartoonist whose work was used as a basis for the design of Wonder Woman, was a member of heterodoxy, as was Jewish socialist activist Rose Pastor Stokes. Grace Nail Johnson, an advocate for civil rights and an influential figure in the Harlem Renaissance, was heterodoxy's only black member. Howe said, "I had personally written to her and invited her," says Scutts, "as sort of a representation of her race. It's an unusual case because racial integration was quite uncommon at the time. While exceptions did exist, the majority of heterodoxy's members were middle class or wealthy, and the bulk of them had obtained undergraduate degrees, still very much a rarity for women in the early 20th century. Some even held graduate degrees in fields like medicine, law, and the social sciences. These were women with the leisure time to participate in political causes," says Scutts, "and who could afford to take risks, both literally and figuratively. But while political activism and the ability to discuss topics overtly were both part of heterodoxy's overall ethos, most of its members were decidedly left-leaning, and almost all were radical in their ideologies, even if the meetings promoted an openness to disagree," says Scutts. "It wasn't like these were women from across the political spectrum." Rather, they were women who inspired and spurred each other on. For example, about 1/3 of the club's members were divorced, a process that was still incredibly difficult, expensive, and even scandalous at the time, says Scutts. The club acted as somewhat of a support network for them, just by the virtue of having people around you that are saying, I've gone through the process and you can too, and survive. According to Campbell, heterodoxy's new inductees were often asked to share a story about their upbringing with the club's other members. This approach, quote, helped to break down barriers that might otherwise be there due to their ranging political views and professional allegiances, the artist says. The Heterodoxy Club usually went on hiatus during the summer months when members relocated to places like Provincetown, Massachusetts, a seasonal outpost for Greenwich Village residents. Women secured the right to vote with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, displacing the momentum that suffrage movement around the same time. The Red Scare saw the arrests and deportations of Unionists and immigrants. Rent prices in the neighborhood also increased dramatically, driving out the village's bohemian spirit. As the club's core members continued aging, heterodoxy became more about continuing friendships than debating radical ideologies. These women were not all young when they started to meet, says Scutts in the Lost Ladies of Lit podcast. You know, it's 20, 30 years later, and so they stayed in touch, but they never really found the second generation or third generation to keep it going in a new form. By the early 1940s, the bi-weekly meetings of heterodoxy were no more. Still, the club's legacy lives on, even beyond the scope of modern feminism. These days, it's so easy to dehumanize people when you're only hearing one facet of their belief system, says Campbell. But the ability to change your mind and debate freely, like the women of heterodoxy without any public record, it's an interesting model for rethinking the way we talk about problems and interact with other people today.
Very interesting. I've never heard of that
I've never heard of
group
heterodoxy.
before.
I've never
There
heard
were
of that one.
two, I won't read them both. I'll just highlight them here. One by Bell Hooks. There
Mhm.
is an article on justor.org called Sisterhood, Political Solidarity Between Women
Mhm.
that we have summed up here in our notes, but the link will be there if you'd like to read the whole thing. I think it was like 10 to 14 pages. I can't quite recall.
Yeah.
But it covers the urgency of struggle and constructive conflict, racism and the myth of common oppression, sisterhood as political solidarity, not shared victimhood, the intersection of racism and sexism, moving beyond confession to action, transforming feminist movements. And this essay speaks to a call for feminist activists to embrace the complexities of their struggle and work with tireless passion to build a movement that reflects the diversity and strength of women everywhere. By redefining sisterhood and centering political solidarity, feminists are able to foster into existence a powerful movement in their struggle for change, one forceful enough to dismantle all forms of oppression. And
Yeah.
then another one, excuse me, I thought this was just Tor. This was read Duke upress.edu. So probably from Duke University, is called Sisterhood is X on feminist solidarity then and now. It's going to be linked, but it's $15 if you would like to pay
Oh,
for it.
okay.
I can't remember how long it was, but it sounded fascinating. It sounded like it fit, so we wanted to include the link so you didn't have to go looking for it.
Yeah, we will include all these over on our hero page if you guys want to, check out all of these sources and,
Yeah.
do your own research and do your own digging and, just educate yourself about what's going on
Yeah.
and what you can do to stay involved in the causes and, just
Yeah.
do your part.
And maybe hear
Lifting
someone
women up.
else's opinion that
Mhm.
might differ from yours a little bit.
Right. And I
Yeah.
think that's what's so frustrating is that a lot of the times, and I'm not blaming one political party over another, but like sometimes we become so biased by our own belief systems that like you become confined to this echo chamber. And I feel like that's kind of where we kind of like butt heads because we're so in our own belief systems that it's hard to kind of like see things from another person's perspective. But I think it's important to read things from all over and just kind of form your own
Yeah.
opinions.
I think that falls in the same vein of like why the pagan path is so fascinating because like going down this path you're introduced to so many other religions and like where
Yeah.
things come from and it's kind of brought me not don't get me wrong, I'm not back in the Catholic or Christian vein, but it's given me a better understanding and a more interest in like questioning
Hmm.
why, what, when, why
Yeah.
from people who still follow that path. It's more interesting to me now than it was when I was in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I came across a TikTok the other day of a girl who she started reading the Bible. I don't think she was Catholic or Christian. I think she just wanted an understanding of like what the fuck is the big deal? Why do people adhere to this like mythological book so much, like a
Yeah.
man-made written book, right? I forget how much she read up to, but it was like just part one. She's like doing a whole series of it. But she's like pinpointing like things that happen and she's like, why the fuck? Like that's so like weird. Why would they even like put that in there? Like she's hysterical. If I could like I'll have to send you her videos, but she was cracking me up. I grew up in that religion, but at that age, I was like, I don't fucking care about this shit.
Right.
But like as an
Right.
adult, now I'm like kind of interested of like, okay, what really is in that book that people are going all ape shit over? Like
Oh
now
my
I'm like
God.
curious, like, you know?
I don't love the Bible, but I love the like what's it called when like one thing says one thing and then next thing says the
Oh,
opposite.
the contradicting
The
contra
contradicting things.
yeah.
There's two people that I don't know their names. There's two TikTokers. One is a guy who is, I don't know if he's an atheist or not, but he
Yeah.
has all of these like color coded tabbies, annotations of like where in the Bible there's rape, sacrifice, incest, sex, like
Yeah.
all what you just said,
Contradictions.
contradictions. Can't get that word. And then there was another video of somebody, you know, how they're trying to bring Bible study back into school. A
Yeah.
guy had gone to probably like a town council meeting. It was like, I'd like to read from the Bible. And they were like, yeah, sure. So he starts reading one of the like sexy verses. You know, and you know, there's another verse of like the two daughters who seduced their father, and like it's just wild the picking and
Yeah.
choosing that
Yeah.
Christians like to do.
Yeah. The one that you just mentioned of the two girls seducing their father, that was one of the excerpts that the girl was talking about on that TikTok video. Yeah, she's like, that's so weird. Like, why would they? God didn't even ask them to do that. They did that on their own. Like, why?
How did that someone do that?
They just did it because they wanted to. Like,
Oh
what the
my
fuck is wrong
God.
with people? So
You and I talked about one that was like crazy. I think we didn't do a sacrifices episode, but the
we did a
story
blood
was
oath.
like,
Was it a blood oath one?
oh, it might have been Blood Oath, where the
Yeah.
father was like, I will sacrifice whatever comes out of my home first if you grant me this victory over this other army. And the first thing to come out of his home was his daughter. So he had to fucking kill his kid.
Yeah. It just
Crazy.
doesn't fucking make any sense. I don't know.
Anyway,
And so, as a result, you know, women were rising up in all of their feminine rage, as we should. We are becoming the bear. And if that's not the most empowering statement, right, then what is? We are calling back our power. And I just want to highlight some of the powerful goddesses that we can ourselves invoke and work with. So, hey, witches, you know, these are some goddesses that you can work with so that we can always be guided and guarded by the protective matriarchs of the spiritual realm. So I just wanted to go through some of these.
I want a little bear like charm now for my
Yeah.
bracelet. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, and all of these have to do with bears,
Okay.
right? At least
Hmm.
in some sense. So Andarta was a Celtic goddess worshipped in southern Gaul. Inscriptions invoking her name have been found among the Visconti in southern France and in Bern, Switzerland. The Gaulish theonym Andarta is traditionally interpreted as meaning the great bear, perhaps powerful bear, or Ursa Major, formed with an intensifying suffix and attached to a feminine form of artos, which means bear. Andarta might thus have been a counterpart or alternative name of the Celtic bear goddess Artio.
Oh, is this like Brave when the mom turns into the bear?
I
Remember
never saw
Brave?
that movie.
Stop. The music is so good. Oh my
Is
God. It
it?
kind of I have a playlist of songs that have made me cry.
Yeah.
Like this is so fucking good. Ah, girl,
Is
as an
that the one
outdoorsy witchy bitch, you need to
with the
watch this
girl with the
movie.
red curly hair?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah,
shooting for my own hand.
it looks
Like,
so cute.
it's
Yeah,
so
I
good.
never saw it.
Please go watch it.
I got it. Yeah, that's I'm gonna put that on my list. So the next one on this list is Artaha, also spelled Artehe, like Art E-H-E. It's the name of an ancient goddess that was worshipped in southern Gaul, in the region of Aquitania. She is a tutelary goddess that is thought to be associated with bears. I'm not sure if that's affiliated with the other one in Gaul. The next one is Artawis, a Celtic epithet applied to the Roman god Mercury during the Roman Celtic period. This is another, it says Gaulish again, so a lot of these I guess have to do with Gaul. In Gaulish, the word Artos means bear, and Arteos, which would have been a derivative, meaning something like Ursine, and again, Ursa Major, which is the bear. Miranda Green considers Mercury Arteus
Miranda?
Miranda to have been a bear god. It is also possible that Arteus is derived from a place name so that as an Artean Mercury, he would only indirectly have any association with bears. The next one, Artemisia vulgaris, right? Artemis. In ancient Greek religion and mythology, Artemis is the goddess of the hunt, the wilderness, wild animals, nature, vegetation, childbirth, care of children, and chastity. In later times, she was identified with Selene, the personification of the moon, and she was also said to roam the forests and the mountains, attended by her entourage of nymphs. The goddess Diana is her Roman equivalent.
So she
The
was like
next,
the original 4B bitch.
yeah, I guess we could say that. Yeah.
Cool.
And we know Artemisia vulgaris is the scientific name for, was it mugwort?
Mugwort. Almost like
Mugwort
wormwood.
spice. Yeah, mugwort spice. So all about the female reproductive system, if you will, right?
Mm-hmm.
The next one on this list is Callisto. And Callisto was a nymph and follower of Artemis who swore to remain a virgin. However, Zeus became infatuated with her and turned himself into Artemis to lure her. When Callisto became pregnant, she was expelled from Artemis's hunting group. Hera, Zeus's wife, discovered the affair and turned Callisto into a bear to hide her from Hera. Artemis mistook Callisto for a bear and killed her during a hunt. Zeus then placed Callisto among the stars as the constellation Ursa Major, or the Great Bear. That's scandalous as hell.
Those Greeks, honey.
Man,
And
they need their own reality show.
They have a few. Have you watched Chaos with a K?
No.
Jeff Goldblum is Zeus.
Okay.
I haven't seen it, but I heard good things. I think there's
You,
only one season, 2 seasons. I
you
really
had
want to
me at Jeff
watch it.
Goldblum. I will watch anything that man does.
I love him so much. He is
He
beautiful.
was in Wicked. He was the wizard. He's the
That's
wizard.
right. Ah,
Yeah.
he's just wonderful.
Yeah. The next one on this list is Archeteia. Archeteia was a ritual performed by young girls at the temple of Artemis in Broron. The girls dressed up as bears, wearing masks and saffron robes, and would dance, race, and imitate she-bears.
That's so
The
cute.
ritual, yeah. The ritual was a rite of passage that marked the physical maturation of pubescent girls. The symbolism of the animals was meant to introduce the girls to environmental education and concern for nature. So Archeteia is not so much a goddess or deity, but rather a ritual that was performed.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
It's like Girl Scouts.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
like introducing them to like nature.
Girl Scouts for Feminine Rage.
Yeah.
Right? And Arctoi is the little bears of Artemis. So everyone knows about the special companions of the maiden goddess, the golden horned stag, the hunting hounds, and the nymphs. But did you know about the bear? He was one of her favorites, and they played together and snoozed together in the wilds of Attica many centuries ago. What is this from? This is...
It's adorable. It reminds me of Huck Two Girl, though. Arctoi.
This is from medium.com. When Artemis returned from the hunt, she found her bear companion gone, and when she reached out her goddess sight to find him, she saw his lifeless body displayed in the town. Furious, she flew to his side, ready to destroy the town with plague and retribution. But when she arrived, she found the small girl crying in the cold fur of the bear who had been killed in her name. The fury burned out of the goddess at the sight of the weeping girl, and she decided to offer the town a chance to atone for their misdeed. Artemis spoke to the girl, and together they decided that they would join the retinue of the goddess and learn the way of the bear. She would substitute herself in place of Artemis' special companion to atone for the actions of her family, and then the goddess would spare her town from the plague. Many years passed in the wild woods with the goddess, and the small girl grew into a big girl, then a woman, and finally an old crone. She now spent more time snoozing than playing and could no longer follow the hunt or the games of the nymphs. She needed an heir. Wise Artemis had been waiting for this revelation, and on the very spot where the old woman decided to seek an heir to her bearhood, she shot her sacred arrow into the earth, and a magical freshwater spring shot forth from the ground. The woman bear went back to the town of her birth and told the people of her magical life, her bargain with the goddess, and the sacred spring which had recently arisen nearby. The good God-fearing folk of the town understood immediately, and a temple was constructed to serve the bear woman, became the head priestess, and every 4 years a selection of girls from the town joined her to learn the way of the bear, dancing, playing, running races, and creating honey-colored robes and jewelry to wear during their time at the temple. That must be that the Archeteia ritual that we just talked about. Over time, some girls chose to stay and continue the priestess line, but most girls returned to the town where they reached marriageable age, leaving their saffron robes and amber jewels in the sacred spring in gratitude for their time with the goddess. 4 years later, more girls arrived, and the new priestesses joined with the bear women in guiding the girls and teaching them the way of the bear. With each new cycle, the girls of the town came to the temple to learn and honor the final years of their maidenhood in service to the maiden goddess. When the girls grew up and had girl children of their own, they remembered their own joy in the service of Artemis, and so the tradition of sending, quote, bears, arktoi in Greek, to live at the temple continued to the next generation. Some former arktoi returned to the goddess in their later years, and the priestesses incorporated their woman wisdom into the teachings along with their bear wisdom. Today, we can honor that tradition by seeking circles of women where wise women mentors and free young girls can come together and play and share wisdom about what it means to be a woman in our world. I think that would please Artemis and the original bears. Don't you think so?
That was the cutest little story. Oh, very sad. Very sad for a moment.
Yeah.
Didn't play anymore, but that's when she decided to extend her knowledge and pass it on to the girls coming of age. I love it so much.
Yeah, and speaking of like passing that knowledge, that like of our ancestors, that female knowledge, that reminds me kind of, we're going to talk about a little later on. We have some books, but the Women Who Run with the Wolves, that entire book is just filled with like so many little cool nuggets and anecdotes and like honoring your inner divine goddess and just being in touch with that wild woman archetype, right?
100%.
Like whether you're married or you're not married or whatever the case, like it still is so liberating to read those stories of like the ancestors, and I just think that's a beautiful book all around.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about some ways that you can make some positive use of your feminine rage. So to make use of your feminine rage in a positive way, channel that energy into activism, advocacy, creative expression, personal growth, setting strong boundaries, using your voice to speak out against injustice and fight for equality while ensuring that your actions remain constructive and respectful. So some positive ways that you can utilize your feminine rage. First one, activism and advocacy. You can join or start campaigns related to women's rights, social justice issues, or causes that resonate with your anger. Speak out at public events if you're into public speaking. You can write letters to your officials, organize protests, volunteer with organizations working toward positive change. Find that community of other like-minded women who want to see the same things, who are for the same causes as you, right? You can get into your creative expression. You can write powerful poetry or prose about your experiences. You can compose music that reflects your emotions, engage in visual arts like painting or drawing to express your rage, or you could perform in theater or dance to channel your emotions in a more physical way, or go to a rage room.
I love you.
Go smash some shit like we talked about before.
Justina 2024.
Exactly. That's going to be, yeah, exactly. My MO for 2024, just smash some shit, but in a productive, constructive, non-violent kind of way, in a controlled setting, don't take it out on people. So the next one is focus on your personal growth. Reflect on the root cause of your anger and identify areas for personal development. And that includes doing your shadow work, like getting more into if you seek therapy, maybe getting, more in touch with your therapist or whoever is helping you work through those things. Because I think that's a really important thing, is like identifying those things that trigger you, like the things that make you so angry and fired up. Like, it's important to examine those things, and also what we said before, seek therapy or counseling to process your emotions in a healthy way. Practice mindfulness and self-care techniques to manage your anger. If it's meditation or deep breathing techniques, or taking a bath, or taking a walk, or listening to your feminine rage playlist on Spotify, whatever you need to do.
Yeah. Sometimes I have to ask for a hug, because they say like a 2-minute, if you can stand there for 2 minutes and hug it out, like it just regulates your body and your nervous system, and that helps so much more than you think it will.
Yeah.
So I just ask for a hug if you need it. Sometimes my boss will give me a hug.
Aw,
He's
that's
like, you
nice.
seem off today. I'm like, I'll
That's
take a
so
hug,
nice.
thanks.
That's nice.
Not a 2-minute hug. That would be weird.
Yeah, sometimes if I'm having a day, I'll be like, I want to be
Right.
coddled.
Yeah.
Can you just pour me a glass of wine and make me food and just
That
bring me
is
some Chipotle?
self-care.
Bring me some Chipotle. Thanks, love.
Oh,
Yeah, so learning when to ask for the help too is important, right? We can't be Wonder Woman all the time, although it'd be nice, but even I'm sure even
wasn't Wonder Woman all the time, was she?
probably not. Superheroes, they have alter egos. I don't fucking know, but
For a reason. Yeah.
right, but I was gonna say, even Kamala Harris, I'm sure she seems very strong. She's very strong in her presence to the American people. But when she had to give her concession speech, it was a beautiful speech. But I'm saying, like, before that, you don't think she needed a good cry and a hug out from her husband to get through that? I mean,
100%.
we'll never know. We'll never know what happened
Right.
behind the scenes.
But
But like,
people were like,
we're all
"Oh, she
human.
was doing all this press and all this interview and all the da 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 da. Now where is she? Now where is she? Bitch, she's taking time for herself, and you need to back up. Just give
Right.
her her time. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
We're all human. I don't care if you're a world leader or not. Like, you just need to take that time. And that brings us to the next one, setting boundaries, right? You can learn to say no to situations or people that trigger your anger, communicate your needs clearly and assertively to others, and you can prioritize your well-being and protect your time and energy. And if that means ghosting somebody because
so be it.
hey, listen, I'm a Sagittarius. I can't help it. Sometimes I go off the grid and I just need to be by myself for a little bit before I can gather my thoughts and
Yeah,
decide whether or not I want to go shoot for good or,
yeah.
you know?
I got you, girl.
Yeah. I mean, you don't always owe people an explanation, you know?
No, I like
Yeah.
that. I am an over explainer.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron is not, and I so try to be more like him. Like if you are invited somewhere, you can just say no.
Yeah.
I'm busy and leave
Yeah.
it there. Like you don't have to give a reason at all.
The last thing on this list is it says important considerations. Channel your anger constructively. Avoid directing your rage towards individuals in a destructive manner. Be mindful of your impact. Ensure your actions are aligned with your values and don't harm others. And this includes if you're doing witchcraft, right? Don't harm others because what you put out, you're going to get back. So always be mindful of the, times three law. Just be mindful of what you put out will come back in essence. So, and also that goes with like the deities that you choose to work with. Like you should be careful with like anything that you're putting out.
Just be
You
prepared.
know?
Know who you're talking to.
Exactly. The lastly, it says seek support. Talk to trusted friends, family, professionals if you are struggling to manage your anger. And I just want to thank Christina for being a sounding board for me the past month. Like, like we didn't really talk much, but when we did, it was like, I
You
have
were
some shit
doing
to
deep
tell you.
work.
It's like, I have some shit to tell you.
These
Oh,
three important
God.
considerations really sum up how this episode came to fruition. You channeling the anger constructively, being mindful of our impact, and seeking that support.
Yes.
And I'm glad we did it this way.
Yeah, I am glad we did it this way, and I hope this episode helped anybody who's in the same boat.
Same.
Going through and we're all in this together, right? We're all in this
We
together.
are. In 4 years, it's going to be a whole new mess for us
Oh
to figure
God.
out, right?
Well, one day at a time. That's all we can do. One day at a time.
Yeah.
So,
Justina was telling us about some bear deities to work with. And as somebody who is very goddess driven, there are other goddesses, as you may know, that you can work with. And I think right now we need the goddess more than ever. And there are some different ones that I want to discuss. So in this
would
time,
you say these fall in line with more of like the dark feminine rising, like the
yes.
darker goddess? Okay,
Yes, yes,
okay,
yes, yes.
okay. Tell us.
Yeah, right now in this uncertain time, the call for the goddess resonates louder than ever. And around the world, we see the tension between progress and regression, particularly in the realms of female rights, bodily autonomy, and societal strength. And in these moments like this, we need to turn to the powerful archetypes of the goddess to guide us, inspire us, and remind us of the enduring strength inherent in the divine feminine. Goddesses like the Durga, the Hathor, Lilith, Kali, Medusa, and Hecate, who embody qualities that speak to the challenges we face today. And these are not the only ones. These are the ones that
Right.
stuck out to me the most.
Before you start this, have you ever heard of Frau Perchta?
No, Frau Perchta.
Oh my God. All right. I've never heard of her either before like the other day. She's I think a Nordic goddess, I want to Oh, okay, real quick. Just it's a Christmas witch.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
But this is horrifying. I've never heard of this before. But watch this.
If Krampus is scary, wait Frau Perchta hails from Eastern European and Alpine lore. Sometimes she appears as a stunning young woman. Other times, she appears as a horrifying crone. And one of her feet is a goose or a swan foot, which is proof of her shape-shifting powers. During the 12 days between Christmas and Epiphany, she roams the countryside. By the way, those 12 days between Christmas and Epiphany, yes, those are the 12 days of Christmas. Frau Perchta checks to see if the children have been naughty or nice, and she checks to see if the women have finished their spinning of flax by the 12th night. If they didn't follow rules or they didn't eat her traditional feast of fish and gruel, then they are in trouble. As punishment, she'll slit open their stomachs, yank out their insides, and stuff them with straw and garbage. Yep, she's like the Michael Myers of Christmas. It is also worth noting that much of the imagery of Frau Perchta has problematic origins, and it's tied to harmful stereotypes. While her story is fast, important to approach her story with thoughtfulness and care. If you want to learn more about Frau Perchta, then check out my playlist. You can also check out the blog story. If you didn't know this story before, then the holidays just got a whole lot darker for you.
Yeah.
Girl, Krampus has nothing on that bitch.
Frau Perchta will fuck some shit up.
Oh my God.
Stuff your bowels with hay and garbage.
Garbage. Not just put you in a sack and beat the shit out of you.
No, like
Oh
I showed
my
that to Avi. He's like, they need to make that a horror movie now.
Oh my God.
Frau Perchta.
Frau Perchta.
Anyway.
Okay, so the first one is the Durga. This is a Hindu goddess, a warrior goddess in Hindu mythology, and known as the invincible protector. And the Durga represents protection, courage, and divine justice in a world grappling with gender-based violence, systemic inequality, and the erosion of rights. Her image as a defender of righteousness is profoundly needed. Durga's many arms, each holding a weapon, symbolize the myriad of tools and methods required to fight oppression. Her fierce yet composed demeanor reminds us that the strength can coexist with grace. In post-election uncertainty, as women's rights are debated and often undetermined, Durga stands as a rallying cry for those who seek to protect what is just and fight for those who cannot defend themselves.
Yeah.
I love it. I love a defender. Hathor, the Egyptian goddess of love, joy, music, and motherhood, embodies the softer yet equally potent aspects of feminine power. In times of social and political upheaval, her energy reminds us of the importance of nurturing not just others, but ourselves. Hathor represents creation and renewal, encouraging us to build communities fractured by division and polarization. She calls for balance, emphasizing that while battles must be fought, there must also be spaces for healing, celebration, and collective joy. Her presence teaches us to honor our creative potential, whether it's through activism, art, or nurturing this next generation of change makers. Next is Lilith. We talked a lot about Lilith in our 3-part slut series. Please check it out. Hail Lilith. So the rebel and advocate of autonomy. Lilith, often demonized in Abrahamic traditions, is a figure of unyielding independence and defiance against patriarchal control. Her refusal to submit, even when exiled, makes her a potent symbol for women reclaiming their autonomy and agency. In this post-election landscape, where reproductive rights and personal freedoms are under siege, Lilith's story resonates as a reminder that resistance is not futile, it is necessary. She teaches us that the fight for equality and respect is a sacred one, even when it comes at great personal cost. Lilith's legacy is one of empowerment and the unrelenting demand to be seen and heard. Kali, the destroyer of evil. Kali, another fierce Hindu goddess, embodies the destruction necessary for rebirth, that tower moment. With her garland of skulls and wild, uncontained energy, she confronts the chaos of the world head on. Kali reminds us that some systems must be torn down to make way for growth and justice. Her ferocity is a call to confront the darker aspects of society, corruption, bigotry, and exploitation without fear. In a time when many feel powerless against entrenched systems of inequality, Kali's message is clear. Transformation often requires bold, radical action and blood sometimes. She invites us to embrace our inner chaos, channel it constructively, and to use it to dismantle the forces of oppression. Medusa, the maligned and resilient. Medusa's story, often reduced to her being a monster, is one of resilience in the face of trauma. She is the victim. I would really recommend you reading her story, everyone who has not. Once a victim of violence, she was transformed into the figure of terror, embodying society's fear of feminine rage and power. Today, Medusa serves as a symbol for survivors reclaiming their narratives. In an era where discussions around sexual violence and harassment are more visible, her image speaks to the ongoing fight against victim blaming and silencing. Medusa reminds us that anger is valid and can be a source of strength, and she empowers us to face our fears and use them as weapons against injustice. Hecate, mighty Hecate, make it right, the guardian of the thresholds and the crossroads. Hecate, the Greek goddess of crossroads, magic, and the underworld, is a guide through transitions and uncertainty. Her wisdom is particularly relevant in times of political and social instability. As a guardian of the threshold, Hecate encourages us to embrace change no matter how daunting, and to trust in our ability to navigate the unknown. She is a beacon for those seeking clarity and purpose in murky times, reminding us that even in darkness, there is light to be found, or be the scariest thing in the dark, right? Hecate's connection to magic and intuition also underscores the importance of inner strength and spiritual resistance when the external world feels chaotic. So why now? Why do we need the goddess now? These goddesses, though rooted in different cultures and traditions and different times, different eras, share a common thread. They represent aspects of the female divine that have been suppressed, feared, and undervalued in patriarchal societies. In this post-election moment where uncertainty looms and division deepens, their stories offer a roadmap for resilience, empowerment, and transformation. They remind us of the importance of standing firm in our beliefs, protecting the vulnerable, and seeking justice even when the odds seem insurmountable. The goddess archetype challenges us to embrace both our light and our shadow, recognizing that strength comes in many forms. Whether it's the Durga's protective energy, Hathor's nurturing love, Lilith's fierce independence, Kali's transformative rage, Medusa's resilience, or Hecate's guiding wisdom, each goddess offers tools for navigating the complexities of our time. They inspire us to fight for a more equitable world while reminding us of the power inherent in femininity. And as we face the uncertainty of the post-election world, let us draw strength from these goddesses, their stories. They're timeless because of the struggles they embody. They call us to rise, to resist, and to reclaim the sacred feminine as a force for justice and renewal. And in doing so, we honor not just the goddess, but the divine potential within ourselves and our communities, our fellow men and women. And I know personally right now, Hecate is very special to Justina and I right now, as well as the Baba Yaga. Didn't even include her, but if you want to fuck shit up, call upon her.
Yeah.
Make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I've heard that in some stories, Baba Yaga, she's either seen as like someone good or someone bad, depending on the story, and I guess you know the origins or like who's telling the story. But she can fuck some shit up.
I have 3 different kids Baba Yaga books. I want to show you because they're so beautifully illustrated. I don't know how I ended up with all 3 of them. My parents used to read them to me. But yeah, it's kind of the same in all of like learning to use your intuition to help you through trials and tests.
Right. Yeah. I've been scrolling through my TikTok and hearing like all the Hecate. Did you ever hear the TikTok songs like Hecate? Yeah. Like I always hear that in my feed, and every time I hear it, I get so fucking pumped. And I'm like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like the fire breathing you, or like the lion breath you would do in yoga, the way you could just go, you know, just get you jazzed up.
It does. It really does. And it's like, yo, women are fucking powerful.
We be scary.
We be scary. Don't underestimate feminine rage, okay, y'all? Just saying. Don't underestimate.
So if you do
see at the end of Game of Thrones, she did not. Yeah. She did not. What am I gonna?
Y'all ever see Carrie?
Yeah, exactly. Right? The rage. Carrie the rage. Right.
So if you do want to work some magic, whether you're already practicing left, right, middle, this is a spell for reproductive justice. This is from Lisa Stardust, so I wanted to share this. This says, in the late 1960s, the movement group Women's International Terrorist Conspiracy from Hell, also known as WITCH, organized protests to push back against the patriarchy and to fight for women's rights. They had several spin-off covens throughout the country composed of radical feminists who wanted to expose capitalism as the true enemy of women's freedom. When Senator Ralph Yarborough gave testimony on family planning in 1970, WITCH threw pills at male panel members who were speaking for women about what they could and couldn't do with their bodies. The influence of WITCH has been felt by modern day witches who use their magical powers to, quote, to hashtag hex the patriarchy. On hashtag witch talk, many looking to hex the patriarchy have been taking aim at the members of the Supreme Court who recently overturned Roe v. Wade, according to Melissa J. Madara, and practicing witches who organized hexes against the patriarchy in past several months. It's important to think globally and act locally. And if you're interested in using magic to promote bodily autonomy, Melissa suggests offering protection to protesters, doctors who perform abortions, and organizations in need of money to support reproductive rights. I like this. Hexing is a choice that the magic worker can make for themselves. There's no right or wrong way when it comes to fighting back against the injustices of society. However, there are alternative spells that you can work. Melissa states that witches can offer, quote, spiritual counseling, tarot readings, and other services to people living in oppression. If you're part of a community, start a line of inquiry in how your circle can use its collective skills to fight against this oppression. Melissa Jane Madara, magical practitioner and best-selling author of The Witch's Feast, a kitchen grimoire, wrote the following spell that we can all do to advocate for bodily autonomy and justice. So here you go. Here's what you're going to need. Frankincense, charcoal, a small handful of culinary sage, and a pit from like a fruit, like a peach pit, plum, apricot, avocado, like a sizable pit. All right. So the instructions are thus. Melissa says, this is a spell that comes from ancient Greece, recorded in the PGM for the Greco-Egyptian magical papyri dating between 100 BCE and 300 CE. On the night of a new moon, tidy your altar after sunset and prepare your space for ritual as you normally do. Meditation, calling the quarters, and reciting the LBRP, the lesser ritual of the pentagram. You may light your altar candles to read by, but special candles aren't necessary for this spell. In an incense burner or heat-proof dish, carefully light your charcoal and place your frankincense resin on top. As the resin melts and the smoke begins to rise, recite the prayer to Selene. This is found freely available in many places online. So you may read through the spell before your ritual to ensure you can look up any words you don't recognize and familiarize yourself with the piece. This prayer is an invocation to Selene, like the moon, maybe, perhaps, the personification of the moon in ancient Greece cosmology. Notice how she is repeatedly invoked as a protector of children, the goddess of midwives, and a terrible foe for evildoers, a subduer of subduers. When you finish reading the spell out loud, take a moment to speak freely about what you would like to ask for. You may prepare this statement ahead of time or speak from the heart, but speak your intentions clearly and directly and with confidence. When you finish, rise in silence and carry your sage leaves, fruit pit, and ashes of your charcoal and frankincense to a nearby crossroads. This can be an intersection of roads or even just a place where the path that leads to your front door meets the sidewalk. Leave your offering there. Do not look back once you leave it, and maintain your silence until you return home. And that's it. So in reference to, because they were mentioning hexing the patriarchy, which is a popular hashtag in social media these days, there's actually a book entitled Hexing the Patriarchy. And this is by Ariel Gore. And I just took this straight from the synopsis or whatever is on Amazon, and this will be linked. This says, skeptics might think witchcraft is nothing more than a fad, but make no mistake. Modern witches aren't playing around. Today's wizarding women are raising hell, exorcising haters, and revving up to fight fire with fierce inferno of magical outrage. Magic has always been a weapon of the disenfranchised, and in this book, Hexing the Patriarchy, author Ariel Gore offers a playbook for the feminist uprising, full of incantations, enchantments, rituals, and witchy wisdom designed to protect women and bring down the man. Readers will learn how to make salt scrubs to wash away any political Freudian slip, patriarchal bullshit, mix potions to run abusive liars out of town, use their bare hands and feet to vanquish bro culture, and conjure dead relatives to help smash the system, and more. So from summoning ancestors to leveraging the zodiac, these 26 alphabetically inspired spells are ready-made recipes for toppling the patriarchy with a dangerously divine they never saw coming power.
I love that.
And then you mentioned this next one, which I fucking love. Tell me about
Yes.
a summation.
So this book, I fucking love this book. So Women Who Run with the Wolves, Myths and Stories of the Wild Woman Archetype by psychoanalyst Clarissa Pinkola Estes. Within every woman, there is a wild and natural creature, a powerful force filled with good instincts, passionate creativity, and ageless knowing. Her name is Wild Woman, but she is an endangered species. Through the gifts of wildish nature, come to us at birth, society's attempt to, quote, civilize us into rigid roles, it has plundered this treasure and muffled deep, life-giving messages of our own souls. Without Wild Woman, we become over-domesticated, fearful, uncreative, and trapped. In her now classic book that spent 144 weeks on the New York Times hardcover bestseller list and is translated into 35 languages, Clarissa Pinkola Estes, PhD, shows how women's vitality can be restored through what she calls psychic archaeological digs into the ruins of the female unconscious. Dr. Estes uses her family's ethnic tales, washed and rinsed in the blood of wars and survival, multicultural myths, her own lyric writing of those fairy tales, folk tales, and stories chosen from her life witness, and also research ongoing for 20 years that help women reconnect with the healthy, instinctual, visionary attributes of the wild woman archetype. Dr. Estes collects the bones of many stories, looking for the archetypal motifs that set a woman's inner life into motion. Her La Loba story teaches about the transformative function of the psyche. In Bluebeard, we learn what to do with wounds that will not heal. In her literary story, Skeleton Woman, we glimpse the mystical power of relationship and how dead feelings can be revived. Vasilisa the Wise brings our lost womanly instincts to the surface again. The Handless Maiden recovers the wild woman initiation rites, and The Little Match Girl warns against the insidious dangers of life spent in fantasy. These and other stories focus on the many qualities of wild woman. With them, we retrieve, examine, love, and understand her, and hold her against our deep psyches as one who is both magic and medicine. In Women Who Run with the Wolves, Dr. Estes has created a new lexicon for describing the female psyche, fertile and life-giving. It is a psychology of women in the truest sense, a knowing of the soul. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, PhD, is an internationally known poet, post-trauma recovery specialist, senior training psychoanalyst, Jungian, and a cantadora keeper of old stories in her mestizo Latina tradition. Her doctorate is in ethnoclinical psychology, indigenous history from the Union Institute, and she is an award-winning author of both performance art and in spoken word. So that book, so powerful. I had it on audiobook, so I would listen to it in the car while I was driving. And her voice, like I don't remember who, I don't know if that was her that was narrating it, but whoever's voice that was very soothing, and it was just like,
It's definitely a book you might want to have two of if you're not super comfortable with annotating, because you're going to want to underline. You're going to want to highlight stuff and come back to it. And like the Bluebeard story, Vasilisa story, which has to do with Baba Yaga, really stick out. The Skeleton Woman really stick out. And I remember giving this book to my mom, and it just like, she was such in like a transitional point in her life, like empty nesting. My brother finally moved out and like trying to find herself again. So this book, she said, really, really helped her do that. Good. And in the Bluebeard story, not giving anything away, and there's a door in this house that she's not supposed to open after marrying this man. She can go anywhere except opening this door. And when she opens the door, she sees something she's not supposed to see. When I moved away, my mom gave me this little key necklace, and she was like, I want you to open every door, and I want you to question everything you come across. And I don't want you to ever feel like you're being kept from knowledge or kept, I want you to be able to open every door you come across. I was like, Mom, that's so cute.
That is so like super sentimental.
Super sentimental. I know. Yeah. So this book, so highly recommended. Yeah, get yourself all the copies, hardback, softback, audiobook, Kindle version, whatever you want.
Yeah, I had it on audiobook. I gotta look for that file. Maybe I'll put it, I was gonna say put it on my iPod. I haven't had an iPod in who knows how long, but
what happened to the iPod I gave you?
It's somewhere around here.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
But yeah, love that book. Love all the stories in it. And they're told in such like a old fable, old tale like kind of way.
It's
Or
so perfect for somebody who wants a little more like an organized version because she'll do the story and then she'll do the interpretation,
yeah.
back to back. I love that.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've gone through it. Like I would say read it, but listen to it on the audiobook. But I think I'm due for another listen round
Is
of
that her
that.
new book club book?
We
They're short
should
stories.
revive the book club.
I mean, it doesn't have to be like a monthly thing, but hey, let's pick a story and just do that
Yeah.
story.
Yeah. Analyze it and just chit chat about it.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
that would be cool. Yeah.
Another book I wanted to shout out was called Goddess in Every Woman: Powerful Archetypes in Women's Lives by Jean Shindoa Bolin. And this is a classical work of female psychology that uses 7 archetypal goddesses as a way of describing behavior patterns and personal traits and being introduced to the next generation of readers with new introductions by the author. So, the psychoanalyst Jean Bolin's career soared in the 1980s when this book, Goddess in Every Woman, was published. Thousands of women readers became fascinated with identifying their own inner goddess and using these archetypes to guide themselves to greater self esteem, creativity, and happiness. Bolin's radical idea was that just as women used to be unconscious of the powerful effects that cultural stereotypes had on them, they were also unconscious of the powerful archetypal forces within them that influence what they do and how they feel, and which account for major differences among them. Bolin believes that an understanding of these inner patterns and their interrelationships offer reassurance, true to life alternatives that take women far beyond such restrictive dichotomies as masculine, feminine, mother, lover, careerist, housewife. And she demonstrates in this book how understanding them can provide the key to self-knowledge and wholeness. Dr. Bolin introduces these patterns in the guise of 7 archetypal goddesses or personality types with whom all women can identify, from the autonomous Artemis to the cool Athena to the nurturing Demeter to the creative Aphrodite, and explains how to decide which to cultivate and which to overcome and how to tap into these powers and how to tap into the powers of these enduring archetypes to become a better, quote, heroine in one's life story. Another one that I was introduced to when I was in the priestess training it's called When God Was a Woman by Merlin Stone. As you can see, like, again, you're going to want to annotate this one. And this says, in the beginning, God was a woman. How did the shift from matriarchy to patriarchy come about? In fascinating detail, Merlin Stone tells us the story of the goddess who reigns supreme in the Near and Middle East. Under her reign, societal roles differed markedly from those in patriarchal Judeo-Christian cultures. Women bought and sold property, traded in the marketplace, and inherited titles and land from their mothers. Documenting the wholesale rewriting of myth and religious dogmas, Merlin Stone describes an ancient conspiracy in which the goddess was reimagined as a wanton, depraved figure and characterization confirmed and perpetuated by one's modern culture best known legends, that of the fall of Adam and Eve. Insightful and thought-provoking, this is an essential read for anyone interested in the origin of current gender roles and the rediscovering of women's power. This one I don't have, but this popped up, and this one's called Embracing the Wisdom of Hecate or Hecate. The author is Coven of the Wiccan Spirit. And again, these will all be linked. This says, Embracing the Wisdom of Hecate offers seekers a comprehensive guide to deepening their connection with the powerful goddess of the crossroads. From their ancient origins in Greek mythology to her modern interpretations, this book delves into Hecate's multifaceted nature as a patroness of witches, guardian of liminal spaces, and guide to the mysteries and magic of transformation. And readers will discover the significance of Hecate's symbols, including keys, torches, dogs, and how to learn to incorporate them into rituals and devotional practices. The book explores Hecate's associations with the moon, night, the underworld, offering insights into her role as a lunar deity who guides souls between realms, with practical advice on setting up altars, making offerings, and conducting rituals. Embracing the Wisdom of Hecate empowers readers to honor the goddess in their daily lives, whether seeking protection, guidance, or spiritual growth. This guide provides the tools and techniques needed to work with Hecate's transformative energies. And then I have 2 honorable mentions that are very thick. They're not a cover to cover read. These were gifted to me for about 1,000 pages each. They're both by the same author, Barbara Walker. She wrote Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets and the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, all alphabetized.
Those are thick.
They're thick bitches.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're big old boys. The back of the Women's Encyclopedia, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but at the top it says, "Did you know where the legend of a cat's 9 lives comes from?" Me
Oh.
too. We talked about it. Why mama is a word understood in nearly all languages. How the custom of kissing began. Whether there really was a female pope. Why Cinderella's glass slipper was so important to the prince. So just a little bit on that one. And then in this other book, the symbols and sacred objects, it says there are 753 entries and 636 illustrations in here, alphabetized. So yes, every insert has a little, or every installment has a little
wow.
illustration that goes along with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's hefty.
Oh, look at that one. That one's fucking lit. Look at that little
Oh my god.
What is
That's
that?
cute.
It's an imp.
Imp.
Incubus was right next to it.
Shut up.
This
Was
is
it
cool.
imp?
I actually haven't looked through these.
No?
Well, it's kind of like a reference book.
Yeah.
But now
Yeah,
that
I
I'm
guess.
looking through it, here, I'll just go back to the Lemia. Look at the Lemia.
Oh, that's like a mermaid snake lady?
With
Lamia?
wings.
Lamia? That's interesting.
Fascinating.
It is
I
fascinating.
feel like we've probably talked about some of these things.
You're probably right.
Fairies, supernatural, sun goddess.
I had a whole list going of books that I want to read whenever the fuck I have the time to read. But I'm not going to go into like all of the synopsis of these, but I'll just give you the straight rundown of the list that I have going, and I'll add these over to our hero links page so you guys can check these out if you have the time. One that I have my eye on right now that I really want to read is Becoming Baba Yaga, the Trickster, Feminist, and Witch of the Woods by Chris Spisak and Jenna Rose Nethercott. I think the prologue is by Jenna Rose Nethercott, who is also the author of Thistlefoot, which is a novel about Baba Yaga. Like, she wrote a fictional novel about Baba Yaga.
Cool.
The cover of Thistlefoot is really cool too. It's like the silhouette of the black cottage with on the chicken feet.
Cool.
Yeah. Also Baba Yaga's Book of Witchcraft of Slavic Magic from the Witch of the Woods by Madame Pamita. Then I had on my list Embracing Lilith by Mark H. Williams. The Morrigan, Secret Celtic Practices, Devotional Rituals, Divination, and Magic Spells by Murray Silva. Then Dark Goddesses, Unveil Secret Power of Lilith, Morrigan, Hecate, and more with rituals, exercises, meditations to unlock your inner goddess by Templum Dianae Media. I had quite a few on here. Waking Up to the Dark, The Black Madonna's Gospel for an Age of Extinction and Collapse by Clark Strand and Perdita Finn. And we have Hecate Liminal Rites, a study of the rituals, magic, and symbols of the torch-bearing triple goddess of the crossroads by Sarita de Este and David Rankine. There's a bunch on this list. Yeah, that was a majority of them. Entering Hecate's Garden, The Magic, Medicine, and Mystery of Plant Spirit Witchcraft by Cindy Brannon. And Entering Hecate's Cave, The Journey Through Darkness to Wholeness by Cindy Brannon. So she did a couple different Hecate books. Yeah, I had a good list going, but I'll link everything over on our hero page. But a majority of them were like dark goddesses and like feminism and like, feminist history and all that good shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of feminism, not like we haven't talked about it this entire episode, but we're gonna talk a little bit about a song that's been making its rounds, right, on the TikToks and the social media.
All day, every day, first rain,
Yo, I told Avi whenever that song comes on in my feed, I can't like scroll past it. I have to stop and listen to it.
So good.
And it makes me feral.
Yeah.
So feral. I'm like,
so
I just want to like light torches and dance naked around a fire and like raise some hell and shit. But this song is by Paris Paloma, and you guys might have heard this feminist anthem. It's become the anthem, the feminist anthem of this year.
Call to action.
Call to action, exactly. And she wrote this, I want to say, I don't remember how many years ago this song came out, but this is not a new song. The song has been around for a little bit. So this article is called Breaking Down Paris Paloma's Fiery Feminist Anthem, titled Labor. That's the name of the song, Labor. So the words in the song, some of the lyrics are, "It's not an act of love if you make her. You make me do too much labor." This article was by Kimberly Tarasaki, and this was published March 27th, 2023, so over a year ago. So Paris Paloma's new song Labor blew up on TikTok weeks before the full track was released. The song is being used to bring attention to female historical figures and women's history, much of which has been undervalued by mainstream history. In content warning, a lot of the language in Labor alludes to suicide, domestic abuse, neglect, and general dissections of sexism and patriarchy. The song's title, Labor, Labour, works on multiple levels, referencing the emotional, mental, and physical labor women have historically performed to maintain their marriages, as well as the myth of the non-working wife. In reality, the average woman in history has done some kind of work, whether it's working in the fields alongside their husband and children, or even more specialized work. Labor could also be a reference to childbirth and child rearing as an undervalued form of labor, with American working mothers still having a ridiculously short amount of leave when, if they're allowed any at all. So the language of the first verse imagines leaving an abusive relationship, scaling a rope down an island cliff before diving into the waves below. The metaphor shows that ending a relationship is often the hardest or most dangerous part. It's a leap of faith that does not guarantee making it to the other side. So the first verse goes 1, 2, 3 to the rope that I'm hanging from. Off this island, this was an escape plan. Carefully timed, so let me go and dive into the waves below. I think that's the whole entirety of the first verse, and then it talks about the pre-chorus. So the pre-chorus challenges the myths of homemakers not being laborers, with Paloma singing, "Who tends the orchards, who fixes up the gables, who fetches the water from the Rocky Mountain spring, and walk back down again to feel your words and their sharp sting." So women have always done hard labor in order to maintain a household, but may still get called lazy for quote lounging around at home all day. People think just because a woman is like sitting at home that she's just sitting around. Like
Right.
most likely she's, child rearing or cleaning the house.
Mm-hmm.
And that shit ain't easy. That is a
Or
lot of work.
taking care of the in-laws, or taking care of her own parents, or taking care of the animals that you both decided to house.
Exactly. I can guarantee you no woman is just sitting around doing nothing all day. So to the chorus of the song, it gets into the harsh reality of being in an abusive, neglectful, or an unhappy marriage or relationship. Paloma wonders, she sings, "If our love died, would that be the worst thing? Compared to calluses cracking, capillaries bursting, and the silent treatment in the bedroom they share." This could be a reference to how, when divorce is an easily available and acceptable option, female suicide rates go down. Sometimes a relationship ending is the best thing that can happen. So the song also addresses the idea of men traditionally being fashioned as saviors and defenders of women, despite the fact that men tend to benefit more from marriage with greater health and financial security. Quote, "For somebody I thought was my savior, you sure make me do a whole lot of labor," is the end of that chorus. So the second verse of Labor gets into gaslighting and weaponized incompetence, as well as women being expected to always apologize and yield to the will of men because they supposedly know better. That second verse, let's see.
I
Where is it at?
fucking feel this so bad. And I know you do too. Like, no, I'm fucking telling you. I'm back to the Stevie Nicks thing in the studio. No. And listen to me. I'm telling you.
Right, yeah. So that second verse goes, "Apologies from my tongue and never yours. Busy lapping from flowing cup and stabbing with your fork. I know you're a smart man." And weaponize the false incompetence, its dominance under a guise. "If we had a daughter, I'd watch and could not save her. The emotional torture from the head of your high table. She'd do what you taught her. She'd meet the same cruel fate. So now I've got to run so I can undo this mistake." One commenter on the Genius Lyrics page also drew a connection between the line, "busy lapping from a flowing cup," and the idea of, quote, humans taking from God's chalice, perhaps in reference to the part that religion has played in enforcing women's domestic roles. So let's talk about the pre-chorus. So the pre-chorus gets into the perpetuation of the cycle of mothers and fathers teaching their daughters to serve their husbands rather than find partners. Most mothers can never truly raise their daughters outside the patriarchy. But Paloma dreams of running away and undoing this mistake, for example, her marriage, before she brings a child into this mess, right? So the bridge of the song, this is the most viral part of the song. This is the part of the song that's like on fire all over the TikTok.
Yeah.
So the bridge of the song is the section that everybody knows, And it goes into all the different ways that women are expected to serve men so that, quote, he never lifts a finger. This is another phrase that works on multiple levels, referring to women handling essential work like cooking, cleaning, child rearing, while also referring to the potential for verbal, emotional, mental, or physical abuse if women do not live up to their husband's standards. The bridge also refers to, quote, picket fence dreams, which again gets into the myth of the breadwinner and the homemaker popularized in the 1950s. Like that picture perfect domestic life, like everything is perfect and putting, up a front or a facade, right? The repeat of the bridge underlays the main vocals with the voices of children, perhaps the daughters that she risks, quote, parentifying, or the children who will get caught in the crossfire of their parents' abusive marriage. In any case, Labor is the feminist ballad. I think it's an anthem that has carried us through. This author says Women's History Month, but this article was written a year ago. Fast forward a year later, like right very now, as we're living in history, I think it's taken on a whole other meaning, and it's really become a battle cry and an anthem and a rise up for women right now. And like we feel that feminine rage when we listen to that. I said
It's
it
like
makes me
chant.
feral.
It's a chant tempo. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum. It's so driving.
Like when I hear that song, I envision like all the women in the world just marching together.
Yeah.
And just taking down the
Burning everything to the
patriarchy, burn it all
ground.
to the ground. Yeah, exactly. So beautiful song, and it's crazy that she wrote that so many years ago, and
Yes.
like it's like now starting to like really gain traction because of all the shit that's happening right now.
All this extreme swing,
Mhm.
that's happening right now.
Talking about the rise of the divine feminine, let's talk about the Pluto moving into Aquarius and how that really can change everything and bring about the most positive change, I think. Like anytime that Pluto has gone into Aquarius in the past, like we've experienced revolutions and lots of massive change on a global scale. So this article is titled Pluto in Aquarius Could Change Everything by the Astro Twins, published on October 25th, 2024. So this was published very, very recently, okay? In the past like month or two. So the Astro Twins say, is the patriarchy taking its last gasps? As draconian reproductive laws are instituted and zealous wars intensify, that sure doesn't seem to be the case. Yet, astrologers are visualizing this fate in our metaphoric crystal balls. The reason for this bold prediction? Or in a word, Pluto. So since its discovery by telescope in 1930, Pluto has earned its place in astrological lore as the cosmic force of power, alchemy, mystery, and control. The icy, far-out dwarf planet became known during a time of global upheaval just before the Great Depression and on the brink of World War II. From death to rebirth, destruction to regeneration, Pluto has been given domain over our most intense transitions. Because it's so far away in space, it also governs things that are hard to see: secrets, scandals, hidden power structures. So what does this have to do with the patriarchy, you ask? For the past 16 years, Pluto has been on a shadowy track through authoritative Capricorn, the zodiac sign associated with government, banks, big business, and father figures, for example, patriarchs. Ever since, it's lifted the veil on some insidious truths. Way back in 2008, Pluto marked its entrance into Capricorn with a massive mortgage crisis. We all remember that, right? I lost my job when that happened. So banks needed to be bailed out by the government, and the economy essentially crashed. But there was a glimmer of hope, too. The United States elected its first black president, Barack Obama. The spirit of change was in the air. But Pluto can be a trickster. The work was clearly not done. There was much more to be dredged up around toxic masculinity, in fact. The hashtag #MeToo movement went viral in 2017, bringing shocking takedowns of powerful men who seemed formerly impervious to reproach. In 2022, the Supreme Court overturned Roe, and states stripped women of their reproductive rights. The same year, a groundbreaking revolt broke out in Iran, a response to the horrific death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, who was arrested by the, quote, morality police. Women cut and burned their hair in the streets, and men protested alongside them. While this movement did not topple the regime, it did reveal the depths of global outrage at patriarchal oppression. As Pluto makes its grand exit from Capricorn, which it did on November 19th, we are a long way from being free of male-dominated systems and the powers behind them. But the cloak of invisibility has been lifted. This 16-year cycle has pulled back the curtain on how power operates. After November 19th, Pluto won't return to Capricorn for basically 250 years. I say good fucking riddance. Good riddance. What they say, but it's certainly leaving its fingerprints behind. And I agree, like it's gonna take some time to move through this. So from what I understand, Pluto in Aquarius is like a 20-year cycle. So let's just see what comes next. This says the answer lies in Pluto's upcoming journey through Aquarius, a sign of revolution, innovation, and the collective. From November 19th to January 19th, 2044, Pluto will ignite a new era of transformation, one that could radically redefine power structures and usher in a future where equality and freedom take center stage.
God, I hope
Wouldn't
so.
that be
That would be so nice.
amazing? So while that might seem like a far off ideal, Pluto has been known to deliver extreme shifts when it enters a new sign. And it already is. Like the past week alone, I don't know if you've been paying attention to current events, but just to give you a little hint of what the fuck has been going down, it's crazy. Like Georgia, the country of Georgia is having protests. South Korea, the president of South Korea just like installed martial law, and it only happened for 3 hours before they were able to get in there and vote it out. But he was trying to like stage a coup, and like through that didn't happen. Like the people were like, "Fuck no!" And then what else
The
happened?
CEO of the major health corporation.
The CEO, pew pew. Like what?
Pew.
What the fuck? Like it's just nuts all the shit that happened in the last week alone. So
Yeah.
Pluto in Aquarius is popping off.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there with my popcorn. I'm just like, this is the most insane. You don't even need to watch a movie. Just watch
No.
just watch the current events right now.
You
It's
got your window.
crazy. So yeah, lots of big changes are going to be brought about by this Pluto in Aquarius. Pluto has been known to deliver extreme shifts when it enters a new sign. So while Capricorn clings to tradition, Aquarius is all about breaking free from convention and embracing the future. I say I'm for that.
Yeah.
I'm all for that.
Age of Aquarius.
I used to love that freaking song as a teenager.
Harmony and understanding.
Did I tell you when I was in 9th grade, I wrote a book report on whether or not astrology could have predicted JFK's assassination?
Girl, ahead of your time.
That was what I chose to do. He failed me.
What?
He failed. Well, let's just be real. He was not ready for, a witch coming into the class.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. I was so fucking pissed that I was like, I worked my ass off on that report, and I fucking like slayed the shit out of that for a 9th grader to channel the stars and be like, did this kid kill the president? Like, you not even giving me credit for trying? Like,
Yeah, really. Like, was the grammar and punctuation correct at least? Come on,
no,
guy.
I know exactly what it was. He was an ex-military person,
Oh,
so
oops.
he probably just thought it was a conspiracy theorist. So,
Fuck that guy.
yeah, fuck that guy. Pretty sure he died a while
Oh.
ago. So,
Oh, well.
So embracing the future. The last time Pluto moved through Aquarius was from 1778 to 1798, and the world went through seismic shifts from the American Revolution to the French Revolution. And this era was also dovetailed with the early days of the Industrial Revolution, which completely changed how societies functioned as we replaced farm and handcrafted goods with machine-made and processed ones. Pluto's return to Aquarius could usher in another wave of societal transformation, and astrologers are already feeling it brewing. If this past week was any indication of shit going down, like, it's just starting. It's just beginning. There could be a push towards systems that are more egalitarian, tech-driven, and inclusive as we move away from top-down structures to a more collective grassroots energy. Aquarius doesn't follow norms.
I remember one time you were trying to think of that term grassroots, but you call it raw dogging.
What?
I don't know.
I called grassroots raw dogging?
I'm pretty sure. This was season 1, episode like 7 or something. It was really funny.
That checks. That sounds
Okay,
like something
please
I would say.
continue.
So Aquarius doesn't follow norms. It encourages us to break away from what's expected. Gender roles, relationship models, and even how we define success could all undergo radical transformation. By the time Pluto moves on to spiritual, fantasy-fueled Pisces in 2044, society may be divided by a totally new subset of categories, ones that don't have much to do with gender at all. Still, in this golden age of digital developments, we can't help but feel unprepared for what this next Pluto cycle will bring, or maybe we should say reveal. The best we can do is go in with eyes open. As an Aquarian astronomer and polymath Galileo once said, all truths are easy to understand once they are discovered. The point, he continued, is to discover them. And again, Pluto in Aquarius is a 20-year cycle, so this is not going to be an overnight shift. Like, this is going to take some time, but
Exciting. It's exciting to know.
Change is coming.
Change is gonna come.
Change is
Good
coming
song.
whether these old hats like it or not.
Because most of them gonna be dead. But on that note,
Right, exactly.
I've really enjoyed this episode.
Yeah, I think we needed to get that off of our chest.
Yeah,
For
good
sure.
stuff. Good time.
Yeah, it is good stuff.
We want to say thank you again, and thank you for being patient with us and letting us take our mental health time. It might continue a little more through the holiday, through Christmas and New Year's, but January, we have some good stuff already lined up, and we're getting ready to record this month. But just be on the lookout for any announcements or anything over on our Instagram. We'll post them over there. Have any questions? Email us at magnoliastreetpodcast@gmail.com.
That is all we have for you guys today. Just a reminder, you can check out all of the sources pertaining to today's episode via our hero page. The link is in our show notes. And thanks again to our patron and Palmiers for creating this app and keeping creators like us organized. If you guys do want to support the podcast on Patreon, you can support us for as little as $1 a month. That's our seedling tier, and that gets you access to our patron-only polls where you get to weigh in on what topics you would like us to talk about next. It also gets you our monthly calendar so you can see what topics we have coming up for the month, and it also gets you a welcome shout out on the show. Our $3 Lavender Bud tier gets you our show notes for each episode in an aesthetically pleasing PDF, our after hours posts if there's any extra tidbits or behind the scenes info pertaining to any of our episodes. We'll post those along with a blog post or extra photos, and access to our specially curated Spotify playlists. We have created playlists for our WMSR episodes as well as Production Dream playlists for each song episode, and more. Our $5 Lilac tier gets you access to our private Facebook community where we host a monthly live stream. Plus, you'll get access to our Discord server where we host our monthly watch parties. And also on the Discord, you can join in on the discussion with other Magnolia Street neighbors via the various interesting channels and threads. And then here's the $8 Rose tier. This gets you access to extra audio-visual content such as a once-a-month full-length video episode, unlimited bonus videos, uncut footage, cutting room floor footage, bloopers, outtakes, meditations, exclusive interviews, and old home videos from the vault, or spell or ritual videos, and more. It also gets you bonus content to coincide with our song-episodes, such as full-length demo streams of our original Practical Magic inspired music, plus lyric sheets, guitar chords, and original scratch demos, or bonus video performances of our songs and more. Lastly, we have our $15 Wisteria Vine tier. Just like a twisting Wisteria Vine, there's a way for you to stay connected with us, the Stinas. In this tier, we invite you to join our private Marco Polo video messaging app. The app is totally free for both Android and iOS. Sign up with your phone number or email, and we will help you do the rest. This is a great way to chat with each other in a more intimate group setting, face-to-face via video recording. We love to show each other our pets, our gardens, or anything else you'd like to share. And just a reminder that the higher the tier you sign up under, the more rewards you get, because you get all of the rewards of the tiers below it. You can upgrade or downgrade or even cancel at any time. So to support the podcast, head to patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast.
Yeah, and there are additional ways to support us and our podcast that don't cost you any money. If you do listen on Spotify, please give us a star rating. If you listen to us on Apple Podcasts, please give us a written review. We love sharing those on our Instagram. And if you're on Instagram, we would really appreciate any reposts or blurbs about our podcast. And make sure to tag us at Magnolia Street Podcast in your feed, posts, stories, and share us with your Practical Magic loving friends.
Yeah, we have some merch over on our Teespring, and if you guys right now, if you really want, you guys can snag that Hex the Patriarchy t-shirt we have in the shop.
That's true. That is true.
I might have to buy one myself.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Ooh, giveaway? New Year's giveaway?
All day, every day, therapist.
Motherland. Lift a finger.
All right. And also, I think I'm going to post my Feminine Rage playlist over on our hero page if anybody wants to listen to that.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you again for
yeah.
listening. If we are working on the music, it's almost done. The final little sprinkles are going on top. So keep an eye out for that. Hopefully by the new year, we can get that to your ears.
Yeah, that would be a nice New Year's present for sure.
Yeah.
All right, man. I am so glad we did this. I really needed to get that all off my chest because you're the only one I could talk to about.
I'm here for you. I'm sending you a hug and everyone listening. Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy Yule, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year.
Merry, happy Kwanzaa. What's that word? Kwanzaa, happy Kwanzaa Monica? What do they say?
I don't know.
Merry Christmas, happy Kwanzaa Hanukkah or something like that. Yeah.
Merry Crisis.
Merry Chrysler.
Merry Chrysler. Happy Christmas.
Merry Crema. Merry Yule, everybody. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Whatever you celebrate.
Kiss a Krampus.
Merry Krampus. Don't piss Krampus off. And or Frau Perschna. She'll tear your insides out and replace it with garbage.
I'm Christina.
I'm Justina. We'll see you next time.
At the house on Magnolia Street, would you go down to Magnolia Street with the wisteria wild? At the house of magic and mystery, so would you go down to Magnolia Street?
Every day, first rain, mother,